是成这样。
啊，所以呢，然后呢？
没事，你看这03年、36个位置吧，07年是不是58年？
对啊。
看这个哪一年？这个11年，再看8。
Fate. What is fate? It's about shattering the cycle, altering the rules of the game. New challenges will be ignited, and a new order is poised for reshaping.
With each breath, pain and destruction, my world is broken by your seduction. Your touch, a whisper from the past, a memory that's fading fast. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away.
我是林小璐，我是浙江泰顺人，是社属民歌、社属分手的专心人。
在小富的嘴巴，在最穷的你们上，小鹿也要穿凤凰装。
我细时只就喜欢对着台山唱歌，喜欢坐山林都跑啊跑。唔是只，只有老人头上嘅平王记可以教我定路脚步。我爷对我讲，平王庄是不你在台山嚟以后将可以做嘅，所以我经常南记嘅平王庄对着将在看待新颜。梦想地个台山嚟以后就像平王庄嘅样子。每一次一赶上早前，我都好冲着去拦路，就为了多睇几人信仰头上生好的法子。当时懵里懵懂的，本人出上嚟好事情嘅活大会，更是台人为大老都唱对歌，其实都是平王包容我人唱台，就符我人需要嘅象征。这条台线来，就像是太太外班嘅时候是先落样子。体验生活也好，网络也好，出台小时都当然唔同嘅生活，去了好多地方。
妈，你干嘛老给我带这个呀？我要带上这个。
伴随我女面面台线来，也面面教我，像啲细时只怪云对平王嘅热爱进行落去。所以我十分坚决将头歌上。我啲过一次当作出发。我想对地个嘅体会当作有平王中。山下嘅歌啊，唱了一辈子。现在我在舞台上唱出地个嘅故事，啲民俗嘅精神都上了革新嘅色彩。革新衣裳唔只是俾你在相处嘅标志。而是俾我人勇气，让我人无拘无束，做啲个嘅披风弄开脚。爱来自山下，我是热爱嘅勇气弄勇上，我是憧憬平王嘅全岛中嘅一干。爱也是平王，爱是书记，爱心无惧。
Did you see this coming?
你俩用的都是什么的？
所以呢，然后呢？
没事，你看这03年、36要有是吧？07年是不是58年？
对啊。
像这个哪一年？这个51年，再看8。
Fate. What is fate? It's about shattering the cycle, altering the rules of the game. New challenges will be ignited, and a new order is poised for reshaping.
With each breath, pain and destruction. My world is broken by your seduction. Your touch, a whisper from the past, a memory that's fading fast. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready. this pain, a fire consuming me. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into air. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I know we'll meet again someday. The flames of fate, torching love at the galaxy's gates. Our souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. We'll meet in NARAKA someday.
加入 BP 规则后将会产生怎么样的变化吧？在今年的周决赛以及总决赛中，我们还新增了赛点制规则，12支战队参加至多8局比赛。当某支战队分数达到赛点分数时，该战队将进入赛点。进入赛点后，该战队如在接下来的比赛中获得一次单局积分第一，即可夺得本次决赛的冠军。而其他没有夺冠的战队则会根据比赛中的总积分排名决定名次。当比赛进行至第8局结束仍未决出冠军时，按照8局后的总积分排名决定冠军与后续名次。同时 ，BP 规则在此时也有相应的变化，前3局为一个赛段，后5局为一个赛段。前3局依然按照3个选手池轮流选取，而后5局则采用末尾首选制进行选择。单排赛英雄使用次数限制不变，选手在1天中同一英雄角色选手最多使用2场，8场比赛中至少使用7名不同角色进行比赛。而在3排赛中，前3局英雄分为0分，后5局英雄分为9分。有关2024永劫无间职业联赛的更多信息，请移步永劫无间赛事中心官网，关注我们的抖音、微博、哔哩哔哩官方频道，永劫无间赛事官方，获取最新资讯。新的赛制将会带来怎样的变化呢？让我们拭目以待。
到过这一天吗？
在淬炼赛季的首个版本，永劫无间将上线全新的天赋系统。我们在原有印记系统的基础上进行了调整，大大降低了天赋系统的复杂度，希望可以让玩家们更轻松地根据自己的游戏风格和游戏理解，自由选择加点。全新的天赋系统，点击天选之人主页上方的备战按钮即可开始调整。全新的天赋系统根据其附带的效果，分为极阳、极阴、万物和本源4大分支，每条分支下均有一个十分强大的大点，3个效果各异的中点以及4个小点。点满小点需要3个天赋点，点亮强力的中大点需要消耗1个天赋点。在一条路径中，只有完全点亮前置的天赋点，才可解锁后面的天赋点。每条分支的具体效果如下。天赋系统将在玩家达到4级后解锁，并附赠1个天赋点。后续账号等级每升2级会获得1个天赋点，最多可获取18个。18个天赋点是没有办法点亮所有分支的，你需要做出一些取舍，但已经可以点亮2条分支的大点了。更新后的备战阶段，你将可以看见队友所选择的天赋分支。对了，别担心，重做后大家在旧版印记系统中解锁印记、升级印记所花费的古币，更新后将会全额返还。全新的天赋系统现已上线测试服，现在就去体验吧。
下面宣布，永劫无间的全新武器是
手。
哎呦！
永劫无间手游要来啦！你们有手机吗？
兄弟们，又到了现在要配尬局的时候了。
可恶，什么时候能派点帅的呀？
报告，我想配大拳。
为什么？你是受到了我飞脸的鼓舞，也想通过打拳来变得更优秀吗？
不，我也想为了赢家我自己。
闭嘴吧！
要不列兵怎么样？最近挺火的。
又该选了，下一个。
繁花怎么样？还挺帅的。
可是我不怎么帅。
我也不帅。
别担心，据说每4个人之中就有1个是帅哥。也可能是没5个吧。
打电话叫个帅的来演吧。喂，奈乔。
怎么了？
我这里有个好消息跟一个坏消息啊。
你说。
恭喜你被选为娱乐小剧场的男主角啦！
那好消息是什么？
你还可以跟3位女主搭戏。 今天视频先拍到这。
够了，别再拍了，只有变态才会拍这些东西。
我不同意你的说法，拍这种东西的不一定都是变态，起码我不是。
难道你们没有发现吗？每次要宣传的时候，官方就把大家拉来一起拍乱七八糟的尬片，头文字 D、西红柿首富、狂飙，还有语言、子弹之父奥本海默。醒醒吧，不要再被官方 PUA 拍尬剧了，这根本不是我们想做的事。我绝不拍尬剧，
我绝不拍尬剧，
我绝不女装，
我绝不女装，
我要走颜值路线，
我要走颜值路线。
可是我们的颜值不够高啊！
不用担心，后天努力也很重要。
后天的努力，后天 Nbpl 春季赛开赛了。
3月28日，我要看 Nbpl 春季赛。
都是成的
啊，所以呢，然后呢？
没事，你看这03年像那个我的是吧？07年是不是有拉的？
对啊。
那这个哪一年？这个11年，再看80。
Fate. What is fate? It's about shattering the cycle, altering the rules of the game. New challenges will be ignited, and a new order is poised for reshaping.
会回吗？没有，继续闪，再给一脚，再破一段，再没有，对方也没了，给他们速破了这波，有技巧的云长。
哇，这波不会颠死了吧？
再颠，
我的
继续起，
还在颠，继续颠，
就不是我，再给一个右虚，帅惨了。这边晕2秒，皮克这边要1打3了吗？我大皮老师。是有潜力的，这边一个乱点天宫，差一丝，有打到，哎，这边再一个小腿棍，迷魂影一放， 这一波的话，再直接一个翻摔能吃花，再已经1打2了，还真1打3了。
匹克老师。
兄弟，帮我一下。不是兄弟，你怎么还在蹲草啊？
我没有装备呀。
买电竞装备，逛京东就够了。
搜京东电竞，游戏装备最高24期免息，电竞装备很便宜，玩家还可以登录永杰官网绑定京东账号，还可领取奇珍宝箱。
京东。
wanna take it higher. Light it up like we on fire. Yeah, we wanna take it higher. At the top, we be singing like the choir. Yeah, we building the empire. We the chosen, we the kings, we the leaders in the ring. They can't tell us not a thing. Yeah, we running the game, we came to win. Yeah, we wanna take it higher. Light it up like we on fire. Yeah, we wanna take it higher. Yeah, we building the empire. We the chosen, we the
everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl. My name is Tipper, and I'm joined by Dunkin' Donuts as we're getting ready to go into our second day of this week and our first day of trios this week. Final day before the bi-weekly finals kick off. Sunday for trios was absolutely just insanely exciting. There was a lot that went on. We saw GG smash it out the park. Get, I think it was 4 wins, 3 of which back-to-back. 4 of the 6 games yet on Sunday, they took home, and they absolutely killed it, overtaking OUG overall in the standings. And today, OUG and GG are going to be going toe-to-toe. There's some really stacked teams playing today.
No, very exciting, absolutely. GG coming in, looking to redeem themselves. You know, they were doing reasonably well in the seasonal splits last year, but then they came to Worlds, they went to J-Cup, they only managed to secure themselves 8th J-Cup. It's not too bad, you know, but they came in and they saw OUG hitting the top of the leaderboard, and they thought, no, we're coming in and we're going to take that from you. But now they're matching up against each other in the same lobby, and it's going to be very, very exciting. Who are you looking to? Who do you think is going to come out on top, OUG or GG?
So I think it's a little bit of a hard one. I think OUG look very, very good, but just the consistency of GG leans me to have a bit of a bias towards them, but that could also come down to recency bias as well, because I think, you know, recently I've seen GG more recently. They've just played really well, so I've definitely got my eyes on them. I think there's a few teams in the back catalogue that I do think could sneak up on us. Alliance, genuinely surprisingly good on Sunday, while, you know, not GG style, they are still pretty good. Now, for you guys at home, we've been talking a lot about what's coming up, but for you guys, you can actually get your hands on some Twitch drops. So for today, you can get some Tay, some Spectral Silk, a trial gift choice. But as of tomorrow, if you start watching, you can actually get the bi-weekly final drops, which are really, really sick, especially that backdrop. I actually really like that. Conquester.
The Conquester, indeed.
Yeah, that's a good. I had a real brain fart on how to pronounce that word. But yeah, some really grand stuff up for grabs over there. So make sure you do have your account linked on Twitch, and you can get all the goodies. 15 minutes, 200 Tay. It's all right. Yourself.
It's not too bad.
Still for another 15 minutes after that. Worth a shot.
But the important ones are coming this weekend, I think. The Chain Scythe, if you're a Zai enjoyer, you know, hey, we don't see very much Zai lately, neither in solos or trios.
I'm so sad about
that. Hey, you still see her in matchmaking, you still see her in your ranked games. She can always be very, very hard to deal with in duos. I think she's probably the best in duos, but we don't have duos here over at Nbpl. We only have solos and trios. And speaking of what we're going to be seeing today, I think we're most likely going to be seeing much of the same. We've got the, as you've coined it now, the skirmish comp is now the blind date composition. We have the Viper who blindfold, and then Tessa who charms you, and then Wu Chen, the Uber driver, to get home. You know,
make sure you get home safe after your dates. That's all I'm saying.
Exactly. You don't want to pre-book that Uber. You don't know what could happen. It's always best to get home safely on the first date. But here we are looking at the standings. We have quite a few teams lurking at the bottom of the leaderboard here, but all of them have only played 1 day, including TE, who, although they don't have the same roster as last year when they won J-Cup, we also have JL, who has 2 of the members from that roster sitting down in the bottom end of the leaderboard. So I'm excited to see if they can bring it back, come in today, and see if they can rival the point game the OUG and GG have been putting on the board. We also have BBE sitting there, having somehow managed to get the exact same number of points as 521 did on their first day, but 521 have already played both days. BBE still has another one, so let's see if they overtake their Southeast Asian counterpart team. And then we have here at the very top of the leaderboard, GG, having put OUG to shame. Well, not really. No, only two more points, but they are coming in today. They are looking to get very, very spicy, and I'm very excited to see it. And again, we haven't changed it. It's still the same as it has been the past few days. We have the 3 Holoroth sunny days, 2 sunny, 1 cloudy, all daytime to start us off, meaning no fireflies, unfortunately, but then we're going to be heading over to Morris Isle in the second half of the day for all our firefly oogliness, and I'm very excited for that.
I was waiting for it.
Yeah,
I was waiting for
the
the oogly
oogly
to come out.
You know, I baited a few times thinking I was gonna say it, but no.
I was like, he hasn't grown out of this yet, right?
No. What do you mean grown out of? It's
I
a
wouldn't want to
signature.
cast with you. I actually would just hang up and leave if you didn't oogly boogly me at least once today.
Exactly.
I just want to talk a little bit about some of the teams playing today. Obviously, you know, OUG and GG are going to be the ones where the attention's at, but I'm glad you talked about BBE because BBE completely skipped my mind. They were robbed on Sunday. I don't know if you were watching or not, but these guys were so close to greatness every game. They were always almost there, and it was GG who would just absolutely slam them in the final circle. On the other side, I didn't get to see Wolves play. They played Friday last week, so they're playing exactly 7 days ago. They also had a monster performance on their first day, so the Wolves might be back, baby.
Absolutely.
Me and you should both be happy with that as the Brits here, because
True.
Wolverhampton Wolves, it's the same team. So I'm really excited to see Wolves.
Not just the same logo by coincidence as some people have
Yes, they
thought.
are actually owned by the Wolverhampton Wolves, which is unbelievably cool, but like really bizarre Easter egg as we are getting ourselves set up and ready for this first game of the day. Yeah, I think BBE are a team who I'm hoping would have learnt a lot on that first day. I think, you know, there was a lot that they were doing right, but there was also plenty they were doing wrong. And you're going to learn more from the losses than your wins. I think the thing that made them kind of crumble to GG, and I'm curious to see how OUG compare when we get into it, is the late game. Because I think GG, their strength back when they were like a really good team, because I think last year GG were a little underwhelming if you compare them to their previous performance the year before. I think they weren't bad last year. I just don't think they were GG good last year. GG were always a podium team. In the first year of Nbpl, they were always top 3. They were just constantly chasing that. They never really stood out beyond the podium team, like never made like first or second consistently enough to actually be a proper threat, but they were always there. And what made them so good was back in the height of the Monk meta. My least favorite meta, but they were very, very good. And they were good at it for one reason. Monk is a very stally team which gets into the late game, and it's very good in final circles. They were able to put together a lot of points in those final circles, and they would typically dominate the last kind of like 5 minutes of the game. That was GG's strength. They were incredibly good at that. Last year, I think GG really struggled to adapt to a much faster meta. The Realm of Yang completely shifted the way the game was played. Points were being scored a lot more early. Less people were making it to final circles. I don't know if you remember, but in the first year of Nbpl for Season 1 and Season 2, it was just like 30 plus people in a final circle with like 3 minutes to go. It was
I remember.
Chaos.
Yeah.
But nowadays we have like 20 at max. Is like, that's quite a stacked final circle if there's 20 people.
I think it comes down to as well, partially, obviously what you've been talking about, but also the size of the lobby itself having been reduced. Now that we're down from 16 teams to 12 teams, it definitely makes a big difference. But how teams are playing around the Realm of Yang and the Morris Blessings has definitely changed a lot since its inception. But the funny thing is, that's all going to change soon as well. So we're going to have a very exciting time casting all of that. It's just going to be chaos. I think everything's going to be changing reasonably soon. If you haven't checked it out, go check out the NARAKA BLADEPOINT YouTube. We have the developer video that talks about all the changes that are going to be coming in the next season. Very, very exciting. Morris Blessings, goodbye, out of the window, or as we know them, they're going to be extremely difficult, or different and difficult to actually get to now compared to what they were. Although they weren't easy to get before, is going to be rather interesting. Is going to be caves and spirit wells involved. But if you're interested in that, make sure to check that out. But don't go anywhere for the moment, as we are going to be going into our first game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. I am very, very excited. But yeah, I think all eyes currently are sort of locked on GG and OUG, having managed to put up the most most amount of points in their first days, and now having them in the same lobby, see what actually happens, which team comes out on top. Could be a bit of back and forth. It could be rather one-sided. Who knows? It could be completely different. Neither of them do well, and then somebody like BBE, as you said, comes out and does well. They're such nice guys. They're such nice guys. They've been putting in a lot of effort to be here and compete, and it's lovely to see. They were at the J Cup final last year. They didn't manage to get a super high placement, only 10th, unfortunately, but they learned a lot. And I think that for the teams that managed to get to J Cup finals but didn't do well, even if it's their first time, it's just an experience. You know, this next year, they're going to be coming in and they're going to be popping off. And I can't wait to see that. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen, our new selection of characters and compositions. In our first round, we have one blind date, I think it was, and then we had
Sand Siphon.
Yeah, to be expected.
Wait, Wolves? Did Wolves just lock in Transformers?
Transformers Game 1.
Oh, okay. So, interesting to see this, because this is a very, very old comp now at this point. People don't typically play it. We actually had no top teams. I am so glad it was back in my day as well. We didn't have so many teams locking this in. I mean, no one locked it in on Sunday at all. Typically, if you want to go for a Transformer, you actually lean towards this Farah Yoto comp instead, and play around the Cannonball comp on that front. So I'm interested by they've gone for this Transformers comp. We did also see the odd counter to the Cannonball comp, which actually Alliance have very nicely locked in here for me to demonstrate with the Justina. So it's the Cannonball minus the Cannonball. I need to come up with a name for this one. We're just going to call it the Justina Cannonball for now. And what makes it really good is Justina's super strong into Transformers. It's very easy for her to, especially versus Monk, to land the freeze on them and lock them down in place where you can just burst through them. Now, obviously, there is a Kurumi you have to kind of account for. Kurumi healing can feel a little bit impossible to deal with at times. But I'm surprised to only see one person locking in a Justina coming into this game, because I think Justina has so much value in these comps and in these games where there's a lot of the cannonballs being played. Also, though, I do have to admit that I do think the blind date comp also relatively decent at handling Monk and Transformers comps, because you have a lot of crowd control. You have the Wu Chen as your safety net to kind of bail you out. That's why I feel like the Transformers are going to struggle here, and I'm low-key cheering on for Wolves. Of course I am. You know, I've always wanted to see Wolves do well, and now I'm a bit torn because they've locked in my least favorite comp to watch. But they've also painted a massive target on their back, because if there's one Transformer in the game, that Transformer is going to get bullied.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially on a map like Holoroth, as we saw time and time again back in last year, that it was almost exclusively Tumulk team compositions being locked in on Holoroth. And that is largely due to the fact that Tumulk just gives so much value in those giant open spaces in your deserty areas where there aren't very many buildings to hide behind. There isn't all that much terrain to use to your advantage. And being out in the open as a Monk composition, although it has its benefits, it also has its disadvantages, because you are a giant target, quite literally. If you see a Monk from afar, if a Monk's in the distance, it's not that hard to spot, you know, so you can just pull out your bow, your muskets, your cannons, whatever you have in your inventory, and just laser down the Monk and reasonably safely, as long as you're not silly about it and you're not sort of wandering around just not really paying attention. You're not going to be getting grabbed, and you're pretty okay to just farm some ult charge, do some damage, and just lock in some potential eliminations, as you can come in after those projectiles have all been fired. You've run out of repair chests, and you got to go in and get a little spicy, up
yeah.
close.
Also, I feel like the Farah, just like once they transformed, all those cannons are just gonna aim at Monk, and Monk is gonna be he's gonna be hit by a full broadside, man. There's just no way he's going to be able to really stay alive. And even with the Kurumi healing at that point, it can get very rough. Now, having a look at where everybody is dropping, interesting to see that, you know, J-Team, formerly a City of Tang team, obviously since they've now changed things up, have moved over to the other side of the south. Instead, it's Wolves dropping on the City of Tang. GG.
The coach has forced them to.
Yeah, he said, time to move.
Stop it.
GG, they always did drop at Imperial, so it's cool to see them going back as J-Team actually getting run down already by EWG. 9's able to secure 1, now 14 on, counter comes down, League falls as well, easy little pickup. 9, he's almost down actually, Zem able to take them down, so Hasby turned this into a 1 vs 2, able to get the damage onto 14, almost finish them up. Everybody running a little bit low. Zem goes for the knock up here on to Jia. They're just getting them super low, knocking them down. The team has come in with a revive. LXY coming in for the backup, and somehow Zem just bought the time here for J-Team. What a beautiful turnaround with the fan. 14 goes down, and EWG, they're just losing this one out.
J-Team, our ex-champions from the previous years, managing to pull it out off spawn, going for the aggressive, salty run back, so to speak, and getting in there and managing to come out on top in this early engagement. Well, speaking of early engagements, we have JJH up here in the north looking to engage onto this team. This is a rather interesting area, as we see right now, as I was just about to mention, the ice butterflies. If you manage to pop one of those with an enemy close by, you are going to freeze everyone within a certain amount of space. But here we are, Godley getting parried, but thankfully not taking too much damage. He loses his armor, but he's still going in. He's getting a little bit aggressive, perhaps a little bit too much.
No way.
And he gets taken down. GG, the current leaders on the leaderboard. That was light work. That felt rather straightforward. Godley biting off a little bit more than he could chew, it seems, and just getting absolutely obliterated. GG, reasonably happy with that pickup. 3 kills to their name. They're creating that lead on OUG. OUG nowhere to be seen for the moment, but we're heading on over to BWG, who are reasonably close, a little close. I don't know if they're going to be spotting them out just yet. XCG also in the north, but to the northwest over here. It's not looking too good for them on the loot front. Only white and blue armors.
Yeah, a little lacking on that front. But I will say, this is the thing that I think is the key adaptation of GG, is they're just so much better early. Their issue was they were waiting, and they weren't able to put too many points together because there was less people to take out in the final circle. This year, just something has snapped in them, and they are just playing so much more aggressive early. They're scoring early, but they've also kept that really solid end game, like final circle play. And I think that's what's made them so interesting to watch, is they are just constantly on the ball, and they just are so hard to deal with. Now, OUG, their key competitor, we did just see a very, very loaded up Yoto here, made golden katana, purple armor. They're really set for these Realm of Yangs when they spawn up, and I expect to see some action there. But speaking of action, WBG, LXM from GG finds himself caught out by the parry. They're going to try and put some damage onto the rest of them, but out they zip with the Wu Chen. Uber driver to safety, going to be able to pick GG up, but WBG, they're on the hunt. Sleepwalker has been found. He's low HP because XCG has come in for the third party. Bagay, very low HP, lost a lot of their armor, but 9HQ even lower, pops their own ult to try and stay alive, but they're not going to be able to buy any time for themselves, as Xiaonan now has been left on his lonesome. WBG looking just to finish up these members. Actually, it's a 2 versus 2 because XR has gone down in the middle of this, and now GG is sliding in as a third party to their own fight. Once again, looking to put some more kills on the board. And Bagay on the run, going to get himself knocking back onto the GG members, but his armor is quickly stripped away with that vertical from the longsword. And Bagay, he is going down. Beautiful play coming in from GG.
This is exactly what they want to look to do. Come in, find those third-party opportunities, and pick up those kills without having to commit all that many resources. Very nice to see that they're managing to do so, and they're getting the ball rolling. They've already got 4 kills. Not too shabby. We're heading on over to the desert, though. TE closing in onto EWG. EWG doesn't look as though they really want to take this fight, but TE, they're getting excited. They're getting in there. Han, he's getting bounced around, but he's reasonably all right. He's chilling. His teammates are not so happy with their current situation, though. LYD getting absolutely bursted. Han following suit. The Uber driver, he's going to have to get them out of there. TE Leo managing to get them out safely. For the moment, they get the res. Both teams are now going to retreat into the bushes. Oh, but we're heading on over to the south here. Alliance scrapping it out against J-Team. J-Team not in the best of situations. XLY managed to get that huge F2, buying a little bit more time, but unfortunately he's not able to come out alive. The Justina doing so much work. The parry coming out. Oh, the return, but it's not... A quick U-Shan F1, and there's no sweat on their brow. Alliance coming in and picking up 3 kills. Alliance, a team that I do hope does well, because they've always struggled to find their footing at times. I think there's always been little sparks, little hints of greatness. And
there's been that one game or that one day every now and then where you're like, is this Alliance's moment? And I hope that's not the case, and I hope they actually just are on fire and start to actually really show up. GG, speaking of teams that have been on fire, absolutely killer start to this game. Getting themselves in yet another scrap here versus XCG. There, down goes the ultimate from the Tessa here from CJS. NiHQ getting himself absolutely obliterated by GG. Just full focus coming in. Quick bell ring to check if a third party's coming in. And it is... well, backup's coming in anyway for the rest of XCG. CJS finds himself in a bit of danger. His health bar is very low. Taken down. Zhao unable to get the kill. GG, they just blink out. They need to get the revives up, but there is 2 people down. 3-3-0 on the run. Not going to be able to save his teammates. He gets himself caught on top of the building. Tries to give him the old switcheroo and dodge away from the XCG members, but he has been found. He is going to try and make a miracle play happen. It's not going to happen. Down he goes. That's GG's revives used up. And that's a bad time because you've got the Roma Yang spawning up fairly soon, and now you're going to be running around with not enough gear to be able to jump in.
That is true. Although I think they are reasonably lucky to be playing the Viper Tessa Wu-Chen comp here, as it's not always the comp that wants to go into Realm of Yang. Although they are a relatively aggressive team, they could have wanted to go in, but now they can't. They're all right with that, I think. It's not too bad. The Wu-Chen typically doesn't offer all that much value in the Realm of Yang, but still, if they can manage to find themselves an opportunity to potentially grief another team that is looking to go into the Realm of Yang, isolate a member, or just go and look at the Morris Blessing and see if they can find a team opening that and catch them unawares, they could definitely capitalize on it reasonably well. But as you say, I do agree. It is a bit of a shame to be getting taken down just before the Realm of Yang pops up. But here we are, Wolves, one of the teams that definitely wants to be going into that Realm of Yang. Transformers, we've had them in the meta for so unbelievably long now, and not so much at the moment. But the objective is still the same. Transformers likes to go into the Realm of Yang. They want to scale up. They want to take as many opportunities to scale up as they can so that they can capitalize on the weapon rarities and the armor rarities. But Wolves, e.g., the Realm of Yang, the Monk popping that ultimate, but so is the enemy Yueshan to match, to try and buy some time. JL, VVV, and TXJ, our J-Cup champions, the 2 on this team that managed to take home the prize last year, scrapping it out. VVV forced to drop that mech down, takes all of his armor off. Oh, he's trying to find a little bit of value. The slam coming in, but it's not all that much to deal with. They are chilling, it seems. Oh, TXJ, he's moving, he's avoiding the Yueshan, he's trying to stay alive, and here it is, the Yoto Hime ult finally getting popped. The Farrier is still in the ultimate, is going back and forth. They managed to find the damage on to the Monk. He's still alive. Oh, just for a second. No, he gets taken down. And it looks as though JL is going to be taking this one home with them. It's a bit of a tall order to ask Zem to 1v3 in that situation. And he quickly gets dealt with by JL. Very nicely done. Gold Hengsword, in the bank. and they are very happy with their performance, I'd imagine.
The Cannonball comp, I think, is so hard for Transformers to deal with, to be honest.
It is difficult.
You basically...
It can be difficult.
You've... Instead of having a monk, obviously you got a Yoto as well, but instead of having a monk, you have the ferret. You just have like basically a safety net for everyone. Anyone who needs to jump in that mech can jump in the mech because of the V3. It's so hard to deal with it. Now JL coming in looking for a fight, fresh off getting themselves a Vermilion Birds Might, just looking to cash in onto that. Golden Katana onto TXJ. Down goes Moran, able to find that kill nice and easy, but this fight isn't done because Chilui finding themselves in some serious danger. CXJ just keeping the damage onto them. That Golden Katana hasn't really made contact yet, but the moment it does, you can see the damage. CXJ absolutely obliterating the health bars there with that Golden Katana. Probably needs to get himself some better armor, though. Still a Blueberry, very easy to pick off. Although this Blueberry does have thorns, I guess, with that Katana.
Yes, a poisonous blueberry, perhaps. If you bite into it, it will bite back. The wolves here, speaking of biting back, they're going to have to try and find themselves some soul blooms to cleanse this yang depletion. 3 minutes on the clock. Although, it is actually, I'll tell you what they're going to do instead. Yeah, no, what they're going to do instead, in fact, is they're going to let themselves die to the zone here, leaving their bodies there, and Wolves ZK is going to buy the Rebirth Charm. Now, this is something that's we've seen quite a few times now. These team compositions, these Transformer compositions, they run the Dark Tide coins per second to be able to secure themselves the resurrection if they do ever happen to die. But here we are moving on over to WBG and BBE. Baige getting taken down reasonably low, getting charmed by that Tessa, forced to pop the ultimate, and they're trying to find just a little bit of value if they can. The Tessa coming in yet again. He's at risk of getting charmed, but I think he's all right considering that he is on the Takeda. He can always shove these players back, prevent them from getting all that much value from it. Looks like WBG. It's kind of cooked. It's cooked. For a second there, I got a little bit confused as to who was alive. But yeah, no, it's absolutely cooked for WBG here, unfortunately. But they aren't out just yet. I think that was a Vermilion Birds Might that I saw. They are still alive and kicking. BBE managing to pick up 3 eliminations for themselves. Wolves? Oh no, that's not the place to be. Deep in the zone.
Has he picked his team up yet? He hasn't picked his team up.
Wait, but
they're down.
Wasn't it the Karumi who stayed alive? I thought it was the Karumi who was still alive.
Right. Sorry, I had a brain fart.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank God.
That could have been a lot worse. That could have been a lot worse. Yeah, okay. I was
absolutely.
Going in the zone with no teammates. Oh, okay, don't worry. You see Alliance here, Revenge getting himself in a scrap versus TE. Gets that little thing off there, but immediately caught out once again. Armor's low. They're not going to be able to survive this one. Revenge on the run as they are taking down Han with a repeating crossbow just from a distance. But in comes GG, actually throwing out the Tessa ultimate, just keeping the pressure up here. GG trying to get themselves some kills on the board, trying to get a third party to go in their favor. Leo finds himself in some serious danger. LXM with the fan makes quick work of him, cashing on that kill. And GG, considering they lost a lot of lives at the beginning, lost all of their gear, they are going to keep the pressure up onto TE here. Tessa throws the charm out. LXM throws their own charm. Oh no, they haven't because they're inside the zone. They're also a Viper. Trying to keep the pressure up onto LYD. Charm's not going to matter. GG able to find themselves the victory there. Get a beautiful little third party off, and suddenly all of their gear issues have been alleviated from that earlier loss by Imperial. Beautiful play by GG, and 7 kills deep already. They are here making a statement in this first game, although they've got some work to do because JL, if you have a look, in 13th spot right now, have 9 kills. So JL starting to fire back. Former World Champ members on that team.
Yeah.
Well,
they're definitely
members.
Technically, yes. Technically, yes.
Doesn't really count,
it's sort of split up between JL and TE at the moment, yeah. There's no fusion here. Yeah, a little diluted world champions. little bit of
strong
water.
mix. It's two of them, to be fair. It's quite a strong mix.
Yeah, rather concentrated.
I know, yeah. If you had, when was the last time you had squash that was 2 parts squash, 1 part water?
Oh my god.
That would burn. That'd burn the drinking ethanol.
Burns your mouth. Would you like some water with your squash, sir? No, I wouldn't. Just syrup. That's why I like it. Oh god.
They do that. No. I assume you. I mean, you live in England, so I'm going to make an assumption here. But you've been to France at some point.
Yes.
Have you had like grenadine
squash? Grenadine. Yes, I have.
Is that what it's called?
It's so good. It's so good.
Damn, it's intense.
It's very sweet.
Anyway, speaking of intense, OUG getting themselves airborne here versus JL inside the realm of Yang. You with the golden, how they're just trying to find an opening here onto these members. A massive strip of health immediately comes in for the scale rush. Doesn't actually make a connection there onto FX. Now we're going to see a transform come in. The Ferret getting into the mech. Going to just try and hassle and play from a distance. Yu has had a lot of HP stripped away from them. They are low HP. Going in with the Yoto ultimate, trying to make some damage connect. They are getting the damage onto TXJ, but TXJ comes in. They get into the mech in time to stay alive. This is why the Ferret Hulk is so strong with the cannonball just landing that damage in. TXJ goes down atop the pillar. Yu goes, lands 1 cannon shot, lands a 2nd one, lands a 3rd. VPV is getting absolutely just destroyed by this cannon. So much work coming in from Yu. Now VPV takes a 4th to the face. Yu just keeping the pressure up onto them, and FX going down in the middle of this. JL, it is all but donezo for them. Yu has been able to heal up inside the mech, and this is going to be an absolutely just outright OUG victory, showing us why they won day 1 of this season.
Yeah, they are coming back with a vengeance, it seems. They did not like that GG took their spot at the top of the leaderboard, and they're starting to ramp their way back up. They haven't managed to catch up with them just yet, but I'm excited to see if they manage to do so as the game progresses. XCG here, not in a bad spot themselves, sitting over here with the new Tiger buff, with pretty decent loot to their name. They are running this new variation of the Sand Siphon composition. We have the Kurumi instead of the Zipping. I'm actually curious, what do you think of the Kurumi pick instead of the Zipping? On the Sand Siphon comp.
I feel like Zip I just absolutely loathe because of solos. I don't know if you remember that meta. That was awful.
Wait, which meta?
It was the solos meta where on Holoroth, 15 of the 16 players would always be on Zipping and nothing would ever happen.
It would always be
and
Zipping.
They'd all have like
the
a million damage dealt and a million healing dealt, and no one would die until the final circle fully collapsed. So I have a little bit of a reason to hate her for that. But mechanically, for why you'd have the Zip over the Kurumi, I think the Zip is a little bit harder to kill than a Kurumi, just because she has like all the tools she uses for her team also help her. I think it's more decision based than position based. I feel Kurumi's like a bit more of a positional based character where you need to position right and not get yourself blown up. Where the Zip, you're just in the mix, right? You're in there brawling with the boys. And it's just on your decision
brawling with the
boys and who doesn't. The brawling with the boys. That's why I like the Zip, maybe, because it's a little bit more action-packed. And Trio Zip is a lot more easy to exploit and take out. It still can be very oppressive, and the healing is there for a reason, right? But I feel it's not like solo Zip, where it's just impossible to kill them. So I think I prefer the Zip, personally. I'm the
same. Personally, I think it's better.
I'm trying to think what comps they're shared in off the top of my head, though, because that's the difference maker.
What, Zipping?
They're shared in comps, like, you got to think of, if you're picking a character here, like, you're picking, like, a Sand Siphon comp, and then you want to use your Takeda elsewhere. Tammy elsewhere. Sorry, Takeda's the fire monk. If you want to pick your Tammy elsewhere, what's your reasoning? And that's my thought process on these things. If characters are shared, you gotta justify why you're picking them for this comp instead of another. And I don't think they shared between any comps off the top of my head. current comps anyway.
No, I don't think they are. I think you can definitely run the Tumulk in a few other compositions. You can run it with the Cannonball, obviously, and the you can run it with the sand Sandformers, that was it. The Sandformers, where you run Tumulk, Yueishan, and Monk, although we haven't seen this composition for a very long time. Also, quickly, just to note, we're looking at OUG's replay in the Realm of Yang up against Alliance. Alliance Bow having already been taken down. OUG SS extremely low on health, but still managing to stay alive. OUG seemingly coming out on top here, doing a very nice job here in the Realm of Yang. But yeah, back to what we were talking about. I do agree with you personally about the whole zipping. The zipping doing a little bit more for the team comp in the way that you said that how Karumi's a lot more about positioning. You have to be a bit more careful. Zipping can get in and brawl with the boys, and that's absolutely right. The fact that you don't have to consolidate yourselves onto one specific spot to get all the healing from the circle from Karumi allows you more freedom to run around and actually do things with the Takeda Ultima, and you have a little bit more agency to play away from your team. But with Karumi, you have to be careful. If the Karumi ult goes down, you need to help her. It can be very it can get pretty dicey. But the F3 that allows you to essentially keep your Takeda from getting bursted down is kind of the objective with it, for sure. This is the kind of the job of the Karumi to do. And I was talking to Raven about this, and personally, I thought the same thing, that zipping would probably still do reasonably well, but considering the nerfs, that people aren't choosing to go for her. And Raven was talking about how it's literally just keep your Takeda alive. In this composition, the purpose of zipping was also just to make sure that Takeda didn't get bursted down. And the Mortal Defiance nerf on the zipping ultimate passive, that when you take that fatal damage and then you pop, so to speak, and you knock back all the nearby enemies and then you heal up a certain amount, that amount of healing getting nerfed is the main reason why, as it can potentially get completely bursted through. And if you're Takeda, you don't want that happening in this composition. But Karumi, however, with that F3, giving that huge damage reduction for, I think, 3 seconds or something along those lines, where you just essentially can't take any damage whatsoever. Takeda can usually capitalize reasonably well off of this, and it's exactly what you want. But I don't know. I think it's possible that zipping, because we have seen zippings played with this comp still, haven't we? We haven't seen it.
Yeah, we have.
Being Karumi, I think.
I think it's relatively flexible. I think Karumi is the more idealistic pick, but again, like I said, sometimes it's based on first of all, they can see what the lobby's picking, so they can kind of make decisions based on, all right, we want to be more. Whoa, my word, VVP. That was a nice little kill onto Ivan. Pick him up. It looks like that is not going to be the case because they are being gate kept. VVV, that's nasty. Anyway, quickly going back to the point, I think it's do we want to be more scrappy? Do we want to be more defensive there and keep them up? I think that it's all decision made based, right? That's the main thing. Man, I can't get over that shot from VVV. That was absolutely brutal. We actually saw a similar thing with GG in the final circle on Sunday, where the final circle had a ballista in it, and that was just such a problem for a lot of these teams because GG just controlled that final circle. This is what's happening here. This final circle right now has the ballista in the center of it, and that is owned by JL. VVV quite happily sitting up there, 12 kills under JL's pocket as well. They have some work to do. They are just above that red line. The red line signifying who makes it to bi-weekly finals on Sunday and who doesn't. So you need to be in top 12. Indeed. They have some work to do to get there, but also there's some work to do to prove that this is a team made up of 2 current world champions, former TE members, VVV being one of them as well. They have some serious work to do to prove that they are the best team in the league. And OUG and GG doing their best to deny them that with 7 and 6 kills respectively as well. So this could be a really good final circle. We got a lot of teams left in it.
Yeah, we do, and it's going. it's always a bit exciting when the ballista's in play as well. You know, the risk of getting absolutely blasted by the ballista is ever present until the zone collapses and forces them off of it. We're going to see some ballista action. We have this Farrier going up to the top of this wall and juggling him down. Fat Milk, he's struggling to stay alive. Oh no! Oh
that milk's off, man. That's spoiled. That's some spoiled milk.
Expired milk, unfortunately. Full fat milk does expire faster, it seems. But here we are. OUG reasonably happy with this pickup. Not in a bad spot either. They're sort of at the edge of the zone, moving it along with it. We have this team lurking inside this building, though. BBE not having all of their teammates alive, going to be a bit of a struggle for them, but GG taking a scrap against BWG over here. The Viper all coming out, and that is V3 Viper, isn't it? I think it is. He was still moving around, he was still fighting. Yeah, having had V3 Vipers come into the meta is always rather interesting, as we've not seen it very much at all in the past. But they are making it work. GG doing a very good job of surviving, but it is a bit, it's getting a bit dicey. The JLVVV in that mech, just raining fire down upon them. GG scrambling, trying to stay alive, just getting in from the zone, but not managing to stay alive. CJ, he gets taken down. The Wu Chen, the Uber taking them to safety, but it doesn't look as though it was all that safe. Takes them into danger potentially. But VVV sitting on top of this small building, he's very happy with himself. He's got that gold armor. He is vibing. We've got the UA Shuns being popped now over in the corner. This is going to get very ugly very quickly. Speaking of ugly, OUGU in that Yoto Himel SS. Oh no!
Goes down to an alternative Yoto ultimate there. Absolutely brutal. So close to getting the kill themselves, but unable to make it happen. 3 minutes left, 15 players left. This circle getting very, very tight. Since even GG have been eliminated, OUG only have the one member. JL, though, 13 players, and they are, 13 kills, all 3 players standing. I'd be cheating if they had 13 players. They are absolutely dominating right now. Roy Shishi actually done a really good job of staying in this game, considering their teammates were taken out very, very early. They are just playing placements right now. They got 3 kills, so it's not going to be a massive multiplier for them, but it is a multiplier nonetheless. The higher they place, the higher they score, the better they feel going into the rest of the day. TXJ catches the fans out onto NiHQ with those Soul Jades. Got the tornadoes coming in, but Xiaonen's putting some damage in to return. Golden fan, though, into purple armor. TXJ, very, very strong. Very hard to deal with. It's going to go in for the ult here. Try and see if they can get some damage. Sleepwalker takes out 14 from EWG off to the side of the screen. It is still just a scrap on the edge of the zone. Another tornado comes out, knocking onto the XEG members. Their health bars are so low. VVV in the cannon form got a golden weapon to power up this cannon as well. Absolutely obliterating health bars. Taking down Kakaishi. They are taken out nice and easy. Mech now detransforms. VVV gets atop the tree just to get them into a safe position. Godly knocked back into the zone. Got a Kurumi Tether on them, so they're going to be feeling okay for healing right now. Not under any major threat. Throws down the ultimate. Comes in for cannon fire as well, just to try and get a little bit more damage layered out. 2 more slashes left on their ultimate charge. Xinyu from OUG just staying as aerial as possible, staying out of the mix. As down goes Baige, taken down by Rui Shishi, able to secure another kill for their team, actually sneaking that one in under the radar and actually staying in this game for just a little bit more. JL, though, cashing in on their 16th kill. They could be looking at a potential 20 bomb here. Can they make it happen? They've only got the 1 player left standing, and BBV's taken down. Chilui able to secure that kill there for the side of JJH. Rui Shishi somehow held until final team standing versus JJH and secured a kill for their team. An absolute miracle hero play coming in. They even execute to deny the kill. Roy Shishi, Loki MVP for that game. Beautiful.
The solo movement coming in, managing to stay alive just long enough to secure the placement for himself and his teammates. But JL coming out on top. They came here to play, ladies and gentlemen, our world champions, or 2 of the 3 of the world champions from last year coming in and showing that they didn't lose their touch over that brain fart. Off season. That was it. The off season. They didn't lose their touch in the off season, ladies and gentlemen. They are still kicking and they are coming to play. What was that? 16 kills at the end there. Unfortunately, not able to get the 20 bomb, but 16 kills is not too shabby. They're bound to be very happy with it. But the question is, are they going to be able to keep the ball rolling? GG and OUG are both in this lobby. We have these teams having put over 100 points on the board. 100 points! That's insane! 100 points! XCG and Wolves were the only 2 other teams who even got close, and they only got 80 or so points. So over 100 points on the board. We're going to have to see if they're able to come in and play this game how they want to. It's going to be rather difficult.
Yeah, a very needed performance from them, to be honest, because they have had a disappointing day number 1, but coming in absolutely huge in this next game on the first day of the next week, of week 2 of the season, getting ready and geared up for this next bi-weekly final. They are now comfortably above the line, but it's not comfortably. They have taken a step away from that line. And remember, 12th is where you don't, well, 12th is fine, 13th is where you don't want to end up at the end of the day. Luckily for a lot of these teams, that line is set in stone. Like, the team in 13th right now has played both of their games, so you basically just need to be higher than them by the end of the day and you're fine. So that's all set in stone on where the line is drawn. I can't actually remember what the points are, but the line is set in stone.
Points.
So you have a little bit of an idea what you need to be doing today. That was a huge victory there for JL. But you know, this is a team who in off season they picked up 2 former world champions from the former TE, not OUG. Anyone asking why I was saying OUG on Sunday, Rune threw me under the bus. I'm just saying, I'm convinced there's a conspiracy against me. Moxie telling me my call time was an hour earlier than it was, and Rune telling me the one team won the world champion. I am disappointed, but for you guys at home, you have an opportunity to be not disappointed and to win some goodies. So let's roll up the question. Hopefully it loads, and we'll go through what you guys at home can be getting yourself points for prizes. Question, load now. Oh, that was good timing. There we go. All right.
Very nice.
How many kills did JL get in game number 1? Was it A, 11, B, 13, C, 15, or D, 16? My man Duncan just said what they got, so you should be able to get this one. It's a relatively easy question to answer. Make sure you put A, B, C, or D into Twitch chat. You will be whispered, so check your whisper boxes on Twitch, and you'll grab yourself some goodies. Remember, A, B, C, or D. Very easy question. You guys will get this one. I believe in you. I believe in you.
It wasn't 20. It wasn't 20 kills. Yes. There's a little hint for you there. I'm pretty sure the majority of you are going to get this one right, considering that most of you just copy what everybody else puts in the chat anyway. But it can only be one winner. It is completely random. At the end of the countdown, a screenshot is taken of the chat, and the lucky winner is picked out of the chat, and that's it. But yeah, don't miss out. Make sure that you are keeping your eyes on your whispers, on your messages, so that you don't miss out on the potential prizes. You don't want to be that guy who was just went to the loo. You know, you don't want to go. You should have been ready. You should have been ready to do this. You don't want to put your
answer in. You got a little baby bladder. You missed the question. You got a little baby bladder. Oh, that's sad. This is the easy one. They actually get harder throughout the day. They do get harder throughout the day, man. That's all I'm saying.
They do. That is true. That is true.
Holy moly! That's a lot of
that's a lot of damage.
VVV.
That's a lot of damage.
I mean, keep in mind some of that's also ballista, so they may be a little cheaty, but I mean, VVV was on it. That ballista kill was beautiful. There's words I'd like to use to describe it, but I think I'd get in trouble.
Yeah.
Very, very beautiful. Let's just say that. Here are the standings after these games. Remember, line in the sand. There are teams who are pretty much doomed at this point. TE, W. Actually, no, TE aren't doomed. They're still playing. JJH, no, they're also all right. Actually, everyone
none of the teams,
today. They
all have a chance. They all have a chance. But that line that you speak of, that red line, is constantly changing. Oh no, wait, is it? No. JDG. There's the line.
Yeah,
62.1.
62.1. Yeah.
62.1. You have to get higher than 62.1.
62.2
to be
is
able
enough.
to qualify.
That's
Yes,
all
exactly.
you need. 62.2.
Yeah.
And a lot of those teams will. It's plausible. It's doable. I just got a DM. After throwing someone under the bus. This happened last week as well. As we move up and look at the top of the standings, XCG are at the bottom end of that, but they, it's still early days. OUG have reclaimed their spot at the top.
They have indeed.
Wait, hold on, they're tied. Oh wow, they're tied. It's close.
First equal. Hey yo, that's wow. Okay, I mean it's funny that it does put OUG on top. They're probably looking at the leaderboard thing. We're on top technically. GG's a little bit peeved off with that one, but I'm sure they're going to be coming in with a vengeance. They're going to be coming in and trying to secure more points, as many points as they can. They did get outdone by OUG though, 10.6 to 9.3. 10.6 points is definitely more than 9.3, but we're gonna have to see if they can keep it up. But XCG, as you said, it's only the beginning of the day, only the first game of the day. Let's hope that they can come back and do a little bit more. XCG's not, they've kind of been a composition we haven't really seen all that much of for a little bit. They didn't do poorly necessarily in J Cup. They came 7th, and they got 83.6 points on their first day in this bi-weekly. I reckon they're probably looking to take 3rd or 4th place with themselves, alongside Wolves. Wolves having been doing pretty well. Let's see if they can manage to secure a little bit more points. I don't know though. It's rather difficult to truly believe that Wolves is going to come out on top, considering that in the past they haven't really managed to do that. They've definitely done well. They've definitely done extremely well so far this bi-weekly. I just hope that they can keep it up.
They've always been a bit of a plucky team.
But it's a changed Wolves.
Yeah, they've always been a bit of a plucky team, haven't they? They've had a bit of a bit of fight, a bit of life to them, but not ever quite enough to really have that top tier performance. Now, no surprises here, but VVV on the ferret is going to get
no
MVP.
surprises.
No surprises at all. Absolutely beautiful performance coming in from them. MVP worthy. 28,000 damage coming in. Most of that actually came from skills and ultimates. That mech was.
And look, the ballista's there.
The ballista is there. 5k ballista. That's pretty significant considering they weren't on the ballista.
That's quite a bit.
When you think about it, they used that mech all game. They used that ballista for 4 minutes max.
Yeah. Ballista just does that much damage. That's a crazy amount of damage. Almost 2.25 people. Each player typically has around 2,000 health total, considering that your base health bar is 1,000, and then most people are running around with a purple armor, which is also 1,000. So quite a decent amount of damage. But I don't know. I think personally, I think that it might come down to Wolves, a coach that has made the biggest difference. I think so. No, legitimately, I think that Wolves has had a little bit of restructuring potentially. I'm not sure if it's the same coach as it was last year, but he definitely seems a lot more hands-on. I've seen him sat there, especially in solos as well, with CDY, or aka Panda Man, the old Panda Man. He's definitely a lot more hands-on. He sat there talking to him, next, in the chair, just sort of chatting away, and they definitely seem very, back and forth, and it's a lot more engaging, it seems. So I think the coach, potentially, if it was a complete change of coach, may have been the difference that they needed, or maybe it's the same coach and he's just stepped it up a little bit this year, who knows? But Wolves has definitely been showing up this year in comparison to last year, especially with CDY being added to the roster. I actually asked him why he changed his name, and he told me
why.
He told me that Panda Man, essentially the name Panda Man had too many labels associated with it, and he needed a change, and he felt like it was holding him back somewhat. And on top of that, CDY is an abbreviation of his Chinese name, so it makes sense. It's not just random 3 letters. It's an abbreviation.
That makes so much sense. Maybe that's what all these players do.
It makes so much sense.
Just have letters. I feel like when I'm casting the NARAKA, sometimes I'm just It's like I'm sorting alphabeti spaghetti because there's just so many letters.
TXJ, VVV,
CDY.
CDY.
And it's just like, give me real names to yell, man, not letters. I'm just reeling.
Yeah,
it's like I've never done the alphabet in my life. I'm just doing it wrong every time. But yeah, no, I'm going to talk a little bit about this. Obviously, when it comes to Wolves, they do have a relatively small sample size. We've only have 1 day of them, and now we're on to day number 2. 0 points a day for them. Pretty rough one on that front. Then again, they picked Monk. Kind of what did you expect? Like, your Transformer comps are not actually really that good right now in the meta. A lot of the teams actually do counter it out. So maybe that was them just trying to like save points for the rest of the day. But the next gain is they're basically down again. They have 5 games to score points now, and they did a lot of work on that first day. So as long as they don't continue just to bleed out and get 0 points all day, they should be pretty comfortable on making it to the bi-weekly finals. In fact, I think their baseline score beats the 52.1 that is required to fall in, well, to make it into the bi-weekly final. But
you're right.
We need to keep our eyes. We do need to keep our eyes on Wolves today and just see, you know, was that a flash in the pan? Was that classic Wolves thing? Get us excited early and then completely fumble the bag after that? Or is it going to be Wolves are better? That was just an off game. They picked the wrong team and they made a mistake.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I hope that it's not. And considering their performance on the first day, you know, 83.6 points on day 1. They were at the top of the leaderboard after day 1. They were, what was it, 2nd place, I think it was. They were, after day 1, they were 2nd place, which is pretty damn impressive, considering that they were 2nd to OUG, who had 101. And then, I mean, I just really hope that it's not a flash in the pan, as you put it. You know, I really hope that it's going to be consistent, but we'll have to see. The first game of the day, what was it, 0 points that they got?
It was 0 points.
Yeah, that's not so good. But yeah, as you said, Transformers
when I say they were cooking,
on Holoroth.
And I say they were cooking with the Monk comp, but like realistically, that was just a ready meal. They didn't cook anything. Like,
it was just a ready meal.
They just went back. They just
put it in the microwave.
Yeah. Pulled it out before it dinged, and yeah,
exactly.
They
didn't stir it halfway through. Yeah, you need to stir it. Put it in the microwavable bowl. You know, the plastic melted in. You know, you don't want that.
Yeah, they didn't. It was not microwavable plastic, man. You don't do that. It just folded in on itself.
Yeah,
you didn't take the film off. You ain't eating that.
Oh god, my mum would say that gives you cancer. You got to take it out the packaging. Oh god!
Take out the packet. Use a bowl, man. Everyone's got a bowl.
Exactly. Well, most bowls are microwavable now.
Yeah, most porcelain can go in, or china, or
Tupperware.
Clay. I guess it's clay. I don't know.
Clay.
I'm having a brain fart.
Do you use clay
bowl nowadays?
The modern age of clay bowls.
Yes. Well, we could go back to Roman Empire times and use lead. That's what they use.
Lead balls?
Yeah,
they
use
lead?
Lead, I can't remember what's the generic term for plates and bowls. Cutlery is
it's not silver. It wouldn't have been called silverware.
Yeah, I don't know what the term is. If anyone who knows what the term is, let me know.
We'll put it in chat. We'll find.
Your serving dishes. Yeah, they use lead.
Dishes, that works.
Dishes is it could work. All right, we'll go dishes. Basically, Roman Empire, they use lead. Let's talk about NARAKA, shall we?
Yeah, let's do that.
Looking like a whole lot of Sand Siphon at the beginning of the day. Wolves learned their lesson, maybe not to play old Transformers. And JL's coach is tripping over. Puts a thumbs up. He's all right. Don't worry, recovered. I used to be so embarrassed to know that was on camera. It's all good. All blind date on the other side.
Oh. That's quite funny that it was all Sand Siphon and then it's all blind date. Is the third one going to be all cannibal? You know, like
that'd be so good.
That would be quite funny. 4 of each comp, yeah. Oh wait, is it actually? No shot.
No way.
There's no way.
So funny. WBG, don't let me down. You got no points anyway. It doesn't matter.
Lock it in. I want to see it. Come on.
It.
Stop Stop joking around. We all know you're gonna pick Cannibal.
Oh, if they don't, I'm gonna be so upset. Or they might go the Cannibal with Justina variation.
Yeah, they could do the Justina variation. Yeah. Or they could just surprise all of us and play something completely random. Something completely different.
There it is.
No, and it's not time. Oh, it's the Justina. The Justina.
Okay. It kind of counts. It kind of counts.
Yeah, it kind of counts. I mean, the Sand Siphons, there were a couple with zipping and a couple with just with Karumi. So it kind of counts. I think it counts. But yeah, the one Justina in the lobby on BWG.
So I kind of low-key hope that doesn't become like a meta where it's just like, this is the best comp. The first group pick it because it's free for them or like easier for them to pick. Second group go, okay, we'll take the second best comp, and then third group take the third best. I do hope we get a bit more variance. That obviously was just the one time we've seen this happen, but I do hope that's not something that kind of develops as like a trend within the NBPL. We'll find out though if the players, you know, have other ideas, because I feel like some players, and we did see some teams, especially on Sunday, really prioritize other comps and would basically eat into their points, especially towards the end of the day when they know they're picking first next time. They will pick really early and grab themselves in they'll pick like in the end of the end phase, they'll pick like a very expensive comp knowing that they can basically pick whatever they want next game. So I expect that towards the end of the day we'll start seeing more of that. People are being a bit conservative with their points at the beginning of the day for obvious reasons. Don't want to be forced onto really off-meta stuff at the end of the day.
Exactly. Yeah, you talker at the end of the day.
I love
it's never gonna. Hey, well, you know, one of the things that did just get added to the test server was that Tarka's Fireball. Now, listen to it, but Fireball. So if you got it interrupted during the animation when you casted it, it would go on cooldown, which was definitely a feels bad. But now, if it gets interrupted in the cast, it will not go on cooldown, meaning that you still have it available to you if you manage to find the space to throw it out again. It is a very minuscule quality of life buff, but who knows, you know?
I mean, for real though, like as Justina may start to see a little bit more priority getting picked as people realize it's actually very good into the Cannibal comp, and it's also fine into the Sand Siphon comp as well, and even like all of the comps that are currently meta, the Justina variant actually might start to show up more and more. Tarka's kind of like an old school pick into Justina, so you never know. Things becoming meta doesn't matter if they get buffed or not. It depends on what else is in the meta is meta.
That's true, but sadly now that we've got a whole bunch of other characters, we also have the ACOS, we have the Zai, we have the Hardy, we have so many other characters that everyone's going to pick before Tarka. Because Tarka, he's super high risk, and he's not all that much reward. You know, it's kind of like risking a lot for mediocre results, which is rather unfortunate. But it is what it is, and we're jumping right into game, ladies and gentlemen. Oh UG scrapping it out, losing a member already, Alliance cooking them up, but the Tessa with that initial rage on the glyphs managing to turn it around for them, but just for a moment. Ooh,
the
Alliance.
Parry!
Oh, the parry coming through!
There's no way!
Oh no! The 1v1, he's got it. They're equalized on effective health, but he takes the overhaul to the face, catches the half charge, but the combo breaker coming out, saving him. And yet again, because Tessa gets two of them for some reason, he sends out another blue. He holds the wake up option. The 1v1's going crazy. The Tessa are coming out yet again, but he catches him in the combo. Is he going to be able to finish him up before the charm comes out? No, he isn't. And the 1 HP. Oh my!
Unbelievable!
I'm lost for words. How do you... What? It's like he got confused. He confused himself. He didn't know what to do anymore. He got the charm, didn't do the blue focus because he wasn't sure if it was going to kill him. And then he's like, okay, wait, can I go for a combo? I don't know if it's going to work. I'll just throw a blue focus when he can parry me.
That was unbelievable.
What on earth did we just see? That was crazy. That was absolutely crazy.
I really thought the miracle comeback was coming around.
I thought it was too.
It was.
Well, it did. He did come back.
Yes.
Didn't he?
No, I meant the other way around.
Wait, I'm
thought
confused
the
now.
test done
That
was
kind of
this is
just
it.
booked this. My brain is all over the place. I don't know anymore.
To be fair, it was a miracle for one side, and the other side it
Yeah,
wasn't.
one of them got a miracle.
Someone got a bailout, someone lost out on that one. GG, they have a single kill on their name right now. They are hunting J-Team, actually. There's a lot of action up by Imperial Village as we are moving out of the area right now. Cutting over now to JL, the winners of the previous game, who have got themselves in a scrap versus JJH. You can see FX putting some damage here into Godly with that staff. Just trying to, not staff, sorry, spear, trying to get some damage in onto them, but unable to really make a connection on that front. Bit of a slow-moving fight. Everyone's just kind of repositioning, rehealing themselves up. Godly gets caught out by the grapple. FX pressures onto Godly. There's going to be the parry onto FX. FX loses a lot of his HP, but he's pretty okay for the moment. Switches back out to the fan.
Karumi
in some serious danger. The Karumi healing, doing so much work, but now Godly goes down. That's the end of the Yoto for JJH. Is now Chilui getting some work done on to the standing alone member of JL, but they come in for the backup. Chilui goes down, and now
jump LMBs.
FX versus Moran as they are in danger. Down they go, JL, 3 kills on the board. Beautiful little start for them.
So another thing that we haven't actually talked about when it comes to that new sand siphon composition is that there's actually an interaction between the sand from Tamok and the Karumi circle. Ooh, but oh no! He throws him into the Moonbane hit with that staff R&B. Oh no! Oh, and he catches the freeze. He's still alive. The Wu Chen F passive keeping him alive for just a moment longer, but WBG are going to make short work of him, even through the Moonbane. And not a moment to rest. We're heading right on over to Yushan Ruins. We have Wolves versus GG. It's a very interesting fight, and can we hope that Wolves will come out on top? They've got their teeth sunk into them. They're not going to let them go just yet. The Decatur ult is active. Unfortunately, he hasn't managed to scale it up just yet, so he only gets those 3 Furin blasts, and they don't have as much range as the scaled version, but they're still hunting, they're still going in. They do have this Phoenix blast that is doing a lot of work for them, desperately trying to close this out. They're all still alive, they're all still reasonably healthy, but here comes the zipping healing. Is it going to be enough to keep them alive? One of them gets popped, the parry coming through. Ooh! Narrowly avoiding the full parry damage, but he gets taken down anyway. And GG. Oh, they're looking to close this out. And it looks as though they may have done just that. Wolves, unfortunately, unable to take down the current tops of the leaderboard. Unable to do so. Oh, very nicely done by GG. Playing it safe, playing their 2 advantages. They had the zipping in the back pocket. They were able to stay on the move. And that right there is somewhat the value of having that zipping. But what I was saying before was that Karumi and Tamog have an interaction where if the sand interacts with the Karumi healing circle, it turns it into a sand circle, which essentially what it does. You know when Tamog uses his ultimate and then he saps you of all of your stamina? And you walk through the wall and you don't have any stamina anymore. That's pretty much what happens when you step into that circle. You're constantly losing your stamina with that sand circle. So it can be a very, very useful tool in these scraps. You know, I'm pretty sure none of these teams are running full stamina. They're all running rage or discount or luck or coins per second or something along those lines. And not having that little bit of stamina that you did take is really hard. It can be really hard to actually fight around this. So you're kind of forced to go out of the circle, or even though that's kind of what you want to do. You know, here's a rule for you, chat. If you're fighting against a Karumi comp, don't fight the Karumi comp in the Karumi circle. Force them to come to you out of the circle. The Karumi can relocate the circle once, but once she's done that, it's you want to pull them out so that they don't get value from it at all. But definitely an interesting one. One of the things that I wish that more was done with these sort of like character interactions where you can have Karumi's got quite a few. You know, you can interact with it with the sand, the fire from Taka, you know. Unfortunately not with Zai for some reason. Only Taka's fire can inflict fire onto the Kurumi circle. And then you have the Justina Kurumi turns it into an ice circle. Valda turns it into a water circle. It's all very, very cool, but we don't really see all that much of it, unfortunately.
No, you don't. Me, Rune, and Moxie were running a really fun comp at one point with Taka, Valda, and I can't remember who the other one was because I was on the Valda, obviously.
Was it Kurumi? Wasn't it the? I think it was the Kurumi.
Kurumi,
Kurumi, Valda. Because I think Rune.
It was a very, very fun comp. It was a very, very fun comp, and
was it
Zai? Never made it.
It could have been Zai.
I think it was before Zai came out.
Oh.
Regardless, I think there's always a lot of fun interactions between a lot of these characters. I do think that's one thing, but sometimes I think the players kind of get a little kind of almost too locked into a meta, so to speak. And it's always those teams who are the innovative ones who really change everything, and they're the ones that I think make for really fun games to watch because they have interesting ideas for what counters certain things. Looks like BBE are trying to come in and maybe grief WBG. Not going to be able to do so because in jump WBG going toe to toe here with XCG inside the realm of Yang. Having a quick look at the loadouts and the gears. BBG will be a little bit lacking in the health department, so they've only got blue armor, but immediately finding themselves in just aerial combat. Everyone is staying up. Kakashi losing a lot of HP. Sleepwalker actually staying up in the air for just a little bit longer than everyone else. Pops the ultimate, comes in for the freezes, trying to make them connect. Unable to really might find their markers. Kakashi is going to get inside the mech, but immediately get frozen out. The health bar is low. Another charge coming in. Another freeze could be really doomed for Kakashi. Kakashi's trying to pressure Sleepwalker to stop them from jumping in for another freeze. Unable to make that connection, unfortunately, for them. But WBG now keeping the pressure up onto XCG. XCG switching back out to cannon mode here onto Kakashi. Kakashi has been able to heal up somewhat. Is Xiao trying to get the damage onto HQ, able to make those connections happen. Xiaonan next up on the chopping block here for WBG. They're in some serious threat right now. Kakashi coming in with their own ultimate to try and get some damage down on to the WBG members. Sleepwalker, low HP, down they go, turning it into a 2 versus 2. Kakashi has their back to the wall. Now he's 1 versus 2. Gets himself the F just to give a little bit of healing. Well, a little bit of healing off, a little bit of safety away from them. But this 1v2 is going to be so hard to pull off and almost impossible at this point. There it is. WBG take the run with Yang.
Very nice. And looking on over into the top right, we see that Wolves and BBE have also managed to secure themselves a buff. I'm pretty sure that they all managed to get them from the Realms of Yang themselves. And now we have 3 Realm of Yang spots, or 3 Realm of Yang fights that go on at the same time, as opposed to the 2 that we originally had, which is... When I first saw this change, I was a little bit, we just all going into the Realm of Yang now, and I mean it's kind of nice. We get more fighting, and it's always feels bad if you miss the Realm of Yang, but still, I'm not sure, but it's a thing now. BBE and WBG scrapping it out though. Both teams having that Vermilion Bird's Might out on this lake over here. Baige having been taken down, unfortunately. BBE, though, Roy Shishi in that transform, in that general form, Fat Milk in the Ferrier ult. Just instantly reminded me of when he got demolished by the Ferrier last game. Running that F3, jumps out. He runs on over to that Soul Bloom, trying to kite his way out. He has that Merciless. He's unable to get all that much value. Sleepwalker is just cooking him up. He's taking him down. And there it is. WBG managed to come out on top. Sleepwalker going up to 5 kills. 8 kills now for WBG. Oh, no, wait. 9 kills. I can't do math. 9 kills for WBG. Very nice to see them actually doing something for once. They didn't do too badly, but... they've not really... Unfortunately, they didn't manage to make it to Worlds last year. They've, on trios at least. And they haven't really made all that much of a splash. But it's nice to see them doing well. 9 kills to their name. We have JL on 6. BB only on 1. BB, I imagine, got their buff from the Morris Blessing then, considering that they had a Vermilion Bird's Might buff. Alliance on 3. XCG on 4. GG on 6. and OEG on 4.
So one thing to kind of note as well is once we see a team overtake JDG on that 62.1, which honestly WBG off the back of this game could potentially happen. Could always happen with BBE as well.
Yeah.
But as this happens, that actually moves the bar. So the next real set check mark is actually 521 on 71.4. So for every team that surpasses JDG, that then moves up to the next person. And then after 521, it actually jumps all the way up to 8th place, which is Bowder, which is 83.6. So the more teams that qualify, the harder it gets to actually climb up into that spot and find basically a set spot. Now, obviously, that's the set line. So there are teams who are going to be lower than Bowder overall in the standings who are playing today who could potentially move around. But that is something to kind of keep in mind, that the solid mark will move around throughout the day of where a guaranteed spot in bi-weeklies is going to be. Is sitting right inside the in the action here. Roy Shishi, I think they were thinking about getting... Yeah.
GG got knocked out of this game. They're done.
Oh, my word.
Yeah.
I was so busy
they got eliminated
and talking. Yapping away, mate. Fluent in Japanese, me.
Japanese, exactly. But WBG taking them down, it seemed, as well. I think they got another 3 kills for themselves, now going up to 12. So WBG, a solid game for them. Definitely a 20 bomb was possible. You know, it's possible they get.
Have you ever heard of Caster Curse?
Oh yeah, I have. Didn't you do that last week?
I didn't do it last week. I'm not having that.
Yeah, you did. What do you mean? You know, I remember it was like, surely the curse is over.
I didn't say that.
You said those exact words.
No, Rune said it, and then Rune got Twitch chat to side against me. He said, because I went, oh, you cast a curse.
It's all a conspiracy.
And then Rune said, no, that's the caster curse. Me saying it's a caster curse. And then he got Twitch chat to vote on it, and everybody sided with Rune. So apparently it was me that cursed. I didn't utter the incantation. That's all I'm saying. I just acknowledged that there had been a spell circle drawn and the caster curse laid out.
Ah, yes. Just pointing it out on the floor.
Yes, exactly.
Spotting out the
there's a caster
demonic
curse
circle.
on the floor. That's a bit weird. Who drew that one up in chalk and goat's blood?
But Wolves here, not looking to go to the realm of Yang. It seems they're vibing. They're going shopping. JL, on the other hand, they have decided to go in. XCG, the lonely Kakashi, sitting on 4 kills. He's probably going to try his best to stay alive here. He's not looking to be spotted out. WBG, though, they are on the hunt with 13 kills now. They managed to pick up another one, and they are going to be jumping right into the realm of Yang.
Are they so stacked?
Oh no, they're not. they grapple over to it, and then just before they go in, oh no, maybe not. Okay, interesting.
I think it's fair. Like, if they by chance lose the realm of Yang, they then have to guarantee win a fight in the next like 3.5 minutes, or they're out the game. Or they could just say, we've done enough work early, we're actually pretty geared. The buff would be nice, but it's not like 100% necessary. So I think they're playing a smart game. OUG, on the other hand, they've got this Draco Storm. They're sitting quite comfortable. They're trying to win a fight here versus Alliance. Liang goes down. I think that was actually J-Team with a bow. Yeah, oh no, J-Team was the person on. I'm an idiot. OUG, chase. I know it was J-Team who stole it.
Yeah, it was Alliance who died. It was.
Yes, sorry, I had a complete brain fart. My head is not working today.
Oh wait, what is happening? Oh,
Uber.
Okay.
They get Ubered out.
I'm so confused right now.
Honestly, my brain just stopped working for like 30 seconds there.
It's still early for it. Well, actually, it's 10 o'clock now. But it's early for the gamers. It's early for the gamers. A true gamer doesn't get up before 12 noon. You know, the classic. OUG, they are gaming themselves, though. Alliance trying to come over and resurrect his teammate, but he's met with the Draco Storm. But it looks as though the Wu Chen is going to be able to come in and teleport them to safety. The Uber, yet again, coming in clutch. OUG, unfortunately, they weren't able to capitalize on their buff and to get some more kills, but they are still in a pretty solid position. 4 kills to their name, still have about, I think, a third of their buff left remaining. Maybe if they manage to spot them out, they'd be able to take them down. They're very close, and it looks as though they may have spotted them. They have indeed. Jinyu now chasing Alliance Lane. That was it. I wasn't sure.
Is it Lane? I can never remember.
I wasn't sure if it was Ian for a second.
Ian. It's just Ian. Ian's off to the chippy.
Ian's trying to get away into the storm he goes, but no, he's taken down. Alliance Revenge. Is that Revenge? Yeah, it is Revenge.
Yeah, that is Revenge.
I can't read. Revenge gets revenged and he dies to OUGSS, the Draco Storm. It is, it's just one of those buffs that's kind of slept on. It's so unbelievably hard to fight a team that has it, but it's just not really the buff that you want to take for yourself and for your team most of the time. As one of the main reasons is because if you've used your ultimate, it doesn't give you your ultimate back, which is a huge factor. And also, although now that I think about it, I think it did get buffed. I'm not sure if it
get buffed, I believe. I can't
it did get
exactly
buffed.
what
Is the
buff was, but it has
duration
been
the
buffed.
same? I think it was the duration that got buffed, no? Because I was about to say the duration isn't as long, but I have a feeling that it might be as long as some of the other buffs now, so I'm not 100% sure. I think it is.
Annoyingly cannot remember what the buffs were. I was told last week, but I've completely
It was
brain-farted on it.
I think 180 seconds it's now on, 180. So 3 minutes, is it? Because it used to be only 120 before.
Yeah.
I think
The thing
that's
is,
what it was.
It got nerfed quite a lot, and then after it got nerfed, they then took some of its power and gave it to Mystic Might.
Yeah.
And kind of gave the damage reductions from it to Mystic Might. And then it remained in that nerf state for quite a while, and they've now had to kind of compensate buff it because what made it so strong and why it needed to get nerfed has been divvied out to Mystic Might. I mean, that wasn't the only reason, but it was, the duration, the combat ability, the safety net it offered. It was kind of
And
an
the
all-in-one
healing,
buff.
the Storm Stride on steroids, yeah,
but
exactly.
You know what we haven't seen? I haven't seen anyone get White Tiger so far.
I think, didn't we see it at the first? Wait, no, we
might
saw
have
it on
seen
the
it the
first
first
Yang,
day.
but it wasn't. No, yesterday. No, yes. Wait, what am I on about? Last game. That was it. Game
someone
one.
had it?
I think. Yeah, somebody had it in game one.
Wow,
I think it was game one. No, I think somebody did have it in game one. But enough of that. We're looking at here at JL scrapping it out. A member has already been taken down. It's sort of a three-way fight going down. Wolves coming into the mix, picking up a kill for themselves. WBG falling apart at the seams, unfortunately. They were doing so unbelievably well, but they've bitten off more than they can chew. 13 kills, though, still to their name. Hopefully Sleepwalker is able to stay hidden, stay as inconspicuous as possible and not get spotted out. But the bell finds him and he's now going to have to try and run away. He's got so much money as well. Oh, but it's all going to go to waste. Oh, no.
OUG going to go spend it.
Yeah, OUG, they're very happy. Oh, 33,000. Very nice. They're about to be very happy with that one.
Coming up.
Absolutely. We're going to be seeing a lot of Jades popping up on the nearest shop. But something else that's also going to be changing. They're changing so much. It's rather crazy. I'm very excited to go and check it all out. The test server, if you happen to have access, you can go and check out a whole bunch of the changes. They're not final, obviously. They're on the test server for a reason. But there's going to be plenty of changes. Plenty. You're going to be able to buy armors from the shop now. It was very cool.
I like
and
that,
money
actually.
is going to change so much. Yeah, I'm very happy with that. Another thing that's very cool about the changes to Modern War is that you can no longer find purple rarity items from just normal troves on the floor. You can't find them. It's only blue.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so now
that's a big one. Oh, no, God.
Ooh. Godly.
Gets Bane breath.
Slapped by Moonbane. Fun and interactive. I love it. I'm not gonna lie, I have to say that AI Moonbanes just getting put down towards the end of the game has always been something that I thought was a bit... feels bad. It's kind of rough. Moonbane grief is rough. I feel as though... I feel like that element of environmental factors is nice. However, I think that something like the meteor shower that we occasionally see, the weather effects, coming in and replacing, or potentially a more extreme version of a weather effect coming in and replacing those late game Moonbanes might be a nice idea. As Moonbane, it feels as though the majority of the time it's nothing but a grief. You know, it's, you know, like what are you gonna do? There's no real value in going into the Moonbane. You know, there's no reason for me to go in there except for potentially I was going to get a kill, but then the Moonbane stopped me. You know, is kind of just feels bad, or you just get dropped on your head by the game while you're you know, you just happen to be in that vicinity, and then all of a sudden, boom, you're getting clapped by Moonbane. That
is the final Moonbane of the game. It spawns for that last.
They added more though. They made it so that there's now more.
They did add more.
Not too sure.
I'm unsure
Personally,
where I sit on it, to be honest. I can see the argument against, but I also do think it has potential to stop turtling in the end game.
I think that's a good thing. I think that it is somewhat of a good thing. However, I think that the same thing could be achieved by a weather effect. You know, like there would be, let's say for example, a weather effect that makes it so that you can go into it and then capitalize on it in some way. You know, like change Moonbane so that when it hits the ground, it spawns a crystal that you break and you get something from it, or whatever. I don't know. You know, I've had a discussion about this with Rune Moxie and Darby, and we kind of came to the conclusion that it might be a good idea to look into changing it into a weather effect, but I don't know. You know, the devs, they always keeping us on our toes. They're changing everything in the next season, so potentially they'll change that, or maybe not. Maybe we'll keep that. But for the moment, this game, it's looking as though it's slowed down a considerable amount. JL, FX, he's just sort of spinning around on the ballista, looking to see if he can find any potential value. BBE chilling over here by this wall, by this ruin. Not the best situation to be in, I have to say. 2 blueberries and 1 blackberry, or blackcurrant. I don't know. Blackcurrant is the purple armor.
That's the drink, mate. We're still on squash.
With squash?
Yeah,
Blackcurrant is... No. Blackcurrants are a fruit, right? They're little berry.
I thought they
Blackberry?
Blackberries, yeah.
Blackberry? I don't know.
Blackberry is the berry, mate. Blackcurrant.
Yeah, blackcurrant is the drink. Yeah.
I'm looking it up. I'm looking it up.
Oh my! Yeah, somebody said
no, blackcurrant is a fruit.
I knew it.
What?
I knew it. I knew I wasn't tripping.
I thought it was a berry. It is a berry, but I thought it was just blackberry. There you go.
Let's go.
You don't just tune in, everyone at home, for NARAKA action.
Yeah.
You tune in for education. To learn.
Learn something new every day, chat.
Exactly. I thought Ivan almost got hit by the falling roller there. He didn't.
Yeah,
he
so
just dodged it. I was a little bit too close. Are we gonna have a falling roller final circle? I pray for a falling roller final circle. They are the funniest and most interesting
It's
things.
funny to watch, but it's not fun to play. I've played a final zone with the thorny roller, and it's just unplayable.
Wait,
you're just
forced to... absolutely railed.
Oh, Godley. He's getting chipped down though. The gold damage and the gold armor Ferrier doing so much. But it doesn't look as though nothing's really happened. Nothing's really been... Everyone's losing health here and there, but no one's actually dying. We still have 18 people left alive. OUG sitting pretty atop the cauldron of this podium. JL sitting down below it, throwing out the fan blue focuses. JJH, Moran lurking on the very edge of the zone. Godley with those gold dual blades, sending out the universe slash constantly waiting for somebody. Oh my lord! OUGSS getting absolutely bonked by that pulse sword. JL.
Oh no! They're being foiled!
Down, but OUG, no! They're getting stewed in the cauldron. OUG, oh no! They managed to make it out. Not all of them have been taken down just yet. They're still kicking. JL coming in, trying to loot up BBE. Roy Shishi lurking around here at the top. They're coming in. They're like, ooh, something smells good. What are you cooking up here? Godley back in the mech. He goes. He's back in there. He's trying to find some value. Healing up a little bit. It looks as though he took a bit of a damage. He's going to try and find some value here. J-Team lurking on the very edge, on the other side of where the Thorny Roll is going to hit. That could have been, that would have been interesting. An interesting spot to try and hold. Especially
Someone's getting base pulled into it. Someone's getting base pulled into it, man. It's
surely someone gets knocked down from this high ground. JL trying desperately to hold it as long as they can. Ultimate high ground and then ultimate low ground down here as well with BBE and J-Team.
Zinyu
I don't
from
know.
OUG.
Godley. Oh! Wait, who went down from OUG? Oh yeah, no, he did go down.
Yeah, he did.
Zinyu getting taken down.
Getting boiled
Wolves
alive,
getting
man.
Charmed.
I didn't realize
pretty
the
rough
G
way to
stand
go.
for. I didn't realize the G and OUG stand for gourmet. They're just getting cooked.
Gourmet.
Absolutely brutal. This is getting really messy.
3
here.
Michelin stars. It's
Beautiful.
very messy. It's hard to really see what's going on. J-Team now moved on into below the cauldron, the fire that's cooking. BBE on the other side, sort of scrapping it out with Wolves. Zem taking a decent amount of damage. And Godley, he's back in the mech yet again. This is the 4th mech I think we've seen, or 3rd, or something along those lines. Like a Kurumi ult coming out for OUG, I think it is. Wolves ZK, he's taken down so unbelievably low. The armor circle managing to keep him alive. The health, though, it's ticking down. It's getting very close quarters now. Godley still in the mech. He gets taken down, though. He's out of the mech, and he's now going to see if he can try and find some value with those gold dual blades. Oh! GGH! Getting taken down by Roy Shishi, the general, the admiral, the whatever his name is. The Yueishan managing to find a kill for themselves. TXJ taking down Roy Shishi now. No. Oh, wait. It's getting scrappy here, and I can't even tell what's going on anymore. The cauldron, the spiky cauldron atop the podium, the Aurora Burst. You're going to see quite a lot of value coming out of this. We've got the Merciless Havoc down below, the blender ready to slice and dice those ingredients, ready to go into that gourmet meal. We've got the Armor Circle down below, the Tessa's coming out. Oh, he's so unbelievably low. He's stuck in the zone, but he manages to get inside. FX still alive, and look at that healing. The Flamebringer doing so much. The Kurumi trying to keep him alive. Where's the zone? The zone is closing on the bell. Godley still alive with those dual blades, trying to find some value, and he stays alive. He's still going.
That was something else, man. I don't know. That final circle was so bizarre. No one got
It was so scrappy. It was so hard to see which team was where and what was doing what. I was so confused.
That was a very, very bizarre final circle. No one got fully rolled, sadly. OUG got turned into a meal.
Oh, God.
And JL take a 2nd victory of the day. These guys are kind of on fire right now. Absolutely enormous performance coming in from these guys. They are running it back. They are here to prove a point, and they want to try and catch up with the rest of the teams, OUG and GG. Will be a little bit hard, I will say. Just due to the fact that OUG and GG had such a good day 1. And their day 2 isn't looking bad at all. Definitely not looking as dominant. That's mostly because JL are dominating, to be fair. But 2 games in a row now. First 2 games of the day, JL have just been on it. They've been really, really impressive. And I think, day 1, you can attribute to maybe a little bit of rust. Kind of they're shaking that off. Kind of, feeling each other out as like a new team, because obviously, yes, VVV and TXJ are formerly TE, formerly world champions. They do have to kind of adjust to a new team, a new coach, a new player in that team. Under the TE name and under the previous roster, they played as that 3-man, the TE world champion 3-man, for a very long time. That was their formerly FPX team as well. Like, this was a team who played a serious amount of games together. And now FX has come in as the new 3rd man. There's always going to be a period of adjustment. There's always going to be a period where you are trying to figure out exactly the game plan So I do think for the side of JL, they've now kind of hit their stride. I would like to say, obviously, it's a small sample size, so there is room for like they could fall apart at the Biweekly final. They could fall apart next week. There is a world where that happens, but I think realistically, they do look like they found their own, and they've started to come online. I mean, that's where I'm at with it anyway.
Yeah, no, I'd agree. They're also, I feel as though they're trying to redeem themselves, considering that they didn't have that insane performance, having only 46.2 points on their first day. You know, it's not bad. It's not bad, but it's not, J Cup champion level. You know, I think they want to show that they've got it still. And then also, not only that, but their solos player for JL, unfortunately, did not do very well in the and didn't manage to qualify for the bi-weekly final. So potentially they're trying to get that win for their solo brother, you know, who didn't do very well, unfortunately. But we'll see. You know, I think it's probably more that they want to show that they're still the champs. You know, they performed insanely well. VVV was going absolutely crazy at J-Cup. I remember there being 2 Farrier mechs going at the same time. I think that was them. I don't know. It was a very confusing time. 2 Farrier mechs. I didn't even know that was possible. You know, from the same team. 2 Farrier mechs on the same team being used at the same time. It's just bonkers. I didn't know that was a thing. But we learn something new every day. The black currants are a fruit.
I just like, when did this happen? Who made them? Where did they come from?
Who made them? But yeah, that's our game 2 of the day. It's been going crazy. That final zone had me all over the place. I was very confused. But JL managing to come out with 14 eliminations, 22.1 points. Wolves coming in second with 10. Lovely to see 15 points under their belt. And WBG, unfortunately, they weren't able to convert their massive kill lead from the early mid game into an end game crazy point game, as they all got eliminated just before they got to that thorny roller location. Unfortunately, the bell revealed the Justina. It does look like the Justina comp is able to do a considerable amount in the early to mid game, and they capitalize very well on it. But then as soon as it gets to that point in the game where, you know, these teams are trying to like move on over and to transfer into that end game kind of mindset, that they struggle occasionally. And I think that's the main challenge that occurs with this composition. OUG coming in just below that as well. I didn't catch how many kills they managed to get, but hey, doing pretty solid. And it's not an OUG GG lobby this game. It wasn't like,
no, not at
game
all.
2. It wasn't OUG and GG. The all-stars of the of this bi-weekly so far, it was in fact the ex-world champions VVV with 28,000 healing. I thought that was damage for a second, I'm not gonna lie. 15,000 or 16,000 damage coming out from FX, and 22,000 coming out from TXJ. A very nice showing coming out from this team. Has it put them up there though? I think it has. It has indeed.
Well, they're not here.
Yeah. They're not here, so they've made it over the line.
As long as you're not in this little box right now, the bottom of the table, you're fine.
TE, sitting 18th. Oh no.
They were stripped for parts in the off-season.
Yeah.
And unfortunately,
the thing is, they still have one of the members from the World Championships. They still have one.
They do. You are correct.
That guy's probably he's a bit sad he didn't take the offer, maybe. I don't know.
Who knows what happens? Who knows what happens?
Who knows? We can't know.
BBE
really, can we?
are quite uncomfortably sitting in 12th place right now, so there is a little wiggle room for them. Ideally, they want to clear the 57.1 mark, and then they are in a more comfortable spot. And remember, that bar will always be moving, so after that, it'd be Bowder. But a little bit of flexibility on that front. JL, though, jumping up into 8th place overall now, considering they're on the bottom end of the table at the beginning of the day. 2 games is all they needed. OUG do still remain at the top of the tables with a 22.9 point day so far. GG close behind them, though. But GG, it's been a very disappointing day for them so far. Got eliminated very early in this game. Lost a fight pretty early in the first game as well. This isn't the GG we remember. The GG we saw on Sunday was so aggressive, putting so many points together, and I was interested because I feel like today is a more stacked day than the last day. I think Sunday.
Oh, absolutely.
I actually think there was a few wet noodles in that team. There were a few teams who were a little bit easy to beat out, a little bit yeah, just a little bit disappointing, and like easy point teams, let's call them.
Yeah, a few blueberries.
Yes, blueberries exist. Blackhurst don't exist. It's all
it's all a lie.
Conspiracy made by Big Squash.
Big Squash.
Big Squash.
Not Big Farmer. Big Squash.
Big Squash, baby.
You know what the funny thing is that I think a lot of people, when they hear us say squash, they have no clue what we're talking about. I think that's
I don't know what the American equivalent is.
I don't know. I think it's just juice, syrup. I don't even know. I genuinely have no clue. But the chefs.
Oh my word! It's really OU gourmet, man.
OU gourmet. Oh my lord. OU Gordon Ramsay. But this was kind of crazy right here. FX actually staying alive with a sliver of health. The Karumi managing to keep him alive, and then the siphoning power of his ultimate just clashing through every single player, managing to siphon that health away, managing to keep himself going. Very nicely done. But we have the MVP here. Is going to be that Tumulk MVP. Usually, I have to say, it's either the healer, the Karumi or Zipping, or it's the Takeda. But Tumulk coming in with that MVP, managing to get himself quite a lot of damage on the Pulse Sword. 15,000 damage coming out from that Pulse Sword. Running the V2 as well, interestingly. The V2 on the Temi. I feel as though the consensus as to which Tumulk ult is best to use in this composition has just never been reached. It used to be V3, but now it's just whatever you fancy, I think. It's just whatever.
I like that.
You know,
I like that.
Yeah.
We're having changes, actually. I believe Rune was telling me about it. We've got changes coming to the ability. So a bunch of heroes are having their kind of like... one of their V3s removed effectively, and then they're kind of combining them with... So you have a little bit less options, but then you don't just have a dead one, is the key thing. I think that's the main thing. There's always like a dead one. Anyway,
that's the main thing,
Let's see what you guys at home can get your hands on. There's some some stuff up for grabs with our questions, some goodies. Let's roll that question and see what the question is, because I have no idea.
Have you been paying attention?
Have you been paying attention? Let's see if I have. Right. Which player used Justin Agu in game number 2? This is actually a fairly hard one. Was it A Zhao?
I know which one it is.
C Sleepwalker, or D 14? I actually don't know. A, B, C, or D. Make sure you check your whisper boxes. You can grab yourself some goodies for NARAKA. What the hell is it? Actually, don't say it. I can't. Tell me in the break.
I mean, I can't say it because it would spoil the question.
I actually don't remember.
I'll send you a message. I'll send you which one it is. We saw them. We was.
I know we saw them, but like I was watching the game.
Well, yeah, we were watching the game as well. True.
Okay, you sent me the answer. How do you guys not know this? If you don't know this, you must be some kind of idiot.
Hey, chat. It was the last guy alive on that team. Let's just say that.
Let's just say that. That's a big.
It leaves room for interpretation. It's not a huge hint, but it'll definitely give you a little hint, perhaps, if you were paying attention. But anyway, we are going to be going to a short break. Make sure to get that answer in. Don't be that guy who doesn't pay attention to their whispers. We will be going to our game 3 of the day very shortly after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Did you see this coming?
Is he here? Oh no, I think he's frozen. I thought he was just doing a bit. Hello, welcome back to the NBPL. I am Hitbrain, joined with Dunkin' Donuts, frozen in time as we're getting ready to go into this third game of today's action. So far, JL have been dominating. I've also become Dunkin' Donuts now. This the slightly further version out of me is Duncan. Hello. JL have been dominating. Oh, you're back? I am back.
I don't know what happened.
I thought, nope, we're back to me.
It is a bit
You're fired.
dicey sometimes. We're back.
I don't know what happened there. I thought you were doing a bit, honestly.
Are we back?
Yeah,
I don't know.
You are back. Hello. Are you? Uh-oh. He's been having internet problems today. I don't know. I don't know what's been going on. Poor guy. He's frozen again. It's one of those days. It's just one of those days. Yeah, JL. Very, very dominating day so far. Talking about other teams as well, while I've got a little bit of time, while I can waffle away. Obviously, I was quite on the Wolves train. I've always been on the Wolves train, but I was very hyped for Wolves, seeing that they had a very good day one. So far, being a little bit lackluster from Wolves. I haven't really seen enough to really be excited for them. I think we may have had that classic Wolves flash in the pan of greatness where they look absolutely amazing. And then they kind of after that for the later on in the day, later on in the weeks or following weeks, they underperform somewhat, unfortunately. Moving on to other teams who I'm trying to rack my brain, who's playing today. J Team, honestly, any surprises that J Team aren't really performing shouldn't really be there. They've just, unfortunately, they've been a team who've been very disappointing. Oh, he's back. Hello. J Team being a team with very disappointing all of their tail end of last year through into this year. Duncan, is your internet good?
Hello.
Are you good, mate?
It's fine now. It's fine. I don't know what's happening. It could be the weather. I don't know. We do live in England. The weather can be a bit hit or miss at times. But yeah, no. Sorry, my apologies. My internet is for those of you who know me, it's a little bit sometimes. But we are back for the moment. It seems we're going to be heading into our third game. What were you talking about just now? What did I miss?
I was just racking off teams, to be honest. That was all I was doing. Do you know, I realized something during your little freeze frame.
What?
You look like the singer from Code and Cambria with that hair. I don't know.
Somebody said that to me the other day. I don't know who that is though.
Oh man, you need to look at Code and Cambria. They're a banger band. They are.
So many people tell me I look like so many different people. It's crazy. I've been told I look like Jason Momoa, Johnny Depp, Elvis when I had short hair.
I see the Johnny Depp. I do see the John. I thought that the first time when I first met you. I was like, yo, this guy's kind of like Johnny Depp.
Hey, somebody told me the other day that I should try and get the Jack Sparrow Johnny Depp braids.
Oh, you could do it. Yeah,
I could do it with the sort of the do-rag bandana kind of thing. That'd be interesting.
You could definitely pull that off. And not a look I could pull off, unfortunately, but definitely you.
I would.
Game 3.
I don't know. Game 3, yes. Back to the action. Back into NARAKA. Game number 3. It is going to be our final day of Holoroth. You know, our final game of Holoroth, I meant, rather. And no surprises, we're going to get 4 Sand Siphon yet again, and I have a slight feeling it might be a repeat of last game, where in the next selection phase, we are going to be getting the quadruple blind date. Am I right? Oh, no, we've got a cannonball.
Okay.
We've got 1 cannonball coming in. Oh, and a Sand Siphon. Okay. So it's not a repeat of last game. 2 blind dates, a cannonball, and a Sand Siphon. Sounds like a weird...
Sounds like a good date to me.
Yeah, sounds like a fun night. But yeah, nothing... looks like... Oh, wait. Transformers? TE?
TE? I mean, I guess they got nothing to lose, but really? That didn't go well
sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard. I don't know. I'm not too sure about that pick, I'm not going to lie. If they didn't, I guess they didn't see what Wolves played at game 1 and didn't get that much value. But who knows? Who knows? TE, they still have a member from that Worlds roster, from that championship roster. We're gonna have to wait and see. GG going for that blind date for that Viper Tessa Wuchen. It's sad. I'm not gonna lie. It's sad that we don't see all that much variety. Except for these compositions, the only real variety we see is whether or not a team picks Zipping or Kurumi, or Justina or Yoto, and that's it. Or Justina or Faria, sorry. And that's it. That's the only difference at the moment. And then the occasional team who seems to like griefing themselves by picking Transformers. Not gonna lie, if you're gonna pick Transformers, save it for Morris. I feel like this is the better...
Yeah,
option,
first of all, I hard agree on that point. I don't know why the hell you're picking it here. I feel like it's a weird comfort thing for some of these teams. So they're just like, we've been playing it for like 2 years now. We can still pull it out. But the biggest weakness for Monk comps, even when Monk was meta, was being the only Monk comp in that game. Like, you just paint such a big target on your head. And the current meta of like teams, I think every team in the meta right now has the ability to handle Monk. You got the Sand Siphon, you just have the Sandstorm, which heavily shuts the Monk down. You have Cannonball, where if you're the only Monk, the Pharaohs are all going to be shooting at you, or whoever's in it. Yoto, an old school counter to Monk back in the day, because you can't actually grab the Yoto until her first slash is done. So you can kind of get yourself positioned and you're playing mind games. A lot of Monks did get good at plucking Yotos out the sky. Harder to do so when you're getting broadsided by every Ferromech and Yoto ult in the entire game. I think TE have just painted a massive target on their back this game. They're going to look to try and snowball maybe off the Moras, the Realm of Yangs, jumping into them, taking the isolated fights where you're not going to get railed by everybody in the lobby. But I do think, we saw the same thing happen last game as in game number 1 from Wolves, and it crumbled. A whole bunch of teams actually dropping in the south here. I can never remember the name of this one spot on the map. Metab, thank you.
Or the
bunch of teams dropping on Metab. Maybe not. Looks like no one's going to see the Tang. Interesting. The old J team hotspot, but has been since abandoned. Wolves actually moving up towards Imperial Village. Same with J team as well. So not too many teams dropping up by Imperial. Actually, this is closer towards the Beast Pits. Actually, the Beast Pits to the south of it.
I think it might not actually be in the zone. I think it might not be a landable spot.
Yeah,
but it's still technically a high... Yeah, exactly. I think they might have to run north to actually get in there. But we've got those teams over in the bottom left, as you say, in Metab. I'm not going to lie. Metab is always just a grief fest. It's just a grief city down there. I'm not a huge fan. You drop into that huge room at the bottom, and just every team comes in for third party after third party, and you have to be running a very specific composition to actually make it out alive, I feel like. But we're heading on over to Alliance, scrapping it out onto GG. Alliance seem to be in the advantage with the weapons, but and also the fact that they're not actually all that pressured and don't get locked down by this Tessa charm. The fists are going hard. I'm surprised. I'm kind of sad we're not seeing the slaps. For those of you who have been playing the game for the past week, I hope you've all been enjoying the slaps, the unarmed Blue Focus R&B, the empowered slap in the face is very, very fun. I always love the April Fool's events for NARAKA. Last year, I can't remember exactly what we had, but I remember we had the Twin Tails weapon, supposedly, that just ended up being a hairstyle. It's always pretty funny. Always wondered if it eventually will get put into the game, just as a meme, but no. Wolves coming in here on Imperial Village, doing a pretty good job, already taking down one member, but it quickly gets equalized. ZK getting taken down. I think they might still be in a winning position here. Oh, they're not going down without a fight, though. Wolves are trying to circle around these players. They're trying to make as much happen as they can. Not the V3 coming out. Not the V3. It looks as though it's the V1. Zem doing a very nice job of iframing through the stun there with his Tumulk F, but he picks up the Soul Bloom, getting taken down to extremely low HP, topping himself off. It looks as though Wolves are going to be taken down. J-Team opting to go for that res, knowing that they can win the fight and managing to take it home for themselves. Very nicely done.
Yeah, needed fight win there as well for J-Team. They got some work to do if they want to make it into those bi-weekly finals. Cutting over now to JLWBG. Got themselves in a scrap. TE also joining into the fight as FX, losing a lot of HP, has to just cannibal LYD to the face to tell him off. Say, back off. But in the meanwhile, it's like this third party from TE actually getting turned on to by JL, who are looking to re-pressure here. Already got 2 kills under their board. JL 2 wins under their board as well. Looking just to keep this day going in their favor. Get an absolutely monster performance of a day. Let's see if they can do it. FX jumps in. Han goes down. That's another kill for JL. They're looking for Leo now, who's being scale rushed towards. They're chasing after him. Coming in. The parry connects. Nice. He is going to be melted. Throws down the ult for a bit of healing just to see if he can stay alive. But that is not going to matter. JL cashing in on yet another kill, and that puts them up to 4 kills now. LYD, the last TE member standing, is just running away. I don't expect to see them go for the revive, so I expect to see Han and Leo just pop into ghosts and reset and respawn somewhere else.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they committed that Karumi ult, to be honest with you. He wasn't going to get out alive. They were going down there, and they still had their reses available. If they'd opted to save that Karumi ult, they maybe could have resed close together, close by, and come back and forth again, but I don't know. WBG, though, putting that Moonbane down, Sleepwalker doing a very good job of staying alive, nearly getting taken down, and yet again, the Yueshun coming in and slapping him about his 1 health. He's going to be able to make it out alive. He's just... the Moonbane working in his favor, thankfully. But it looks, it looks as though they're going to be able to capitalize very well off of this. Oh, the Moonbane dancing at the edge of it. Sleepwalker, managing to take it home. How many kills is that?
Played that beautifully. That was unbelievable from them. They just surfed from Moonbane to Moonbane, knowing that they're not going to take the damage and it's going to zone people off. They were a mouse's fart from falling over. They were so low. I know.
What?
A mouse's fart. They were super close to going down. And they just refused to go down. Really, really well spaced there by Sleepwalker. Absolutely clutch play coming in. And honestly, I think ever since the meta has shifted to being more aggressive early, as of last year, was where we saw this shift happen. I just think the play has just improved massively. The players are so much better because they was before relying on kind of late game and the odd fight here and there. And like good teams were ones who could fight early, but there were plenty of teams who just shined really well in the end game. I think so many teams are just looking even better the later in the earlier phases. And the more games we get, the more experience they get on it. And it's just so fun to watch these players just look absolutely just clean, man. Just really, really clean. It's cutting over to XDG. They've got themselves in a fight here versus Alliance. Ian, as we've been calling him today, getting himself into the action. The Moonbane has already been thrown down as now Kakaishi trying to stay alive with the ult. The charm comes in. The stun, will it connect? No, it won't. Just breaks in time. The Moonbane does connect a little bit down to Zhao, and Zhao throws down the wind walls to get some armor back, but he is immediately parried. Both of the pressure down, and Alliance just making quick work of XEG. Very, very clean fight there.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting up to 6 kills for themselves. Alliance, they're not looking to get overtaken. BBE is still just above that red line. The WBG are starting to close in a little bit. EWG J team still a little ways to go, as it's only going to get higher. BBE, they're just about to overtake 5-1, which is a little bit of a feels bad, considering that that's the other SEA team, but it must be done. It must be done. JL definitely done a good job of taking themselves up from the bottom end of the leaderboard, and they are sitting on 4 kills. Only not too much action has gone on here. I think it's possible that a lot of action will then ensue on the Firefly maps, which is going to be on our second half of the day. GG sitting on 0 kills so far this game. I feel like they may have had a little bit of a reality check, considering that this is by far a harder lobby than the first 2 days. I think because all of the heavy hitters have now been consolidated into one lobby. It is now much more difficult, and we're seeing a few other teams being able to capitalize on the chaos. But we're going to be heading over into our Realm of Yang. Alliance and JJH up in the north, circling around this Realm of Yang. Alliance picking up that Challenger bounty. Very nice decision there, though, considering that it's about to be the Realm of Yang, and a lot of teams aren't really looking to take a fight just before it. So this is a little quick tip for you in chat, for you, ladies and gentlemen at home. If the Realm of Yang is about to be spawning and you pick up that red bounty, you can safely pick it up pretty much and then go into the Realm of Yang. And as long as you don't die in the Realm of Yang, obviously, as long as you don't lose, you're actually essentially covering for the majority of the time of that duration, so that you don't get hunted during the majority of it, and you're able to potentially get that big cash out, that big bag at the end of the Realm of Yang, alongside the really potential smart win of it. It's very handy. But GG and JL not looking to go into the Realm of Yang. It seems they are looking to scrap it out. TXJ getting taken down extremely low. CJS managing to avoid this Yoto Hime by dropping down the cliffside. GG 3-3-0. Forced to use that Wu Chen teleport to keep himself alive, but we're heading over into the Realm of Yang.
Yeah, it's going to be OUG versus BBE inside here. You just spacing Roshishi really nicely there. Over the shoulder he goes, gets a whole bunch of additional damage in. Quick switch out to the fan now for a bit more burst, a bit more damage to throw down onto Roshishi. Roshishi also on the fan, they're just wafting each other, cooling each other down in the middle of this action as SS low HP. Roshishi trying to finish them up, but in the meanwhile, the rest of Roshishi's team just incredibly low HP. The King also losing a lot of his armor, and actually somehow they've been able to hold on. Looks like they turned it around. SS goes down. Roshishi keeping themselves in this as you puts the damage down, looks for Snack. Snack falls. You now, can they make this turnaround happen? It is a 2 versus 2. The King gets parried. Roshishi gets some damage down. They get the extra kill, and you is the final one standing for the side of OUG, trying to hold out. Scale rushes over the top. Looks for the damage on. Looks for the parry. Can't quite make the connection. Throws the fan out. Doesn't make a connection on to anyone from the side of BBE, and now you just spacing and avoiding. Ibin loses all of their armor, is now just spacing around. Are they going to play the evasion game and try and time this out so they both lose, or are they going to have a miracle play up their sleeves? I don't think they do, because they are low HP. Heal comes in from you. You able to space away a little bit more, building that rage up. It's about to come back. They might have that miracle in them, and 1% more and they're going to get the rage.
No,
not in time. That was so close.
That was so unbelievably close. The Mortal Defiance coming in clutch, keeping him alive. It's definitely unfortunate that they weren't able to take the win, considering that the Mortal Defiance got committed in that fight at the end there, but he was so close to ultimate. I have to say, I'm surprised that they went, when they parried, they didn't just do the parry attack and then follow up with more damage. They went for an uppercut, which may have actually it may have been the thing that almost lost them the fight, but they were able to close it out. BBE, though, Roy Shishi getting taken down very low, getting completely collapsed on, forced to use that ultimate hit. Oh, and the parry, but it's mitigated by the Fury Blast, knocking him back. Just going back and forth. The gold fan. Wait, was that? I'm not sure if that was the zipping or if that was another Mortal Defiance, but he stayed alive. It's just going back and forth. Oh, and the vultures are coming in. They are ready to go. They're ready to third party. Get in there. Get Oogly. He's trying. Oh, Alliance Revenge. Unfortunately, unable to stay alive. Godley taking him down. JJH with the optimal third party, committing this Yoda Hime coming in. Yeah, it's just cooked. It's I was gonna say, is he gonna? No, it's over. He's dead. He is very dead. It's just cleanup at this point.
I feel so sorry for BB. They played really, really well to win that Realm of Yang, and then immediately it is just a clown show outside their portal. That's just, they just got chosen to die as everybody collapses in, and the action is still not done. Moran gets up to Farah, coming in with a cannon shot, is not going to be able to actually get too much off from that, but Wolves taking a whole lot of damage. WBG Sleepwalker goes down in the middle of all of this fight. I don't even know if that's this fight or somewhere else on the map, because there's just so many teams.
I think it's somewhere else.
JJH on the run away. Yeah, JL are just winning a fight elsewhere, while everyone else is just scrapping on the frozen lake. Looks like JL are going to be able to break away from this one. Wolves keeping the pressure up. 2 kills in. They are hungry for blood. They want to climb this ladder a little bit more. Shilui gets himself caught out there by the grapple, but Wolves don't full commit. They're going to keep them low, keep them nice and weakened up inside the zone, make them burn their resources.
Nice and tender.
Are they going to full commit and jump in?
Nice and tender. Gatekeep? I don't know.
We've had a lot of cooking.
I think it'd probably be smarter to simply gatekeep here. Yes, indeed. A lot of food and drink references. Oh, are they? Oh, where are they going though? There's lots of teams circling around this area. OUG looks as though they're going to space out here. Oh, the cannon shots. We can hear it. The thunderous. Oh, and here it is. The suplex coming in, knocking him down to the floor. Now popping that ultimate. OUG, they're scrapping it out. The Tumulcals have been put down. And it's quite funny just watching these fights. Just everything happens at exactly the same time, because you kind of need it to. Oh, the parry coming out, very nice. He sends him flying and then immediately turns back around to help his teammates out, managing to take one down. The Yang depletion is ticking away. They need these soul blooms. They need to find it. Jumps up into the air after the Takeda ult has expired, using that F1, protecting himself from those blue focuses. He's trying to chase down this Tumulc in a pulse sword chase down. It's not the best at chasing people down. He doesn't manage to catch him out of the air, unfortunately. He's charging. Oh, the focus slide, the damage, the reversal. Goes up into the tree, charging it up. The parry just a little bit too early, but he's unable to capitalize due to the Tumulc F. But there it is. He does take him down, and he cleanses that Yang depletion. Very nicely done.
32 seconds left in it, did it? You, honestly, with the halberd is an absolute menace. He's so hard to handle. He's playing it really well. I like that you highlighted as well. Not particularly great for chasing people down with that weapon, so switches out for the longsword for that instead.
Yeah.
I think that's definitely the right play off the back of that one. Now, having a quick look at the map. Realm of Yang spawning up again. It doesn't feel that long ago since we last had them, but that was because BBE got griefed on their last one. They may look to jump into this next one as well.
Wasn't that just 10 seconds ago?
Commit. It honestly felt like it has only just ended, but no. That was a very, very quick rotation of that. All of everything that was to do with the last Realm of Yangs has been now since solved. As J-Team, they're going to get their hands onto this Mora's Blessing. Now, interestingly, this Mora's Blessing is going to be a... there's the Sandstorm. It's going to be a Dracostorm one as well. So, actually quite a big one for them to get, because it's what you would have got from the Realm of Yang, but they don't have to commit for a Realm of Yang. Speaking of Realm of Yang, JL and OUG are 2 main teams, really, other than GG, going toe-to-toe inside this Realm of Yang. Let's see how this one is going to be breaking out. Everybody, as per normal, gets aerial at the start of the fight. TXJ, we're watching their perspective right now with the katana, just catching onto you, trying to see if they can put some damage into them. My eyes are really on you for this one. It's been so strong, but OUG just getting obliterated. The king is down immediately. TXJ throws down the ultimate, and now you is going to be on the line for the slashes, being chopped apart by these from TXJ, chasing with the Yoto ultimate, able to make a couple of connections at the end of that, but nothing too major. You bailing away, but they are 1 versus 3, and this time their team didn't stand a chance. They were just obliterated by JL. JL really putting their stamp down and proving why they are the team to be watching today, why they are going to be the team to watch going in to the next bi-weekly finals. You on the run away. Can they make a miracle happen? That is not on the books. Down they go.
Very nicely done by JL. Huge performance from TXJ there. That F2 from the Yotohime doing so much. Just the explosive damage, the gold focus swipe, just lunging forward. It is so hard to avoid this attack, I have to say. You have to tap dodge so perfectly at a very specific time. And the thing is, it's not always telegraphed. You have to sort of predict, react to this thing. It's something that I sort of, obviously it's something that I didn't create or make up, but it's something that I coined, that whenever somebody asks me, how do you parry so effectively, how do you get better at parrying? And it's something that I call predict reaction, where you predict that somebody's going to do something so that you essentially ready yourself to react to it. Because the majority of the time, if you're just doing a dry reaction, it's not always possible. You just simply can't react fast enough a lot of the time. But if you predict that somebody might do something and be ready to react, it's much easier to react to. So actually reacting to this F2 is very difficult. It is actually rather hard to do because of the spacing as well. You have to judge the space at which, how much space there is between you and the Yotohime, and obviously when they're going to do it and when they would want to do so. But yeah, very strong ability. It's nice to see, though. It's nice to see variety coming out from Yotohime, because we used to only see the F3, F3 being the combo breaker, but F2 being made into a much stronger version of its old self. You have to throw down the initial part, which isn't a combo breaker, but the second part, that lunging attack, that gold focus lunge, which does a bonkers amount of damage and also leads into a combo, by the way, is a combo breaker. So it's a very solid ability. We've seen a lot of teams opting to go for that, but OUG, they're back on that Yang depletion journey, now engaging onto J-Team. Holy moly! Lee just got exploded. He just couldn't even ult. The Karumi? No. You don't get to use your abilities. You don't get to play the game. J-Team, it looks as though it's absolutely cooked. What a
mad,
dissection.
Are they going to be able to turn this around? The Viper stun looking to come down as well on to the members of OUG. Yu finds himself stunned up.
Oh, no.
Charm's going to be coming in as well. This is really rough for OUG. They just cleansed themselves. They just felt it, but in come Wolves as a third party to save OUG, although SS is still being bullied, still being harassed. Wolves able to pluck apart that kill. And now they're looking for the king. OUG, can he get away? The charm is going to pop in any second. Now there's going to be the charm. Here comes the follow-up damage. The king goes down. OUG,
no.
They just cleansed themselves. They played so well to take J-Team out and immediately get punished for it.
Indeed, that is very sad to see. At least one member managed to stay alive. At least you managed to stay alive. Unfortunately, the king wasn't able to cleanse himself for Yang depletion. Only the Tumulk and the Takeda were able to do so. But, it looks as though it's not going to even matter. Only the Takeda is now going to survive. He's the only one left going. It's possible that he got a bunch of money. You know, they did pick up quite a few kills. They might have the money to resurrect one of their teammates. However, it is entirely possible that all of the rebirth charms have been bought up from the shops at this point.
I was thinking about that. I was like, oh, did they? Because they spawned near a shop, right? And I was like, oh, they're just going to buy a rebirth charm, run to the zone and die. They didn't. They spent all of their money on Soul Jays just before that fight with J-Team. They just went for
wait, did they? I didn't catch that.
Yeah, they burned all their money on Soul Jades just before that fight, so they would have the power. You saw the power of it. It clearly worked. They just weren't accounting for the third and fourth party to come absolutely melt them. So yeah, they have no money.
Yeah,
this is their last player standing for OUG. Now, they have got 7 kills. So as long as they play this well enough, they're pretty set up for a felt like a decent multiplier. But I mean, looking at the scores right now, not many teams have killed, but those that have killed. Like JJH, 7 kills. Alliance 10 kills, JL 14 kills. Like these teams have got some points on the board right now. It is a big day for some of these guys,
Absolutely.
and especially for JJH at the bottom of the table. Those kills are gonna be a big difference maker, and their ability to avoid being knocked out and having to avoid Sunday, like getting into the first bi-weekly finals, is such a big confidence boost. There's a nice Q. Have a little dodge back there, gets the golden armor, gets the golden dual swords. Any other goodies that they want? Doesn't look like they need to. Lovely little shot spree there for them.
I have to say, I'm glad. I'm happy for JL that they've managed to come up, and are they in third position now? I think they were third or fourth.
They're doing very well.
That's mental. That's actually huge for them. They've come in and they've definitely set the tone. They've definitely shown up today and said, hey, even though two of us moved to this team and it's not actually the full team from TE last year, we've still got it. We're still going to come in and just show everybody who's boss. 14 kills. That's an immense number of points for them. And if they manage to get that first place placement, that is going to skyrocket them. That's going to keep them nice and comfortable at the top of the leaderboard. But the thing is, at the end of the day, we're not really all that bothered about whether or not you come first, second, third, whatever it might be in this sort of mini series leading up to the bi-weekly finals, because it's kind of about qualifying. It might set the tone for the finals. If you manage to gain that mental edge over the other teams, showing your dominance early on in the qualification rounds, and then going into the bi-weekly finals with that mental edge, it can be very helpful. However, one thing that's always something that you need to bear in mind is to not burn out and to just go full gas, just absolutely pedal to the metal in the qualifier rounds, and then not really have any gas left for the finals. So you have to be careful about that. Also, you don't want to show all your cards, show all your strategies, but it is the first bi-weekly, so you don't. It's not the end of the world if you don't do crazy well. You don't assert dominance in the qualification as long as you qualify. That is what is important. But JL, they are not taking their foot off of the gas right here. They are getting very aggressive. That Aurora Burst, it's been said to be the best Soul Jade in the game for trios at the moment. It is kind of a bonkers Soul Jade, I have to say. The fact that it silences you, has such a huge AoE effect, and its gold focus is kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy.
All right, well, 6 minutes left in the game. 23 players. Is XCG actually holding this high ground and the Morris Blessing, although they are going to get avoiding the Bane Breath, actually.
Ooh, Godly.
Oh, my word.
Come on, mate.
Gem goes down.
Get out of the Moonbane.
Yeah, that's what happens when you stand in the Moonbane. It does damage. Godly healing up is going to now lose their mech up there. Does have the ultimate back up themselves. It's very much a cluster, as some might say. This final circle, a whole bunch of teams in the area.
A cluster something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A fluster cluck.
Indeed, exactly. We can't get in trouble for that.
This is going to be a messy final circle. There's a lot of terrain to work with. Obviously, once this Bane Breath wears out, there'll be a lot more space in the circle. Because right now, everyone is kind of pressed to the edges because the Bane Breath is like dead center in the circle, which is really messing with their ability to position. As now Bo actually opening up here onto JJH, looking for Moran, able to connect onto them, is just going to disappear back into the zone and reposition. But their health bar is stripped from them so fast. Able to kind of reposition away. They still have one last charge on their ultimate. Let's see if they can make a good connection with it. I don't think they're going to be able to. Just looking for a heal. Everybody actually jumping up into the area. JJH here as well. XCG trying to make their way over. Golden armor into NiHQ. Going to be able to make some serious damage. As Chilui just repositioning away for it now. Going to make them way back up to the tree, but they find a squirrel in there, and they are taken down by NiHQ with the bow. Very, very dangerous to get up there. Wolves DK now gets countered up by NiHQ. Quickly re-grabs their gear. Now keeping the pressure up onto NiHQ, who's just trying to keep the edge of the zone, not letting anyone in. Has thrown down some of the charm on to the members of XCG. Kakashi has been hit by the charm, unfortunately, but is able to break away without taking too much damage for themselves. And it looks like we have one of the classic NARAKA final circles where you have that big cliff edge and a high ground, low ground, and teams fighting over either or. TXJ for the side of JL, just repositioning away up towards the top of a tree and towards the high ground themselves, just staying up in the sky before they drop down into the middle of this action on top of Wolves' head. Don't actually pull the trigger, just back away, deciding not to full commit for the fight here. So right now, it is a scattered array of teams' positions.
Absolutely. This cliffside is going to be very impactful. All of those pole swords are going to be coming out. Hey, if you don't know, scale rushing with a heavy weapon is very, very strong. You do a crazy amount of damage. But speaking of crazy amount of damage, it's looking as though XCG is falling apart right here. They're just getting absolutely decimated by JL. The cannon fire as well, raining down from above. They are taken down for now. XCG, unfortunately, not able to stay alive. JL going up to 16 eliminations in this game. They did get their cooldowns forced out just now. TXJ in that mech. And we have the Yueshan ult being popped as well. They're going to look to try and capitalize upon these cooldowns, jumping over to the other side of the zone. The Tumulk ult is essentially a giant dinner bell for everybody. Hey, we're fighting over here. We're fighting. Come join us. And TXJ has done exactly that. Unable to secure any more eliminations, unfortunately, but they are able to secure themselves a nice little spot at the edge of the zone. The zone is starting to move yet again, though. TXJ now using that Yotohime ult. This is something that's very nicely done by these better teams. They juggle their ultimates, they stagger them. But here we are, the Transformers. They're still alive. They pick up their first kill of the game.
It's been such a hot minute. He's landing quite a few grabs as well, getting 2 slams down. TXJ, though, playing the dodge game. Ibin gets caught out. There's going to be the one. Double slam goes down. TXJ's low HP, able to reposition away. Viper stun, looking to break out, not going to fully connect. Hand slams down, loses the transform, immediately gets opened up onto, but the health bars are just low across the board. Han, losing half his armor and half his health, is able to stay alive for now. Just wants to build that rage back up and get another transform out in time. Such a crazy game for them to make it to the final circle, but they were able to do so.
The tower here as well.
And the tower being huge is a high ground position for the players to work around. LYD in the transform, keeping Roy Shishi out from getting within the zone, is going to lose their transformation on the Yueshan there for the moment, and is now going to have to play around that one. TE, though, still holding this low ground, still got the health bars to work with. ZK putting some cannon fire down in. Hand actually losing a lot of HP as LYD caught out by the Zephyr, the flaming coming in, but they got the healing from the Kurumi, just keeping TE top.
Oh, the Dreadful Whale!
Dreadful Whale from Han onto 2 members of Alliance. They are just obliterated by that one, but nobody has committed. Nobody has fully gone down yet. Han gets another transformation out. Is he going to be able to find himself a good grab here? Godly on that high ground, just avoiding and evading the transform.
Oh, the
not going to be
grab!
enough. He is plucked out of the sky like a black current.
Oh, the double grab!
Down into the zone. Roy Hihi goes down. Han is just commanding this final circle. The 3 kills he's put together for his team are absolutely enormous right now. Alliance Revenge trying to hold on to the circle, but it is all TE, all in control. The health bars are low, and everybody is going unbelievably low right now. This is so close, but you from OUG with the Flamer coming in and collecting a couple of kills. TE are the final team standing, though.
No shot. No way. TE coming in for that dub with that first place placement. I'm not sure. Actually, I'm pretty sure that they don't come first. They're not going to get MVP, surely. I'm pretty sure that that's going to be going to JL, considering that they did manage to secure 16 eliminations before they got knocked out at the very end there. Unfortunately, they did get taken down, and here it is. Is it JL?
No,
it is indeed! 3 times in a row, ladies and gentlemen. JL, they came to play today. Woohoo! Woo! Unfortunately, TE, hey, they were in a pretty rough position. They didn't have a single kill before they got to that endgame. Not one. And then they come out with that first place placement, and I think it was, what, like 7-ish, maybe 6-7 kills by the very, very end. They were doing so much on that monk. The Han, like, was it Han? I think it was Han on the monk. Just grabbing people left and right. That double grab was absolutely massive. BBE getting sent into the zone. Goodbye, senor. And he's just absolutely slammed. Very nice to see. You know, it's kind of funny. It's nice to see the monk compositions doing well. It's nice to see them do so well sometimes, considering that they are somewhat obsolete at the moment. But, yeah, hey, I don't know.
Absolutely amazing performance coming in from the side of TE, who very much needed it. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to take the win, but you could see, I mean, I couldn't see, I can't remember what player it was, but the player closest on the camera shaking. The adrenaline of that moment. That
really?
final
I didn't see that.
As they were taking a drink, you could see their hand trembling, like just pure adrenaline running through them. And what an amazing ending to that final circle.
Truly.
JL, though, what the hell? These guys had their Weetabix, man. They are ready. They came in today and they are slamming everyone. 3 wins back-to-back. If they can win game 4, that's 4 wins, and that beats what GG did on Sunday, because GG got 4 wins total, but only 3 of them back-to-back. FPX and Alliance did deny them and break up their streak in the middle of it. JL, they look like something else, man. Like, are they a Holoroth team, or are they just a good team? These guys. That's the question. I am sold on JL right now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I feel as though it's a lot of people are glad. A lot of people are glad that they didn't just win last year because, I don't know, you know, they're actually solid and they're coming back, even though it's a bit of a, you know, they did get swapped around. They're on a different team under a different name with a different teammate. It can, that sort of adjusting period, I think what you talked about earlier, how it does take a little bit of time to get back into the groove and feel it out, because trios is all about communication, about synergy, and if you can't always trust your teammates and you can't always have faith that they're going to be there when you need them, it's not going to work. So it takes a little bit of time to build that trust, build that synergy, and it looks as though they've definitely managed to do that. And they are, they're coming out on top. They might be taking the cake. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to actually take first place for the qualification rounds, but it would certainly be an impressive feat if they do. And they're definitely on the route to that first place at the moment, because GG and OUG.
You say it right. You say you don't know if they can, but let's be real. Like, they've jumped from like bottom of the table to like 3rd or 4th. This may not put them into 2nd, but I'm pretty sure it guarantees them into 3rd right now overall in the standings.
Yeah,
they get 3 more wins. I don't see why 1st or 2nd isn't feasible for JL going into bi-weekly finals. And while the placement is, as long as you're in top 12, you're happy, because that's where the bi-weekly finals are on the player front. Well, who qualifies front anyway. I think what you also need to kind of remember is, overall, every point you take gets translated partially into your points for the bi-weekly final. So the more points you earn in the weekly tournament, the more points you start with, and the more likely you are to win that bi-weekly. So these points that JL are putting together aren't just about the statement. It gives them a solid shot at actually winning the bi-weekly. Now, I have to admit, there are still other teams. I do still think OUG and GG look very good, although GG today have been tragic. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
1 point there. But, like, Alliance, maybe it wasn't a flash in a pan. Maybe they are actually, this could be their year where they start to look really, really good. That damage from VVV is disgusting, by the way. Almost 30k. Holy moly.
Yeah. F3, V3 on the Ferrier is getting so much damage out. It is entirely up to VVV to stay alive so that he can constantly keep putting those pillars down for TXJ to use. I'm not 100% sure if the damage that comes from the Ferrier ult when it's being used by another player is given to the Farrier or that other player. I'm not 100% sure, but it's still, that is a crazy amount of damage, as that Farrier ult is typically given to the Yotohime to use when they have downtime on their ultimate.
Yeah.
And that it's up to the Farrier to stay alive and not die. And this is all while not having a combo breaker and using F3, which is the silencing gun, essentially. You do the little backflip, you go into that aiming mode, and then you fire off a silencing sort of musket shot that does a decent amount of damage. So you don't have that combo break, and if you get caught in a bad spot, it can be very, very bad. TE managing to go up a few places, but I don't know, it's not looking too hot for them. 521 is finally overtaken and now marks that red line, that qualification threshold for everyone below that top 12 has to overtake a 521, and hey, I think 521 is really hoping that everyone below them just gets 0 points for the rest of the day, but unfortunately that's rather unlikely. Yes,
wait,
indeed.
JL are right now, they are 20 points behind OGG.
20.
Like, it's actually so achievable for them today.
It is actually
a day.
They could get one massive game next game.
They've had 3 massive games already.
I know. We get a 4th massive game.
These guys,
imagine.
It is doable. It is
doable. I mean,
Wolves still keeping themselves in the running as well. 4th right now. Not as solid as a day as before, but it's an okay start. They do need the last half of the day to go a bit better for them.
It's a harder lobby. It's a harder
in the top 6. I genuinely think today is such a hard lobby. I think a lot of these teams, unfortunately, I can't remember what groups are playing right now. Hold on. Let me have a quick check. I believe it's... oh, God, I can't zoom in. I can't remember what groups we got playing. But anyway, whatever groups we got playing today, the other group I unfortunately do think is the 3 points group. Hence why teams like GG and OG were able to put so many points together. But then that also brings into attention, like, why did JL struggle so hard?
Yeah, maybe OUG was just really on form that day, and
yes,
JL
they definitely were.
JL just didn't really feel that confidence that they seem to feel today, because they're definitely playing a lot more aggressive. Things are going well for them, you know.
Yes, they are.
Aggression, as long as it results in something good for the people doing it, looks good. But aggression, when it ends up with a bad, like if it goes wrong, it just looks like stupidity. Really, it just looks like it's something that really should never have been done. It just depends on the actual result. It feels like a lot of the time. Well, Wolves, as you said, they're not having the best day, at least not compared to their previous day, but they're not doing bad. I think that it's definitely nice to see, and we still have another 3 games where it's going to be Fireflies on Morris Isle. We're going to be moving over from Holoroth. TE's Han just popping off on the Monk. They managed to get 9 kills in that end game. 9. From 0 to 9 in that short period of time is actually insane. But here we are, not gonna lie, to be expected. The Farrier is going to be securing that MVP for this team. VVV, what a machine. 29,500 damage. 10,000, just over a third of it coming from Cannon. He has that Rupture Gale orb, just win condition Jade. With the repair roll. Yeah,
it's those
heal,
two
advanced
together.
heal as well.
It's honestly, repair roll and Rupture Gale orb is just like, those two is like, my cannon does damage now. I mean, it always does damage, but like my cannon really does damage now, Bill.
Yeah.
Absolutely brutal coming in from him.
I kind of wish I knew how many repair chests he went through.
Yeah,
because he must have gone through quite a lot to get 10,000.
There's another
damage.
one, isn't there? Or is it just Meteor? I think it might just be Meteor, like Rupture Gale or Meteor.
There's Meteor, Rupture Gale, and then there's Bounce Shell with Twin Shot, because they combined the Jades. There used to be 5 Jades in total, now there are 3.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's really, really solid combo when you pick those up, and you just Cannon. We saw a lot last season as well. Like that, the Rupture Gale or repair roll combo was just it was just brutal. It was just so brutal to play into. But yeah, now we're at
it's
the
just
point
the
where
win
like
condition, to be
Nbpl
honest.
even better. It is in a way, and I'm like, you saw how much damage they were able to do. Like, you see crazy damage coming in. Anyway, we're gonna pass it over for our interview after this game. Then we'll be back with game number 4. So we'll see you in a moment.
Hi everyone, this is Yeager and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with VVV and let him say hello to our audience. 小伟先和大家打招呼吧。
大家好，我是各位的小伟。
欢迎小伟 and congratulations because you got the MVP in the latest game. 那我首先要先说声恭喜了，刚才那把表现真的非常好，而且拿下了 MVP， 再次恭喜你。Okay, so back to the game because we know like day 1 maybe a little bit pity and like today you really did good job and I would like to know so after the matches for day 1 how you guys just adjust in your team. 那我首先要问一下，因为第一天其实比赛打下来，我相信粉丝啊，可能还有支持你们的朋友们都就是包括你们自己肯定也很着急。但是今天我们可以感觉到整个队伍整个面貌啊有了一个很大的变化。讲一讲你们在幕后去做了怎么样的一些调整呢？
就第一天就是打完之后，我们其实还是非常的就不太好，你这个自我感觉。然后回家就猛练嘛，就回基地就每天都练。
So to be honest, we also feel very bad after the day 1. And after the matches for day 1, we just like exercise every day in the game and we just want to do the great job. And also we know that you guys, you have the new teammate and I would like to know how's your feeling for the team right now because you guys, especially you have the female esport player. 那我相信大家也非常好奇的就是目前各位儿来说的话，队内的磨合情况怎么样？特别说是你们队现在有了女队员之后，有没有机会让她上场呢？
就磨合，可能你要说一个百分比的话，那可能70%吧，因为毕竟才第一双周嘛。然后女队员肯定是有机会的。
Okay, so for now, I think our team together, we are like 70% like be together. And for our female player, she will be have the time well on set. Okay, I think it's time for us to move on to next part, answer for treasure. 好，我觉得应该到了我们要给观众朋友们发福利的时间了。那让我们先来看一下题目。So you guys can see the question on screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and the lucky guy will be whispered. So let's see today's question. Which hero did JLVVV use in Game 3? 这道题呢是刚才第3把当中，小伟用哪个英雄拿下了自己的 MVP？ 那A 是神庙 ，B 是月山 ，C 是武田 ，D 是妖刀姬。那在公布正确答案之前啊，我们看到刚才那把也非常的戏剧。So you know the latest game is really dramatic because you guys get the winner, but your old team and old teammates they just survived to the end. I would like to know how you comment on them. 那我首先就想先让你评价一下，因为你们队拿了一个天选，他们队是活到了最后。那怎么评价一下自己的老队友？他们的队伍这个赛季表现怎么样？
我觉得。如果他们一套阵容玩不好，就他的另一套玩得好，那我觉得他可以，先不玩那套阵容，玩自己比较喜欢的阵容先。
So for TE, I have a suggestion because if you are not good at like one hero combination, and maybe you can try another one and can get more score in matches. 我相信也是一个非常好的建议，给到他们也是看得出对老队友、老队伍也是非常有感情，有一个衷心的祝愿。OK， 那我觉得我们接下来也应该要进入倒计时了。So you guys, I think our player is prepared, and let's start counting. 那接下来也请小伟进入倒计时。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, so it's time for us to find out the correct answer. 也有请小伟来公布一下正确答案是哪一个。
A 神庙。
Yeah, the correct answer is A. Okay, so we know for the total score right now, you guys are on the top 3. It's really a high score total. And we know we are going to have the first bi-weekly final. And I would like to know, so how's the like ambition or your expectation in the first bi-weekly final? 那马上其实迎来了第一周的周决。我相信小伟，其实你们作为节杯的冠军，现在肯定压力也是很大。但目前其实总分今天拿到了前3之后，你们对周决有没有什么期待呢？
努力做好自己吧，然后回家再练一天嘛，毕竟后天就有周决，然后继续加油。
好 Okay, I will try our best to do the best, and because we have 1 more days to exercise in the matches, and we will try to do the best in the bi-weekly final. 好的，再次感谢小伟今天接受我们的采访，再次恭喜你们今天非常好的一个状态和发挥。那接下来就祝福你们接下来3把继续保持了。Okay, so thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
With each breath, pain and destruction, my world is broken by your seduction. Your touch, a whisper from the past, a memory that's fading fast. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NBPL. We're getting ready to go into our fourth game of the day. So far, JL have reigned supreme. See if they can keep that going as we now switch maps from Oloroth over to Morris Isle. Duncan, what are like your takeaways from today so far then?
Hey, well, we heard it from JL in that interview that they have been they've been practicing ever since the first day. They weren't too pleased with their first day's performance, and they came in today and just dominated. And I hope they continue to do so, because I feel like it's only right that the champions of last year's J Cup end up coming out on top in the first bi-weekly trios qualification rounds. I mean, it's
technically they're not the champions though. It's just like two of the champion members. It's not the same
majority, you know.
Yeah.
I
think it's a statement made by the players though, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's more for them. You know, they like, even though they're not on the same team, they're not all together, they can still put those numbers up and still dominate, which is really nice to see. I am surprised that GG isn't doing as well today, although then again, at the same time, I'm also not surprised, because they're one of those teams that I feel like we saw it a lot last year in the regular splits, where they would dominate and they would do really well, and then all of a sudden they'd just be irrelevant. They just wouldn't really do anything. They would try, and then they would just they just fumble the bag every time. Like, it was. So I don't know. They're kind of
last year.
Either
I
they
think
dominate
GG
or they don't do anything.
Last year, I think GG were very disappointing. I think it was down to them kind of sucking early to mid game. Yeah, on Sunday, I think GG looked amazing early to late game. Their mid game was all right, but it was really about their early and late.
Yeah.
This time around, it feels like they've kind of almost just defaulted back to old GG, and they've kind of like scrapped their early game. And I will say, some of their early games, they've been maybe a little griefed. A lot of people have dropped where they are. They get third party.
Yeah.
But that's part of being good at early game, is judging that stuff. Because if you're going to get third partied, most likely you're going to get third partied in the early game, because I don't count the end game stuff as third partying. It's just a brawl for everyone versus everyone. So it doesn't really count. So the third partying is kind of like a mid to early game thing, and you need to be able to either do it or play around it to be good at those stages of the game. And GG on Sunday showed us that they were very good at that, but today it's like they've almost forgotten all of it, and they're not prepared for these third parties that are coming in. So I really want to see them kind of go back to the drawing board and figure out what the hell they were doing so right on Sunday. I mean, we know what they were doing right on Sunday, but they need to figure out how to get back to that level on Sunday and start playing that early game better, because I think the decision making and their fighting around the early game has left a lot to be desired. But then again, you very rightfully said at the end of the last game, I just think this is a much harder group. Like, the two groups going,
that is true.
I think it's A and C. I did look it up. These two groups, I think, are just way tougher than Group B. I think Group B is kind of like your free real estate group. You know, come here, wiggles eyebrows. It's free real estate. So many points up for grabs. So many points for grabs over there. And I think GG were able to punish in that one. But in a lobby now, when you've got, you know, OUG, JL, I mean, even TE started to show some glimmer in that last game. Like, a lot of teams are coming online right now, and I think GG are a little bit lost in how to play when the team's playing their game. Even like the worst teams in this group playing the same game as GG are pretty bloody good at it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's the same can be said somewhat for solos as well. Solos, you have that turbo stacked group that was playing last week with Mike, Spider, CDY, all of them, just all the ooglers. And then this week we have none of them. You know, it's I think the lobbies may have been slightly skewed. I think it was just done randomly. I don't think there was necessarily any seeding.
Random,
so it's just the luck of the draw. The RNG, you get one lobby, one group that's just absolutely stacked, and you just dread the lobby of death. You know, and that's what we have today, which is always interesting to watch, because to succeed in the lobby of death, either you have to be really lucky, or you have to have a plan that nobody's ready for. And I really like that JL's coming in and doing that. I hope, though, that we see some of these other names, the Alliance and Wolves, the two teams that have kind of always been a bit, not always doing super well, but this year they've actually come in and they've been showing us that they can do it. Alliance, they didn't make it to J Cup, neither did Wolves, but they're coming in and they're fighting and scrapping it out with all those teams that did. And I'm excited to see what they can pull out in the next 3 games. But we are going to be going into our 4th game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get excited. I really hope that EWG gets a little bit more excited. They look a little bit angry and sad. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, middle bloke is fuming. I don't remember who he is. I missed his name. He's in the zone. They gave us a zoom in there for a brief second as well. Is this WBG? Oh, so WBG, actually, these guys have been kind of interesting because I think if you cast your mind back, and I'm like, cast my mind back 2 years ago, they won the first Nbpl ever. And then ever since then, they have been doo-doo, let's say, is the nice way to word it. It's not been great. It's not been great from them. But every now and then, we saw like maybe a season or a week or 2 where they started to look really, really good. And today is one of the days where I genuinely think WBG have actually had a few moments where they've looked good. They've not been a 3 points grab. Speaking of 3 points grab, a J team are on your screen right now. These guys, unfortunately, I don't see. I think I've seen them lose more fights than win as of late. They've been pretty disappointing. A very, very storied organization, but honestly, the end of last year, going into Worlds, into the beginning of this year, J team have been a little bit disappointing.
Yes, indeed. It's sad, really, because they just did. I don't even know anymore. You know, J team. It's like they were after the heartbreaking result that they didn't actually get to J Cup. It's kind of like they really need to redeem themselves. They really need to come back and have just an absolute monster of a season. But so far, we've just not seen any glimmer of hope for J team. Unfortunately, they've been doing okay, but not so well.
You say okay, they're at the bottom of the tables, mate.
Yeah, I'm trying to be nice, man.
Nah, cool 11-11. Like, they've not been good. They've been disappointing, and the expectations should be high for them, and they have been high for them. But, you know, I feel like that train right now hasn't pulled out the station. It is currently having maintenance work, and it is unsure how long that maintenance work is going to last for. Having a look at the second round selection here, seeing a lot of blind dates coming in, apart from GG, who have locked in a cannonball. Just looking to spoil things up a little bit on that front. Let's see, though, what we're going to be seeing coming out from the last selections phase. Cannonball, Justina, and just Cannonball. So,
not gonna lie, I really wish there was more variety. I really wish there was.
I will say, this is more variety than we used to get.
I mean, it is.
Cast your mind back to the point where we used to have like 2 comps and that was it. This is more variety. Also, these are new types of comps. That's why I think right now I still enjoy them because they're relatively.
But has it been? I mean I guess kind of just like it's. I mean, it's been the same for quite a while at this point. I feel like Transformers was just replaced with Cannonball, and then other than that, it's exactly stayed the same. Like Yoto has moved from the Viper Wuchen comp, from Attack on Titan, which doesn't need to be played anymore because there are no Titans, to Cannonball. And then we have Tessa, who got added to the game and has now replaced Yoto. And it's kind of, it feels like it's kind of the same as it has been for a while. Like, I understand, obviously, that like there is only so many characters in the game, and there's only so many characters that are realistically viable in trios, and it makes sense. And it's just something that we're going to have to wait and see, and hope that in the future, like, these things change, and they will be. They are going to be changing a considerable amount. We're going to be getting loads of changes to Immortal War itself, and to a considerable number of characters. Certain characters are getting changed, like Yuei-shan is getting his F2 and his F3 combined into one. You know, there's going to be lots of different changes coming into the game very, very soon. So, hey, maybe we won't have all that long to wait, but we're going to be heading into our 4th game of the day. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be the start of the Firefly maps. We're going to be having 3 Firefly maps back to back, and there's no surprise that we've got a lot of Takeda coming in here. Tessa as well, although it's not the majority. Tessa with Fireflies does extremely well, as she's able to use so many ults in a fight and just essentially go and reset and get more. You know, it's just really, I think, so much value.
The 2 comps that really benefit, actually all 3 comps technically benefit from this, because you just give the Yoto Fireflies, you give, you know, the Tessa Fireflies in the Blind Date comp, the Sand Siphon, obviously you give it to the Takeda. Like, all of the current comps actually really like the Firefly maps. I will say that the Takeda comps probably benefit the most from it, at least in the earlier phases. But I think it's not like, you know, other comps where, like, you know, what you normally see, what you used to see was like in the Monk, so give it to the Monk would transform and everyone would just run away.
Yeah. Or the Yueshan, if
it's
like close to like a city or something where there's lots of buildings. You could give it to Yueshan
as well, yeah.
Yeah.
But like, it's very defined who gets the Fireflies in the 3 comps right now. And all of them can make use of it. Takeda definitely the one that uses it the most, but here we are, having a look at Morasile, first time of the day. We'll be dropping here. Firefly map, as we said, all 3, like you said, are Firefly maps as well, so lots of rage to be built, lots of action to come down. So getting geared up and ready to go into this 4th game. Can JL make it happen, as our eyes go straight to them, and they are hunting on to JJH. It's fists versus a few weapons here. JL have been able to pick up a spear onto VVV, chasing JJH underground at this point, looking to come down, not actually fully committing to the fight. I think they realize this could go a little bit hairy for them, a little bit dicey, but it looks like they actually may still think about going for the turnaround, as Morin keeping the pressure up on to VVV here, opening up immediately onto TXJ, loses a massive chunk of HP, hasn't got that armor to really eat anything here, as VVV coming in for a scale rush, not going to connect onto anything. The Sandstorm breaks down immediately, and TXJ has gone down. VVV putting some damage onto Chilui, but he's unable to really make it connect, as this could just be JL having a rough start to this one. He's coming in, trying to get some damage off, but the Sandstorm is just being a nuisance. The parry, the kill, to the Dragon's Rush. What the hell has VVV done? JL has turned it around. Chilui on the run. They even get the revive off. A 3-kill start. Brutal play from JL.
VVV, the carry, absolutely monstrous. That was very, very nicely done. The spear bonk coming in and absolutely obliterating that Kurumi's health bar. Just, that was so unbelievably well played. Fighting at the very edge of that Sandstorm, just dipping in and out, spacing it very, very well. Lovely to see. Wolves heading on over to Celestra, it seems. It looks as though they went and got a bunch of money from that little money spot. Or perhaps J-Team did, I'm not too sure. Because J-Team is sitting on 10,000. Looks as though they may have split it between the 2 teams. And they didn't fight, as both teams have full blue armor, with no kills under their belt just yet. J-Team looking to go over to this Firefly area. They might end up running into JL, but JL, that was very, very nicely done. I think it was F3 that they're running on that Viper. The F3 does so much in these early fights, considering how much damage it really does. And then on top of that, it negates a lot of the healing potential, not only from your teammates healing, but also from the Soul Blooms. As your Soul Bloom, you know, if you get hit by that F3 and you have managed to get a kill onto an enemy team member, and you look to pick up the Soul Bloom, it's not going to heal anywhere near as much, like almost nothing in comparison to what it would normally heal. So that kind of fight turning potential is negated quite a lot by that F3. And hey, I mean, the silence is also extremely helpful, especially in these situations where you have the Fireflies. You know, if you manage to get that silence onto the one person that did manage to pick up the Fireflies, prevent them from ulting early enough, etc., etc. There's lots of value to be had in these choices, and it's nice to see. I think there's more variety when it comes to these certain characters' ability choices than there is in the actual choices of the characters themselves. Because one thing that I think is making it feel really samey now is that before we would see the monk comms come out on one map and then we'd see all the Takeda come out on the Firefly map, so it would feel slightly different. Like one game would feel different from another, but at the moment there's sort of a bit of everything in every single lobby or in every single game. I think that's kind of why it feels like this, perhaps. But anyway, we've got BWG scrapping it out over to the eastern side of the map, the very coast, scrapping it out against GG. Is GG going to be able to capitalize on their ultimates, on their ultimate utilization? It's going to be a little difficult. The terrain doesn't really allow for Ferrier to get all that much value. He does manage to get two turret shots. Sleepwalker taking the brunt of that. Baige getting a little bit low, trying to get out of that precarious situation, not having any armor, but he's going back in anyway. Vic used his ultimate. LXM already eats the huge scale rush from Baige, that blue pulse sword. Oh my lord, the dreadful whale coming out as well from Axio, WBG Axio, but he gets the dagger parried away from him. But it doesn't look as though it's going to matter. WBG is going to come out on top, taking down GG. And GG, again, not having a good showing. Unfortunately, they all get taken down. They did already have 2 kills, but it's not looking too hot for them. But Wolves managing to come in, pick up a kill for themselves. Not too bad. It's all salvageable. It's all salvageable.
Yes,
as long as you don't rage res, you're chilling.
Unless you lose all your eyes. Keep in mind, right now, JL
what's that icon?
They died. But how? There's no full damage in this game, but that looks like a full damage.
That looks like full damage, doesn't it? What?
Hey, chat,
he just fell over.
Can you guys let us know what that is? I do not know what that icon is. We'll find out.
No, but he's right there. There's Godley. He's alive. Huh? I'm so confused. Yeah, none of them have revives. I'm very confused as to what that icon meant. I'm not gonna lie.
I've never seen that one in my life.
It looked like from those films, the little outline on the floor of where somebody was murdered or something.
Someone was murdered here, see? I can do old timey detective easy.
Yeah, see,
someone was murdered. JL getting himself in a fight versus JJH. Immediately, Viper ultimate is popped. Can they make the connection with it is the real question, as Godly finds himself pinned against the wall, getting a lot of damage thrown into him, is able to survive it somehow. VVV putting a little bit extra damage in, but they find themselves going down. Blinked out to safety. The blind date realized that was not going well. Kutaruba, get out to safety. That was
he did not look like his pictures.
Got catfished.
Catfished, getting out immediately. It looks like Wolves has managed to isolate JJH Moran, getting hit by that Tessa ultimate as well, dropping down the Moonbane. They're going to look to try and capitalize on their Moonbane purchase, but I don't think it's going to work for them all that well, as they kind of needed somebody to be to act as bait for the enemy team to he's on his own. It doesn't look as though that happened. So the Moonbane may have just gone to waste, but they are forcing JL into the zone here. JL having lost their... I think they lost their armor, but they may have just gone back in and found some more. I'm not too sure. But the V1 coming out, I think that's V1 coming out from Viper. The Tessa ultimate is not going to prevent them from getting collapsed on. It looks as though JL may be out for the count for the moment. All 3 members getting taken down. I think somebody usage of Rebirth Charm. Wait, what? Okay, so somebody's bought the Rebirth Charms. All right, okay. I was confused for a second. I thought, this is them rezzing somewhere or no? But no, it looks as though JL is. They did have rezzes. I can't see them on the map though for some reason.
They might just be off screen right now.
Oh no, wait! At the very bottom, you can see them.
Are.
Yeah, there they are. And then Wolves as well, going up into the zone. WBG going into the realm of Yang. You know what? It's quite funny. The name of this cicada, Baige, this actually does mean something. For those of you at home who don't know what this means, Baige is essentially the term given to the act of dying without using your ultimate in Chinese, essentially. You die for free. That's what that means. Baige means dying for free.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's kind of funny.
The freeze!
That
was absolute. They thought they were out of it, and then they get double freeze. They do turn it around, though. Wonderful one so far in the trade. Revenge, looking for revenge. Throwing down that ultimate, trying to connect on to the members of TE, but Bo is being juggled around by them. But in comes the slices from Revenge, doing a whole lot of damage. Everyone's just going to go for the heal up. Bo gets that first move back as well, so he's going to get a big heal up. Leo uses the wind wall charges to get him some free armor back. Alliance are full healed, and now TE getting jumped onto. The F teleport in from Revenge. Leo finds himself caught in the knock-up, loses all of his armor immediately, tries to dash back down with that staff, but gets opened up onto by Revenge, that takes him down easy as you like. So well played. Gonna make sure Vilian comes back. They don't want to be going down. The Tessa Charm thrown out by LYD, though, onto Bo. They're just keeping Tessa going. LYD 1 versus 2. Can they pull the miracle off? They both find themselves caught out, but Revenge keeps LYD off his teammate. They are so low. LYD 1 versus 2. Takes out one. Can he do the other? Yes, he can. TE, what an outplay.
Oh my lord. LYD with the clutch, ladies and gentlemen. What on earth did I just witness? The pulse sword shenanigans, turning it left and right. Oh, that is so sad to see. I can't remember which, the Alliance Yoto jumping. Never jump against pulse sword and greatsword, because if you get caught by that horizontal, they can follow up with the vertical and you just get obliterated. Never jump, because it really can screw you over. You can occasionally just jump out of the way of the hitbox, but if you mistime it even slightly, you're in for a very nasty surprise. Just as TELYD was just in for a very nasty surprise just here. He gets taken down in a 3v1 situation, unfortunately not able to stay alive, but his teammate, his Uber, has come in and saved him from a rough date. But OUG and BBE scrapping it out over here just east of Sunwing's Rest. SS grappling it away, grappling around, trying to get this stagger onto BBE's Roy Shishi, but he's staying alive. The healing coming out from that zipping from BBE's Snack finding that armor swap as well. Very nicely done. And just stay on the move, delaying so much, managing to mitigate a lot of the value from OUG's ultimate. Snack with a beautiful parry, but he instantly gets griefed by his teammate. Unfortunately, SS getting bounced around, having to pull out another weapon from his inventory, but it is a purple spear, so he's not too bad. And a beautiful parry coming out onto Ibin, the double hold parry. Very, very nice. OUG, it's looking cooked. Oh, he gets the double silence as well onto BBE. SS just doing an excellent job here, staying alive, getting all those grapple staggers, doing an extremely good job. We also missed Yang. I didn't even notice, but we missed Yang completely. We didn't even see it. J-Team scrapping it out. Fight, yeah, J-Team managed to win themselves a realm of Yang. Nice to see, finally. And EWG, apparently. EWG and J-Team, two of the teams lurking at the very bottom of the leaderboard, managing to find value in the realm of Yang here. J-Team XLY. Can he hit the shot? Oh! It's one. Can he hit 14? I don't think he can. He's not even looking. He's going for he's trying to save his teammate who's on 1 HP, but it doesn't. There it is. There it is. JT managing to clutch up, not losing their buff just yet, but it doesn't really matter. It's only got 40 seconds on it anyway. OUG now fighting against XCG Xiaonan getting taken down really reasonably low, but he does have that Kurumi circle, popping it. Nai HQ getting that heal up, having been taken down reasonably low himself. He does have one last charge on that Furin. He does use it, but doesn't get all that much value. OEGU taken down extremely low, wisped immediately, having exited that Farrier mech, not able to use their ultimate, the Yotohime ultimate, going to waste, and unfortunately for them, they get taken down, but XCG are going to stay alive. Having that, wait, XCG having that Yang depletion. Yeah, they did have Yang depletion. I wasn't sure for a second, but yes. They did, in fact, have that Yang depletion, and they're going to be able to cleanse it. JJH coming in, spotting them out, going shopping. They have a decent amount of money, potentially looking to get some of these Soul Jades before the next Realm of Yang comes along. TELYD finding that Rebirth Charm for their Viper as well. I think that might be all of them now. We've seen quite a few being picked up. I'm not sure how many there are total, but I'm pretty sure it's... Oh, we're getting the res.
Oh,
that's so sad.
The saddest thing I've ever seen. He timed out at the worst time.
That's so sad.
Second Realm of Yangs have spawned up. We missed the first ones, but we are going to see the second one, providing somebody joins WBG inside of here.
Indeed.
Right now, honestly, looks like no one's particularly interested. GG, very quiet day from them, and a continuation of that in this game. Only 2 kills, so they may be looking to play a little bit more for the late game. There is a portal to the side of them, but they genuinely seem to have no interest in getting their hands on that. One thing I was thinking about, because you were talking at the beginning of the day about some of the changes coming in to how you're going to be able to buy armor from the shops. Like, money is going to be such a bigger deal going forwards, because at the moment I think a lot of people save their money for rebirth charms. Typically, it used to be Soul Jade rerolls, but now it's more like Rebirth Charms, and then occasionally Soul Jade rerolls later on in the day. Might have to hold that thought, though, because GG have found VVV from the side of JL, and they're looking to punish him on his lonesome. No way he's going to be able to survive this one, unless this is a bloody miracle coming out. He's able to put some space between them, but down he goes. LXM takes him out.
JL.
That's JL done.
They are indeed done. But more on what you were talking about. So you are right. The money is going to be going crazy. You're going to need quite a lot of it. But the way they're compensating for that is that now, as the game progresses onwards, the later on in the game, the more money you will get for killing somebody. So you can get like tens of thousands of Darktide coins for just killing one person, which is rather ridiculous. I'm not entirely sure how it's going to work. I haven't had the opportunity to go onto the test server myself yet, but there is a lot of changes to do to the money and how much you get for eliminating players. But here we are on the replay. BWG BBE it's very back and forth. Nothing's really happened.
Yeah,
I feel
it is.
like.
I get
All the parry coming out though,
lovely
but he
parry.
sends it the other way for some reason.
Wait, did Roy Shishi take the fan? I think Roy Shishi took the fan.
I think he just grabbed it. What is going on? Wait, what was that?
Oh no, he has the fan. Okay, picked it up.
It looks like he teleported into the suplex. Oh, a WBG. They did take down Snack here. But Baige, and the parry coming out, but not capitalized on, unfortunately. But it doesn't really matter. It is a 3v1 situation. Right, oh no, he had Mortal Defiance. No, that's so sad. It's always a feels bad when you get your Mortal Defiance wasted in Yang.
I'm wondering, as we move later on, once the changes come in with the shop, if we start to see more and more teams kind of gatekeeping shops to kind of punish those who don't get their gear together early and are looking to put it together last minute. Because as the circle shrinks, the amount of shops will also shrink with it.
So there's one thing that's also kind of interesting is that there's a limited number of armors, I think, and things that you can buy from the shop total. So like you can't.
Oh wait, they're
like
shared.
once it's like the rebirth charms. They're shared between everybody. So it might be that certain people will just speed run all to try and get as much money as possible early on, and then buy everything out of the shop as early as possible. But to get that much money is going to be ridiculous because some of these things cost like 30,000 Dark Tide coins for an armor or a gold armor. Like, you can buy gold armor out of the shop as well. You can buy...
That's going to be, like, money spot's going to be a super high value spot now.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely. Even
more
more so than it already is. Yeah, like, it's... One of the really cool things, though, as well, is that each game... So the shop also allows you to buy specific Soul Jades, like Phoenix Blast and Dragon-like Might,
so it's
or something
not
like
random
that.
anymore.
So there is the random one. There's the random one that you can gamble on, or there is the specific one that you can buy. So if you see one that you want specifically, you can buy that specific Soul Jade. However, it seems as though they change every round, so it's not the same every round, obviously. So one game it might be that you can buy Mortal Defiance and Stormstride, and one game it might be that you can buy Phoenix Blast and Merciless Havoc or something like that, which is very cool, and I like that because it sort of adds flavor to individual lobbies. But J-Team here in the realm of Yang, the dreadful whale after the blue horizontal, just absolutely decimating him, but it's equalized here. Lee getting taken down extremely low, trying to survive, and he does manage it. The dreadful, oh my
Dreadful
Lord.
Whale is the most satisfying Soul Jade in the game. I like nothing can change my mind on that. It's so satisfying to watch someone hit it. It might not be satisfying to get hit by. I'll give you that.
Yeah, it's really not.
If you're using it or you're watching someone use it, it is so unbelievably satisfying to see someone get caught in it.
I agree.
There's something about it. But yeah, no, if you get hit by Dreadful Whale, it's just like, well, this is fun, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll just watch myself die.
Yeah, I'll just get my hands off the keyboard, I guess.
Exactly. But do you want to know something else that's also really, really interesting about the upcoming changes? Soul Blooms now will have a timer.
That
so they
changes
are
Realm of Yang quite a lot.
Yeah, it does. So
That
now
really
they
changes the
last
Realm of
for
Yang
2 minutes and then they expire. So a team can't just kill a team at the beginning of the game, leave the Soul Blooms, and then have them there for later on. You have, if you want to have a Soul Bloom before Realm of Yang, you have to kill them and leave that Soul Bloom there within like maybe 30 seconds of that Yang. You know, maybe even less. It would have to be within 10 seconds of going into the Realm of Yang, because then you go into the Realm of Yang, 15 seconds until it actually starts, as long as somebody else goes in immediately and you're met with a fight. And then you have to kill that, or like, let's say you lose and you're in a losing position, you have to lose within that 2-minute timer to then be able to get out of the Realm of Yang, go to the res spot, the rebirth altar, and then go to the Soul Bloom. It's going to be really, really tough to actually capitalize on having left a Soul Bloom, because they just won't be there long enough. So it's going to mean that Realms of Yang are now a much bigger gamble. They're much, much bigger of a risk. So you actually have to be very confident going in. You have to be stacked to the teeth, you know. Otherwise it's a massive risk.
But I do think I actually kind of like that change, because I think
I kind of like it
the reason
too.
Realm of Yang was so good was because it did speed the lobby up. I think people have figured out with either using the the rebirth charms or the Soul Bloom kind of cheese, let's call it, they've been able to stall out and then mitigate the losses of taking a Realm of Yang. So now it's more like, is it going to be worth taking? You have to have a thought process on it. So I kind of mess with it. I think it's quite cool. Anyway, we talked a lot about what's coming and not what's happening. Let's turn our attention back.
Then again, there's not all that much happening currently.
It's been a relatively chill one. WPG
it
getting
has
10
been.
kills, though, just after I smack talked them in
That is pretty
in the
massive.
pre-game. I would still stand by it. They have been a very disappointing team for a long time. Them getting these 10 points, very, very nice. This actually should, after this game, with multipliers and things, clear them of 5-2-1, moving that qualification spot down a little bit more. JL probably kicking themselves about this one. They could have had the 4-stack games, but they unfortunately were not able to. And they go out with barely any points put together. It's
Yeah,
going to
and
be a
Wolves
very
has
low-scoring
overtaken
game.
them as well. Wolves
Yeah.
have overtaken them, and now we're
Wolves
in
7 kills.
contention. Yeah, contention for the top spot here. There are only, what is that, 7 points behind GG, and OUG is actually out this round, and GG is the one that's still alive.
Yeah.
is going back and forth. GG and OUG, although GG hasn't had the best first 3 games, they're in a position to do reasonably well here. There's still a bunch of kills to be had. 24 people alive, excluding them. That's 21 potential kills, although I highly doubt they'll get 21 kills from now. But especially considering that they're getting pressured over here. CJS forced to go into that mech, having been charmed by the Tessa ultimate. CJS about to be pulled out of that milk. What? The mech as well. The milk.
A tall glass of milk.
A milk, a nice cold glass of milk. 330 didn't drink his milk. He's been taken down. CJS and LXM are going to have to try and find an opportunity to resurrect their teammate. But it is in possibly one of the worst spots to die, on the cliff side, where everybody on the other side of the cliff can see you, and everyone below and above can just rain fire or grapple up and interrupt that resurrection. So it's going to be a tall order. Oh, Godley. Fun and interactive, getting hit by the Moonbane. Gotta love it. WBG, though, charmed by this Tesserault, and Wolves coming in with a Viper ultimate. Oh, no.
This is a big competition for Wolves as well, by the way. If they can take out WBG here, that is going to be them denying instant port out. That got a little bit too hairy. J-Team just on the mech outside. They're going to land some shots here. Zem breaking away from the likes of J-Team. It's like everyone's going to take a little bit of a backseat, a little bit of a chill moment. Remember, Wolves, they need to beat out WBG if they want to take this game as the MVP. Godley from JJH goes down to the Bane's Breath off on the side, I believe. Oh, no, that was the zone. Got the name of it for a very second there. Going down to the zone, so they're going to get zoned out for the moment, as it does look like TE still trying to hold this high ground, just shooting down onto JJH, who are getting a lot of damage sunk into them. Are going to be able to keep that Kurumi Tether on them, so they're going to heal back up nice and comfortably at this point. GG holding a low ground, only got 2 members, and their Farah is the one who is down. So that safety insurance policy for your Yoto, unfortunately out of the game. So you're going to have to play this very, very well to be able to hold on for now as WBG. They've lost their little house on the hill, and now just going to be standing outside, throwing the cannons up. The Wolves are pressuring them up so big here. Baige finds himself caught out by the Tessa Charm. Is he going to get connected onto? He's going on. Charm comes in. He's down. Wolves then able to secure that kill. They take down one of the key carries of the team contesting them the hardest right now. Tragic loss for them off that one, but Wolves making themselves 8 kills deep into this game. Feeling a lot more comfortable pushing forwards as GG now making their way up the side of the hill, trying to pressure themselves into a better position, into a better spot where they can hold more comfortably. Wolves now getting a little bit of damage put into them by the mech. Using the wind walls to buy themselves a little bit of space is J-Team quite happily holding this high ground. Remember, they got golden weapons to empower that mech more so, as Inchalui jumps into J-Team, instantly regretting that one. Healing coming in, should be sitting quite pretty, although XLY getting a lot of damage thrown onto them. This is getting nasty. The transform is going to break out. XLY now found Chewy jumping into his area, going to zone him off from this high ground. 2 minutes left in the game for the circle to close as it is slowly moving towards them. Chalui does go down. Lil able to secure that kill for J-Team, putting 7 kills on the board for them, giving them a shot at climbing up the standings and making bi-weekly finals more of an achievable goal for them. We did see a Tesserault go a little bit wide there, but Wolves, ZK able to secure himself his 9th kill for the team, make that 10. They are taking down J-Team and JJH all at once. Beautiful kills lead here with a musket.
Oh, beautiful parry.
EG
it didn't work.
Caught out by the parry, instantly zipped out by the Uber to safety. Wolves now using the Viper stun from Zem just to reclaim the higher ground. LYD finds himself caught out by the charm, and he is going to get absolutely melted here by Wolves as they secure themselves a 12th kill. EWG using the cannon to hold the high ground as this zone will be moving any second now, forcing everyone down onto that low ground. EWG 14 with the cannon just spraying the damage onto EG. EG healing himself back up, keeping himself alive for just a bit more in this game. He needs to find an opportunity to heal. Winwall so clutch coming in so that he can get the heal in as he's able to get some health back. We do see ZK go down though in the middle of this, and that's Wolves now down a player. They're going to be forced into the zone, gatekept out by XCG, who are able to secure themselves that kill. 1 minute left, and Wolves have one player standing in that game, and it is their Viper to try and clutch and get as many points put together for them as possible. WPG with 10 kills himself also coming in, but down goes Zem, and that is Wolves eliminated from this lobby as GG move back up into second place overall in the standings, holding fast right now. High ground still being held here by EWG, but you can see GG and EWG are pushing their way forward. But with the cannon coming in from 14, just absolutely obliterating the health bar, golden weapons, golden armor, all of the health they need to keep this mech standing for as long as possible. 14 switches mode into cannon, is now going to be forced off the high ground.
Oh, the bonk.
Next up, gets himself up, comes down with that bonk, like you said. Is just going to be holding up as long as possible. Wait for everybody in the group to come in for the slam, but isn't even going to go for it. Just continues to rail down with the cannon onto everybody. There's still 10 people left in such a tight circle. This is getting unbelievably close. The cannon fire for the mech will be timing out. NiHQ loses most of his armor, loses all of his armor and most of his HP. He's going low. 14 now doing the work with the Yoto slash. EWG cashing in kills, but WPG.
Oh, but he doesn't stay alive.
It's going to be XCG holding fast. Kakaishi, last man standing. I don't know who won it.
I don't know either, to be honest with you. Wolves were looking so good, but unfortunately they weren't able to stay grouped up and stay alive and get all that multiplier, all that juicy multiplier points. Unfortunately, I don't think they were able to stay alive long enough. It was very hectic. XCG coming out with the win as with the MVP of this game. Lovely to see. They're kind of middle of the pack. They were middle of the pack for a little while, but now this is going to send them all the way up the leaderboard. Ladies and gentlemen, XCG, they were collecting kills just out of nowhere throughout that end game.
I feel
they kept picking them up.
I feel WBG and Wolves are going to feel a little robbed off this one because they were the front runners, and then XCG just said, we'll have that in the last moment. Unbelievable game coming in from them. And XCG, along with the rest of the lobby, denying JL their 4th win in a row. JL going to be a little frustrated with that one. I mean, they're going to be happy with how today has gone in general, because I think, you know, where they started to where they've ended already, they're going to be pretty happy. But this could have been a big day, and that game denied them that opportunity to go all the way. So they're going to be a little disappointed off that one, but Wolves, nice to see them come alive. All of the players just leaving the stage right now, getting ready for game number 5. Will be coming up very quickly as well. Remember, we still play these games back to back. So they don't have long to reset and recuperate before jumping back onto Morris Isle for the next game.
Yeah. No, that end zone was rough. To play that end zone, the buttery rocks just being on the side of the cliff, making it so impossible to actually find your footing and like gain a little bit of space. Everybody going up and down with the pole swords, just like the scale rushes coming in left and right. I saw so many people just getting sideswiped by a pole sword just out of nowhere. It's so hard to actually stay stabilized and actually maintain formation, so to speak, as a team in that kind of zone. And it's so easy for it to fall apart, just completely fall apart. And that really shows how good teams are, that they're able to stay together and they're able to stabilize in those very hectic situations. And it's great to see XCG has been a team that has done extremely well in previous splits, but unfortunately weren't able to sort of sit at the top and just, you know, they did reasonably well at J-Cup. 7th place is not too bad. And they've done reasonably well so far in this bi-weekly, having gotten 83.6 points in their first day. It's just that so far today, I feel like they haven't really been able to ramp up just yet. But they are currently now, I think, sitting in 3rd or 4th. Wolves, I think Wolves are third.
Them, I think
Wolves are third. And then
I mean, we'll get standings in a second.
Yeah,
have a look
there
at
we
the
are. Oh, no, wait,
points,
no, not the
though.
full standings.
Don't worry, this is just the points. But XCG 20.8 points there. A huge game for them. And Wolves, if they had just placed a little better, they might have got the ranking points. They might have got the placement points to have made this their game. But unfortunately, they were denied. WBG, same goes for them as well, although they had 11 kills, so they were behind XCG on that front. J-Team coming alive. 8 points there. TE also starting to step back up to the plate after that game number 3, where they have started to show some signs of lives. And unfortunately, the BBE are Vietnamese representatives, the team who I was really excited to see join the league. Unfortunately, day 1 was amazing for them. Day 2 has been a little bit lackluster. Let's have a look at the individual breakdowns of all of the players here. 19k healing from Xiaonan. We did see almost 30 earlier, so get together, Xiaonan. Overall, though, a pretty big game. I mean, Kakaishi did the most damage on his team, and he was not on the quote-unquote primary carry. He's a more supportive utility character. He used in this comp.
Indeed. No, it can kind of be almost. It can be one or the other sometimes. You know how the Takeda plays. And whether or not he opts to go for a more of a supportive role, where it depends on what he has. You know, we've seen countless times where Takedas will just run the lobby at the end in the final zone if they have something like Cavalry Bloom, where they're just running around mowing the lawn with Cavalry Bloom and just mowing people down. But then there are times when Takeda isn't able to get that godlike setup, and then the Tumult, it comes down to the Tumult to actually come in and capitalize on the pushes, on the shoves from the Takeda. So it can go either way, but definitely I would say it is usually the Takeda who comes out on top with the most damage.
Yeah.
But here we are. Unfortunately, 5-1 has been knocked out of contention for the finals. BBE still holding strong, but they are at that red line. It's gonna be rough. Hopefully they can do a little bit better going into the 5th and 6th game. Not the best performance, but not the worst either. 20 is not too bad, especially considering that GG is also on 23 points for the day so far. It's a rather massive contrast to their previous day. Ginormous difference. Wolves, they're not on par to have the same day as they did in the first day, but again, harder lobby, harder to find value. XCG though, sitting in 4th, pretty comfortable after that MVP as well. Hopefully we can see them do some more like that. JL though, they had such an insane fight at the beginning of the game, but then they got trapped in the zone by Wolves, and it just fell apart. This was so unlucky right here. VVV goes around the corner to try and capitalize on the enemy Takeda having lost a lot of his health, but he gets caught pressed up against the wall and the Tumult wall, so he just had no space to move. He couldn't get out of the sand wall, and he was just stun locked in place. TE with the turnaround on this fight. Never jump against Pulsod. You jump, you die, ladies and gentlemen. LYD taking full advantage of that mistake. Kakashi on the greatsword doing some damage, and here we are again, the dreadful whale. Absolutely dreadful. EWG managing to get a bunch of value, but unfortunately weren't able to get the MVP this game. But XCG managing to stay alive at the very end.
This to me was so XCG Season 2 when they won the Nbpl. They were a team who won, and I was surprised they won because they were just so in the background, just quietly scoring, quietly popping off. And while our eyes this game were on WBG and Wolves, XCG snuck up behind everyone and just took it all. This is the XCG I remember. And Kakaishi leading the charge there, 21,000 damage on the
13.5
Skyforce, Aurora Bearer, Meteor, Thunderstorm, Velocity, Rupture Gale Orb. Of course, it's Rupture Gale Orb.
Of course.
Absolutely brutal. 13k on the cannon. That's where the damage came from.
Yeah.
Disgusting game coming in from him, and I'm sure he's very happy with himself off the back of that.
Look at him, he's got that grin on his face. He's very happy. The cheesy grin.
Boy.
But
Happy
absolutely.
boy.
You're a happy boy
yeah.
when you have Rupture Gale Flame Breath.
Feeling. It is a good feeling.
I think probably one of my favorite Jades in the game, alongside Heavy Sword Sap. But enough of that. Enough of that. You know what time it is. It's question time. It is question time, ladies and gentlemen. You know the drill. We do this every time, multiple times a stream. It is time to answer the question and put it into the chat. Once we have it on screen, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. The question is, which team is leading the total scoreboard at the moment? Is it A, CDGG? Is it B, JL, C, OUG, or D, XCG? Make sure to put your answers into the chat, and a lucky winner will be chosen. A little countdown takes place, and then a screenshot is taken of the chat, and then a random person from the list of those who answered will be picked, and then they will be messaged and whispered and added in the chat. So make sure to look out for that. If you participate, you don't want to be the guy who steps away and misses out on their rewards, on their treasures. It is it's always nice to get free stuff. We don't want to be that guy.
It's a pretty easy question as well, to be honest.
It is also a
we
reasonably
literally
easy
just
question.
showed you the answer. Sometimes they can be a little bit harder, where it's like, oh, what was this? What player was playing this very niche character that no one else was really paying attention to? It's like, I don't know. I wasn't listening. But like this one we just showed you. So unless you are looking at your phone and not at our faces, I kind of don't blame you, to be honest. Who really wants to look at our faces? But you should have, because you missed the answer, and I'm not going to tell it to you. Everyone in the chat will probably tell it to you because they do just spam the correct answer. But yeah, answer up. Make sure you do check those whisper boxes and grab your goodies. Game number 5 round the corner. JL being denied off the back of that one. Probably going to be a little bit miffed. Might be a little bit heated now. I'm sure they've gone back and they're like, right, let's not do that again. But I'm sure they're also in a relatively good mood. Let's be real. They've had a corker of a day. They just need to not like... I'm going to say it again. They're not going to fumble the bag in the last moment, right? Like, that's all they need to do is just don't mess it up. Don't be an idiot, JL. It's your day. If they can get the last 2 games, go 5 wins in the day, even if it's not in a row, that's still the most wins in a single day in trios by a single team ever. So there's still a record to be grabbed. Yeah, the highest was 4, which was
I think there was. I think wasn't there a 5? I think at J Cup. I can't remember.
I asked in production when GG were doing it last week. And they said I think the
longest was 4?
Working. There we go. Hello, mouse. Computer need mouse. I can't check. Oh, I can check now. My mouse has woken up. Good morning, princess. Like the whole way. I've lost my production chat. Oh, there we are. No, don't worry. I have no idea. People have won. Like people have won a bunch. I think the highest is 4. I don't think anyone's ever done 5. Because I specifically remember asking, 3 in a row is the longest score we've had in trios. 4 total for the day, and that was GG.
I think in solos. Solos might be the one I'm thinking about.
Yeah, solos is different. Trios.
Because Spider, I remember, got 5 in one day, I think. Or something bonkers. He got 5 in one day. 5 MVPs in J Cup like groups or something. What a machine! Yeah, but
was that the year where Mike wasn't there?
No, that was J Cup.
That was J Cup.
Yeah.
Gone.
Yeah. In the groups, not in the finals. In the finals, unfortunately, he didn't play as well, or he didn't have as good of a day.
Spider, I know we're meant to be talking about trios, but I want to talk a little bit about solos. Spider is a player who is super exciting, but that guy gets in his head more than anybody. Like, when he has a bad game, that's it. Like, if it's an especially bad game at the beginning of the day, don't expect anything from Spider for the rest of the day. Like, he gets in his head so bad. And then he just, unfortunately, messes up a lot off the back of it. So
I think it's to be expected, to be honest with you. It's definitely a real struggle to maintain your mentality going into those games, especially when you're hyped up so much as a player, as a participant. You know, like leading up to J Cup, everyone was just talking about Spider, Mike, Spider. And, you know, it comes down to whether or not you can handle the pressure, and it can be very difficult to maintain form in those situations, you know. And we talk about, I think one of the things that I bring up every time I cast NBPL or whatever it might be, J-Cup, it's all about mental a lot of the time. Being able to maintain a solid outlook and a positive outlook throughout the series, the 6-game series, is very, very important, especially as a team in trios. Because if one team member is just head in the bin and he's just losing it, he's tilting off the face of the planet, it's really hard to do well, because you have to like try and cheer him up and make him have a good time to make sure he's having fun for you guys to actually do well, because it's really hard to do anything if your teammates just tilted. Like a chain is they're only as strong as their weakest link. You know, if one of your teammates is just like, GG, go next, what the hell are you doing, team, blah blah blah, it's pretty rough. It's hard to do anything. So yeah, it comes down to not only the players themselves, but also the coaching staff. Look, that's the man. That's him right there, the coach. I'm pretty sure I've never seen him before, so I think he is a new coach for this year. I think he is, because I did not see him last year.
I don't believe he's Wolves' coach from last year. Yeah, I think I agree with you on that one. That's a lot of Sand Siphon
super
in the first round.
Oh, yeah, true.
There's 50-50 on the Karumi Zip. I kind of do, because it's a Firefly map, and like Takeda really likes them. But other side, it's gonna be the Cannonball, but the Justina Cannonball, and a regular Cannonball, and then a Blind Date, and then another
Cannonball with fries.
Yeah, Cannonball with a side of fries.
Oh, I'm hungry now.
I'm very hungry. I'm interested because some of these teams are just not burning points at all.
Yeah, I think there is a way. I think there's a way to sort of like sneak the system a little bit in the current system.
Yeah, we might need to adjust this. This might need a little bit of looking at, or
just give them none, and then just make them play something unique every game, and let them play. Let them play one comp twice, like solos. Yeah,
yeah.
And then make people play Tarka comps, please. That'd be fun. That'd be so much fun to watch. Watching Tarkas, Valdas, Zais, Akoses in the game, that'd be so much fun to watch.
Here's you have like a Joker. You know, like some games we have like a Joker to play?
Yeah.
You have a Joker one where if you play a comp for the first time, you get double points on your score that day, that game.
Ooh.
I'm just saying, that forces some really interesting thinking where they're like, oh, we could just play like a really cheesy, like, get a bunch of kills early. Doesn't matter about placement. We'll just get double points for the kills.
Yeah. Get a
10 kills, that's 20 points.
Bonus.
Yeah. Do like a Tarka Zai comp or Jouet. So I can't remember his name.
I mean, I've tried to create a Tarka comp that's like somewhat viable many times.
Give me Valda. Give me Valda.
It's with Valda. Tarka Valda.
Love Valda. Yes.
Tarka Valda Zai can kind of work in early game. It was back when Zai was recently released, so she was stronger, and since then she's been nerfed. But Tarka Valda Zai was actually somewhat okay back then as like an off-spawn comp where you'd play super aggressive in the off-spawn situation, get a crazy number of kills, and then try and dominate throughout the game and snowball. But it was really hard to make work. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, Valda's kind of one of the weird ones, though. She kind of... It's kind of like, do you go V2 or V1? You know, V2 can kind of almost act like a Takeda sometimes, where you get the water spears and you can throw them out and lock people down. But then the V1 can kind of be a storm mechanic as well. It can set up a wombo, that sort of thing. So it's kind of interesting. But actually, do you want to know another thing that's coming, which is kind of cool?
Okay.
You're not going to like it, but I do. Tarka's ultimate can no longer be cancelled by Valda's ultimate. Let's go.
Okay. That's crazy. Do we know what the changes to like Valda's abilities are going to look like when we do the ability changes?
Well, they haven't said anything about Valda just yet.
Yeah,
so far,
I feel that could be a big thing, because I think like her F is always interesting on like what version of the F you take and what version of the ult you take and stuff like that. Combining them actually might give you the benefits you need to make her viable.
Yeah,
I hope so.
Agreed.
This could just be pure copium. Don't get me wrong. I might just be really coping right now.
We love our copium here.
To game number 5 eyes on BBE and WBG, who are up in Celestia right now. Looks like Ibin just grabbed himself a fan and some white armor. Do find out immediately onto one of the WBG members. Instant charm comes down, trying to make the connection onto Baige. Lovely parry coming in from Ibin into the uppercut with a fan. He has whopped it down. Easy pick up there. Fat Milk's going to get churned into cheese as he is being absolutely obliterated by them. This is a complete, just one-sided affair. Frozen down, trying to keep some damage up. Sleepwalker doing his best. I say it! He finds the opening! These freezes from Sleepwalker are just so much! Down he goes! That was closer than it needed to be.
That was crazy. The Justina ult. See, this is the thing with Justina. You can get so much value if you're able to constantly dash through multiple targets. It's crazy. It's such a nuisance. It's so hard to deal with. But looking here, we've got Alliance coming in to engage onto BBE. The Justina coming out again from Ian, as we're calling him now. He's been charmed. It's not looking too hot. He's about to eat a bunch of damage, but it gets parried. Ian saved. The Yotohime ult coming out, clutching up for Ian. Fat Milk, he's gonna get churned up. Oh, Ibin, they're narrowly avoiding Ian. Managing to avoid that charm, but it's not going to matter for the other members who didn't avoid it. An Alliance going to take them down, picking up 3 eliminations and a decent amount of money as well, immediately going over to that shop. But we're jumping on over to the northern side, the northern edge of the map. GG up against Wolves. A fight that's going to potentially dictate the rest of the game for one of these teams. LXM gets locked up by the Dragon Slayer, but he does have that zipping pop to save him. The Kurumi comes out for Wolves here. We've got the old Sand Siphon versus the new Sand Siphon. Looking as though Wolves is reasonably healthy, but oh my lord! The damage were then immediately healed way back up by the Kurumi C. JS, his ultimate now has been expired. The F1 has been used. He's trying to find some value. He's just running straight into the opponent, but he releases into the enemy. The enemy Takeda, who has the F1 up. Nobody called. Don't blue focus Takeda. CJS. Oh, he doesn't manage to get the combo. Wolves ZK is now on his lonesome. The parry comes out, and GG is going to clutch up and take down Wolves. Wolves still having their reses available. They're going to have to go whimper away and find themselves some loot to get back into the game. Heading on immediately back to Celestra. JJH scrapping it out against Alliance. Alliance using that Yueshan ultimate up against JJH, who are running the blind date composition. The Tessa ult comes out, is going to lock down a couple members in just a moment. There it is, Bo. He's just sort of walking into the wall in the Yueshan ult, unable to really do anything from here. They do have 3 kills. Alliance do have 3 kills, and they do have their reses, so it's not the end of the world. If Bo can make it out alive, that would be really nice, but it's going to be a tall order. I'm not sure if he can. Maybe? It looks like JJH just didn't bother. I think they just didn't bother chasing him. All right, so he's out. He gets to keep his purple weapon, and his teammate's going to have to try and res somewhere else. But JJH, pretty happy with this, sitting on 8 kills already from JJH. What a performance.
Yeah, really, really big play from them. They needed it as well, because right now they are basically at the bottom of the table. Like, absolutely no opportunity for them to, well, do anything, to be honest. Well,
yeah. They could maybe do it.
They can do it. They've got 2 games. The points are actually not that far. If you think about it right now,
far, actually.
It's WBG who are on 75 points. The next locked spot is 83.6. So if BBE and WBG continue to score, Bowden will slide down, making 83.6 a guaranteed qualification into the bi-weekly finals. You've got 2 games. If you're JJH, you are, what, like 20-odd points off? That's just 2 relatively decent games. That's very achievable for them to knock Bowder out of 10th into that bottom end of the table. It's even achievable for EWG, although EWG have a little bit more work to do, being they don't have any kills under their belt right now. TE as well, also really need to get some points on the board if they want to try and qualify. They are the org of the world defending champions. They have one of the world defending champion players on their team as well. So not making it to the first bi-weekly final would actually be really disappointing from TE.
Yeah, it really would be.
I would like to see them try and make that happen, as Roshiji getting XCG'd right now, as they are now running into JJH. Who's going to take the kill? It's XCG. NiHQ able to take them out. Now dodging away on some of this, as in comes Chilui with the Viper lockdown, trying to stun everybody in place. Is able to get on to Xiaonan. Xiaonan's Hellfire is taken away. Chilui loses all his armor in a single swipe. Does get some healing back up, but he is being juggled around. Yoto Ultimate coming in. He is just being hounded. Uber to safety. Do not want anything to do with that.
Damn, that was a little close. JJH, we almost cursed them out.
Almost.
But they managed to make it alive with that Uber driver. Wu Chen, he's not been drinking tonight. He's ready to go. He's the designated driver. It looks as though they're going to be going back in. They do have their ultimate on the Tessa ready to go. They have one charge remaining. It's going to be... Oh, they also have the Moonbane. The Moonbane coming down. He does manage to catch one member with that Tessa charm, but they immediately jump into the mech. It's going to mitigate some of the potential damage that they can do. But it looks as though the Moonbane's coming in clutch. NiHQ gets taken down. Oh, Kakashi. He's trying to find some value with the Yoto ult. He avoids the Viper stun. I think it was V1. I'm not 100% sure. But Kakashi, there's nothing that he can really do. Xiaonan in that Farrier mech. Finally coming out of it. It looks as though they're gonna leave him. They're gonna let him just be on his own. That's why.
Third party's here.
That's why. Wolves were spotted in the distance. The pack on their way. They smelt the blood in the water. They saw the Moonbane. They're ready to engage, and they come in and pick up a cheeky kill for themselves a purple armor.
What kind of psycho behavior is that? Seeing a Moonbane go down, just running to it. Like, that's exactly what Wolves just did. Now, GG.
I mean, that's what you want to do, you know?
No, I mean, it makes sense. You might be on a third party, and they pulled it off. But GG, absolutely melting Lil's health. LXY quick to follow as well. J-Team, 2 players down. That is rough for them. GG. Absolutely obliterated them there. Just having a quick look. GG, I can't see on my scoreboard because they are at the top 2, and we're not looking at the top 2.
They're 5 kills in there. That's pretty good. It's a pretty solid performance. It looks as though they definitely have done a lot better in the second half of the day than they did in the first. Second half, it looks as though they're a little bit more comfortable here. GG. Oh, they're chasing him down, and it looks as though... Oh, the Katana sap. Very nice. J-Team, it looks as though they may have been knocked out of this game. Back to the lobby you go. Back to spectator mode, I think. I was about to say spectation.
Did you say?
I was going to say spectation.
Sensation. Let's go.
Yeah.
All right. Well, JL, they need this game to go right for them. They've had a disappointing game number 4. Now moving into 5. Immediately, Lian comes in with the freeze, ready charged. Is he going to find an opportunity to use it?
Oh,
comes in, doesn't quite connect the freeze onto the moment, gets himself parried back. Now trying to look for another freeze onto FX. FX actually just being really juggled around. They do not get to play this game. Being melted. Still a couple of charges onto Lian, but they're getting chased up by TXJ. TXJ frozen up by Lian. They're keeping the pressure on. Dashes up into the air. That's the last charge used. In they come. Freezes themselves with the F just to keep alive for a bit.
Oh no, the cannon!
Melted down, and JL keeping the pressure onto Alliance. Revenge goes down. Bo will be last man standing, and there is nothing he's going to be able to do. Down he goes. JL take the win.
Hey, JL, they are not to be messed with. Is that 6 kills? I think it is. 6 kills. Very nice. 2 kills each. All members pulling their weight. Looking good for them. Securing themselves that gold weapon. I'm not sure what it was. What is it? A gold spear? I think it's a gold spear. Yeah, gold spear. I'm not sure if he's going to... I think he's probably going to keep it as a spear. We definitely see a lot more spear in trios than we see staff, unless you manage to find yourself something like Merciless Havoc or maybe jabbing. Jabbing is absolutely disgusting, Jade. If you haven't been jabbed, it's rough. It's pretty rough. I can see your face.
Oh man. I just like take 5, man. Take 5.
Okay, moving on. Moving on. Okay,
Alliance and BBE going toe to toe. Fat Milk on the run. Again, unfortunately, BBE have had a really rough go of it. They are going to portal away.
Oh, I only caught one of them. It was only him.
Oh no, they are separated. You
This
don't
is
want
not
your
looking
milk to
good.
separate. That's not a good
No,
look.
that's rough.
That's when you're done. You know you're in trouble when your milk separates.
Yeah.
Especially into fat little chunks.
Should have gone to
coming
the
in for the
shops.
freeze. Oh, this is like solos just in. I remember this. Pop ult, chase down. In they come. One more freeze is all they need. Connect.
Oh, the tree.
Although the tree actually did help out Fat Milk. Still being
He's
forced
got
away,
what-
Leanne,
wait,
keeping the pressure
he's
up
only got-
onto them. They're about to run out of grapples. This could be really dangerous.
I don't think he's catching it. I think Fat Milk might be out of here for the moment. He's going
found
deeper and deeper into the zone, though.
Yeah, this is like, he's actually just playing them here, man.
Oh.
Down he goes. F teleport
Wait.
comes in from Revenge.
What do you want to
Fat Milk.
bet? They don't make it back in the zone. Nah, surely they do, right? Surely. Surely
too
they make
early,
it back
right?
to the
It's
zone.
too early for that.
We saw it last week. Last week though. Well, I can't remember which team it was, but they chased somebody in the zone who was hiding, and then they couldn't make it back into the safe zone. They just died on their way back in. I can't remember which team it was, but hey, EWG 9. He's taking quite a bit of damage, but his zipping has popped that ultimate. And he's keeping him topped up, keeping that heal tick going. But he's immediately met with that spear from Jin Yu slamming into the ground. 9, he's still alive. Look at him. He's just getting bounced around. The Tumult Wisp holding in place. The turret just popping shots. He's still going. I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter if they do happen to die here. They still have another 40 seconds on this Vermilion Bird's Might. Ooh! That dodge on the Yoto ult, just staying alive, but it looks as though it's not going to be for long. 9 gets taken down. OUG, it's possible that this is their revenge. They lost in the realm of Yang, and EWG won. It's possible they got their revenge. I'm not sure who fought who in the realm of Yang, but they do manage to cleanse that Yang depletion, taking them up to 7 kills as well. OUG still maintaining their lead on the leaderboard, the very top place, by quite a comfortable margin as well. 22 points. Pretty solid lead for them.
They're pretty comfortable now.
Yeah, I think that it's unlikely that they're going to get overtaken at this point, considering it's now the 5th game of the day. Unless someone like Wolves gets a massive game, it's going to be very difficult for anyone to take them down. And I mean, GG potentially.
Potentially GG have the opportunity. FX actually just got his oogles boogled, man. Like
his oogles boogled, indeed.
He just got completely changed down as Wolves ZK. Just playing a little bit of the range game. He only got a white musket though, so not really going to be sinking all that much damage in as OUG backing off. Might be a bit of a shopping spree coming in. I say a shopping spree, they've not actually really got that much to roll. Unfortunately.
Yeah, they're at the thrift shop, getting all the secondhand jades. OUG, looks as if they're going to be rotating in towards the zone here. I don't know if they're really... someone's got a bounty on them. They might be trying to do the reverse bounty, whether you sort of run in a certain direction and just hope that the meter starts going up, and then you reverse bounty to try and hunt the team that was supposed to be hunting you. But I'm not too sure. It looks as though they might be rotating over to the realm of Yang. JL is certainly looking to go into this one. They're waiting right on the doorstep. JJH also rotating in. Oh, wait. Oh no, he's just asserting a little dominance. He's like, you want to get over here? You're going to have to go through me.
My portal, I want to jump in it.
Exactly.
That's what it's about. Let's see if JL are going to be contested. I think they would like to be contested. Looking at their Soul Jades, they are pretty geared up right now, and they'd like to get some more kills on the board. Climb that ladder, potentially threat OUG if possible. It's going to be a hell of a lot of work, and I think, honestly, because game 4 didn't go great, that opportunity might have unfortunately passed for them, but looks like GG gonna get themselves the White Tiger's prowess there off the back of that one. That's a new buff for this season for anyone who is unaware. So something new to play with.
It's pretty interesting. It's definitely been used a lot in solos. I'm not sure about trios, though. I think that the Mystic Might is definitely a solid pick for trios, considering that it allows you to sort of find and locate all those like solos that are still alive, you know, where they're missing teammates towards the end of the game. It can be very useful. But find all the blueberries. But anyway, enough of that. We're heading into this fight. JL scrapping it out. Having used that Takeda ultimate already, half of it's already ticked away. Unfortunately, they're not really able to find all that much value, considering that the Feria ult is just mitigating it entirely. He's trying to find a little bit. Taking a chunk of damage, forcing that Yoto Hime ult to come out. JLTXJ, he's getting bounced around. Can he avoid the ult? Oh! He does just manage to avoid it, and he picks up that armor that his teammate dropped for him. Very nicely done there. The team play, the synergy, the preparation here. Oh,
that was one-sided.
That was a slap and a half. OUG just the bonk from the pole sword coming in. But hey, OUG managing to take it home, and it looks as though this may have actually secured themselves. This game's pretty big for them. I think that it's going to be very hard for any team to overtake them. It looks as though OUG is going to be going into the bi-weekly finals as the first place finisher for the qualification round.
Yeah, really, really big. OUG finally finding their footing. Turns out they're a bit of a Morris team more than a Holoroth team, which needed a fix because Holoroth look very, very rough for them. They're chasing onto Leo here. Leo is going to be able to put some distance between him and the members of OUG, although plenty of grapples to work with. I don't know what Leo's grapple is like, and unfortunately, Mystic Might makes it very hard to escape because they know exactly where you are. Down
exactly what I was just saying, yeah.
That's why you take Mystic Might over the White Tigers, unfortunately. As much as I like to see new things and I get excited by them, sometimes good old Mystic Might just hits stiff.
Yeah, exactly. I think we've definitely seen a lot of White Tigers prowess in solos, as I was saying, because it's, unless you're playing something specific. Yeah, I think, I remember watching it the other day, the solos, where Spider took the Mystic Might over the White Tiger prowess, but that was only because he was playing Takeda and he was in a lobby where he needed to know where everybody was. He was going into that end game, and you kind of need to be able to either find those isolated fights as a Takeda, where there's loads of Ferias and stuff roaming around, and you need to make sure that you don't get lobbied, so you don't sort of get surrounded by enemy players.
And you also have the damage reduction on Mystic Might, which is always nice as well. So it's not like it's not designed for combat, like it is a fighting buff as well, just not as dominating as everybody is just climbing a tower here. There's a whole bunch of teams. This could get very messy very quickly. And JL, they need the pressure because they've got 2 minutes left on this debuff. If they get knocked out here, that is their chances of making podium, I think, pretty much done. Wolves them is hiding away from FX and not actually able to put in the zone. Connection. Wait, they're just perfectly hiding in the zone. JL haven't even checked yet. They've got themselves quick portal out. Wolves they're just chilling, man.
They're literally chilling. I don't know.
Out on FX's ultimate. He's unable to get the grapple off. They're still keeping the pressure up. Wolves are coming in from behind, teleporting forwards. This is the timer running low. JJH just desperately sprinting away from JL. JL, they do not have long. 1 minute 30 to make these connections. 1 minute 30 to find these kills and get the soul blooms in time, as they are finding themselves actually pretty pincered. EWG and Wolves are behind them while they're chasing onto JJH. JJH just have zero interest in fighting, and JL even need to figure that out and turn for someone else, or they just got to keep this pressure up onto JJH. As LYD almost getting spotted out here, but not going to get quite
they're out of grapples,
moving towards Alliance. They're just trying to break away from JL and turn their attention to someone else, but this is bad. 58 seconds. I don't know if they can do this. They found Revenge here. Maybe there's an opportunity. They're going to keep him in the zone. Put a lot of damage onto Revenge. Revenge throws the ultimate down as this gets hairy very quick. They're in some serious danger, though. 44 seconds to get this. Revenge keeping the damage up with his ultimate, but JL pressuring onto Revenge, keeping him in place. Can they find the kill? Can they get the Soul Bloom? 30 seconds left. Revenge holding fast. Down they go. One player's going to get cleansed. Who are they going to cleanse is the question. Are they going to do a quick exchange out? No. They get one person better, and now they're just going to run towards the edge of the zone and see if they can find something, but I don't think they're going to be able to. 2 members will be going down momentarily. That's the end of JL, unfortunately.
That is so rough.
The last standing player finds Bo coming in. They get a lot.
No and they give it to the Takeda. The Karumi's dead. There she goes. Oh, but are they going to make it back into the zone? I don't think they are.
No
I think
way,
it's oh my god.
Okay.
No way.
Here's my copium take. They didn't give kills to anyone.
True, and they got a couple points for themselves.
Yeah, that's the copium take. They dropped the 5th off that.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. But I mean, 9 kills though. That's still a solid performance. It's just that they weren't able to convert it. Yang depletion is one of the worst feelings. Dying to Yang depletion is just such a rip. It's just so unbelievably sad when you can't manage to get the kills. JJH. They could smell the desperation, and they just knew that all they had to do was run. They just didn't need to take this fight. So these Yang depletion situations, it's a really good. You can play around it very effectively. If you know that there's going to be a team out there that has Yang depletion, you can either obviously look to try and avoid them completely, and just if they start chasing you, just run, because you know that it's all or nothing for them. So they're going to full commit on you no matter what. And if you don't have your cooldowns, you can't really take that fight. But one thing that you can definitely do is try and find another team, or try and find the Yang depletion team, but don't make yourselves known to them, and try and see if they'll engage on a different team, and then play off of the fact that they'll be desperate, and then come in and look for that third party. There's lots of very interesting strategies that you can look for and try and execute. That a lot of people don't really think about. The Yang depletion situation is one of those things that people don't really think about. They think about the team with the buff, but they don't think about the team that has the Yang depletion sometimes. And it's really interesting to see what teams sometimes do with this. JJH, though, looking pretty happy. How many? 10 kills so far. 10 kills so far. They're all in a pretty decent spot. They don't have their Wu Chen or Viper ult available just yet. They're looking to go shopping, try and pick up some Soul Jades that people have left behind. GG just going over the horizon, over towards the little lake, the little waterfall area. We've got all these teams rotating in towards the zone here. EWG in a reasonably good spot. Only 3 kills to their name, unfortunately. They are in a pretty good position, though. They have the high ground over GG here. They have the cannons to rain down fire. OUG, I'm not sure if they had their Feria ult forced out, or if they just used this because they wanted to try and get some value out of it. Potentially, considering that there's a Morris Blessing here, maybe they tried to use it to create space for themselves, but weren't successful, unfortunately. This is a BBE. Fat Milk has been taken down. Oh, the Moonbane. Oh my god.
Oh no, it's all gone bad.
Oh no, Ivan, and he gets taken down as well. BBE falling apart. Unable to stabilize Roy the lone member. It's like he's playing solos again. He's trying to stay alive. He's trying to res his teammates, though. Oh my.
I swear that Moonbane just has it out for Roy Oh!
Moonbane!
Everyone targeted him, man. Like, that was, I don't know, someone paid off Moonbane for that. Like, check Moonbane's PayPal now.
Moonbane's PayPal.
Every breath landed on top of Roy Shishi.
Literally, it's so annoying when that happens. It's so annoying. But hey, we've got all these other teams just lurking around the edge. The Morris Blessing, this is CJS managed to get himself that gold armor. He is ready to just dominate this lobby, it seems. He's got the the gold armor. He's got his ultimate fully stacked up, and he's going to have to try and find a good opportunity to use it. Oh, and there it is. Got EWG9 as well, getting his ultimate fully stacked up to the gold. So as you can see, around the ultimate's icon, it's got this little gold border. That means that it's at its maximum stage, so to speak. This is its highest scaled stage. Speaking of stages, JJH was sitting on a very nice little spot up there. I'm not really sure why Chue just jumped down. It's a bit of a preemptive rotation. I think they could have stayed up there, actually. I don't think it's actually going to be in the zone, but they might be pushed to the very edge of it. Might be a smart decision. Wolves engaging over here onto XCG. The Farrier ZK. Oh my god! He's getting bounced around. Literally, Jiaonan and Yu just absolutely obliterating him with those Farrier mechs. It looks as though they might be able to get the resurrection, though. They're definitely going for it. They have the tether onto the Takeda. It's possible they'll be able to get this resurrection off. It's going to be rough. Jiaonan trying to heal inside that F3. But JJH, Chue just jumps right in with that Viper kick, with that ZK's Viper back. F3, just obliterating him. And ZK, oh, there he goes again. He gets resurrected and then instantly gets mobbed by the entire lobby. The cannon shot coming in again. JJH picking up yet another kill. I can't see them on the... Oh, there they are. 13 kills. 13 eliminations. If they manage to stay alive and continue to dominate the lobby, they will be able to get a considerable number of points. 9. Oh, he's getting absolutely cooked. The Tessa ultimate started it off. He got charmed. He took a crazy amount of damage and is continuing to do so. The Farrier mech from afar is just obliterating his health bar and forcing that Tumulk ultimate to be committed. EWG, they're low on resources, but they're about to get their Takeda ultimate back up. If they manage to get that resource back up and capitalize on it well enough, they might be able to save this game for themselves. It's going to be a difficult task. They do have 5 kills already, so if they get a few more, they could definitely come out on top here. But OUG as well, sitting on 12 kills. I don't even see where they are. They must be in a pretty good spot. Chue with the V3s coming out. He's trying to find the engage. He does force that zipping ultimate. The pop comes out onto the Tumulk, but they're not really... Oh no! They're teleporting to zone! Oh, but they're doing well with it, I guess. Okay,
they bullied their way back in. Fair play.
Yes, get out of my way! EWG XG gets cooked by GG at the edge of the zone, forced out. The musket shot coming in. OUG under a lot of pressure here. Yu, having lost all of his armor and most of his health, is taken to the skies with that Yota Hime ultimate. The question is he going to be able to get back down? He does, and he's pretty healthy as well. JJH, though, still all topped up. Jinyu now forced to use his ultimate as well. It's not looking too good for OUG. They've all had all of their cooldowns forced out at this point. SS is in the mech. As soon as they come out of this mech and transformation, they're going to be obliterated by the lobby. It's going to be rather difficult to stay alive. As soon as it happens, though, as long as they don't get too much value, GG still alive. CJS still essentially full health on that gold armor. We've got XCG Kakashi lurking in that little purple bush with his gold armor and his pulse sword, ready to pounce at any moment. But Jinyu, there it is. OUG getting collapsed on the moment their ultimates expire. Not able to stay alive, not able to get enough value. JJH now looking to capitalize on this situation, jumping in the grapple spam. He's trying to stay airborne. You don't want to be on the ground as Viper. It can be very difficult to stay alive. You have no self-peel. With GG coming in and locking them down. JJH just falling apart. Godley and Moran getting taken down by these nunchucks. And Chue, he doesn't have the pressure that comes from V1 or V2. He has the V3 and he's not able to stay alive. GG are actually clutching this up. They have so many kills. 15 kills. OUG as well. Only one member left alive, and there he goes. He's taken down, and GG are looking to clean this up. Only 2 members left alive. Wolves, XEM, and XCG's Kakashi trying to stay alive as long as they can, but it doesn't look as though he's going to be able to do it. But there it is. Ooh, Wolves. He has the... Wait, he has a bit more health. He has a little bit more health than him. Can he stay alive? He cannot! And GG clutch it up and take it home.
That was unbelievable. I cannot believe that. Woo. Honestly, I actually thought there was gonna be a turnaround, but GG. We have been.
I thought he was gonna survive. He had more health
all day, and they come in huge there in the final moments. Massive win there for GG. Uncontestable as well. Denying everyone. And honestly, these have been some crazy scoring games. Like, people are getting some serious points in today's games. There are teams who are just not getting much and teams who are getting everything. It's
literally.
very bloody day. I'm loving it. It's so much fun. We've got one game left as well.
It's crazy.
It's going to be all to play for after that one. That's going to be the big one. I wonder if JL can bounce back, because they slipped from 3rd to 5th. And it's still much higher than where they started today. Don't get me wrong. They have cleared enough to be in the bi-weekly finals. They're going to be happy. They're going to be comfortable on that one. But man.
Absolutely. You can't not
JL definitely falling a little bit to the wayside. And GG finding their fit in this game. Showing us why they started today with the most points. This was the team who had the most points at the beginning of the day. They surpassed OUG by a pretty significant amount. They really showed up. Man.
I think OUG and GG just they finally got in gear in that game. Both teams were on crazy kills. They had crazy numbers, but GG able to come out on top. I think OUG still definitely in the lead. They definitely have the lead, as they won. I think it was, I can't remember how many. I think wait, was it 3rd or? I think they went out in 4th place, I think, with 12 kills.
Yeah.
I think. Like, OUG got caught in a really bad spot where they were forced to use all their cooldowns and they weren't able to stay alive. And GG just capitalized on it. I was really sad to see JJH fall out there in about 5th place or something. They were doing so well, but they just couldn't make it work. They lose a lot of value the longer the game goes on, especially with V3. Like, it's kind of hard to actually make something happen in that final zone. But hey, they did a good job nonetheless.
They did an amazing job. They really did. I'm curious to see the overall scores, because that's going to mean a lot. But before we even get to that, we're going to go straight into a question. We ain't giving you any answers here. Let's see what the question is going to be. Who won game 5? Come on, man! It was such an easy one. Who won game number 5? Was it A, CDGG? Was it B, JL? Was it C, OCG? Or was it D, XCG? I really thought we were going to have a hard question there. Nah, that might be the easiest one I've ever seen.
Yep.
If you get this wrong, don't close the stream, because we want to keep the viewership high. But go walk out and sit in the corner for a bit. Just like 5-minute timeout, because that is naughty. You can't get this wrong.
True. Agreed. If you're getting this wrong, you're kind of trolling. And don't just make yourself feel better by just copying everybody else's. If you didn't know and you just copied, you should feel ashamed.
Yeah, if you win and you didn't know, you're gonna be sitting there going, man, you have some serious imposter syndrome, man. If I'm such a fraud, I don't deserve this.
But then again, easy dubs without even trying.
True.
Kind of a good feeling too.
Yeah, I agree. I hate that I agree, but I do.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see what the points are going to look like.
There we are.
Lovely.
Oh,
Look at that one.
go. Yeah.
19, almost the 21 coming in from GG. That's a 30-pointer. That's a pretty big one. JJ's got 13 kills, so making that 16. 15 points over to OUG. 10 points to JL. But see what I mean? Like, there's so many points towards the top end. 19 kills, 13 kills, 12 kills, 9 kills, 5 kills. Like, it's just so many points getting scored today.
Yeah. The thing is, I don't think it's not out of reach for the teams that are sitting at the bottom end to get that kind of game either. I think we see them do it from time to time as well. It's just more whoever's more consistent.
The damage!
The 30,000 damage coming out from the Tamog, and only 16,000 from the Takeda. Hey,
bro, that's criminal.
That's
criminal when Takeda is doing half the damage of your Tumult.
Yeah.
There's something seriously wrong there. Maybe LXM should be on the Takeda next game.
Well, maybe he's just that good at Tumult, and the cicada was just not in the. He was just playing the support role. Maybe just take turns.
All right, sorry. I just saw someone answer wrong in the Twitch chat. I know, obviously, we're ahead, so for everyone who's watching at home right now, you're like, what? This has already been decided. Whoever you are who just put C in there, that was genuine. Especially when everyone around them put A. It was a C sandwiched in a sea of A's. Oh, my word. Unbelievable. Anyway, overall standings. You're a naughty person, you are. Overall standings, we can see JJH have now qualified off this game for Biweek finals. They still need to hold it, but
they do.
Look at Bowder, 83.6. That is the hard line in the sand for the final game. If you can surpass that, you are qualified. No problems.
True. It's gonna be.
I want to see the top. Be hard. That's what I want to see.
It's gonna be hard for the team below JJH to get there, though. I think with all of these teams trying to like make sure that they don't get knocked out, it's gonna be hard to get in there. But we'll see. We'll see. It could be a bit of an upset. But as you said, Bowder has that hard line there. But everyone else above, I think they're all pretty much chilling. They don't even really like. As I said earlier, it's about qualification. You've qualified. Now it's just bragging rights.
But it's not though, is it? Really, when you think about it, you're taking a percentage of the points. I actually don't know what the percentage is, but you take a percentage of the points into the bi-weekly finals. So OUG
and also, now that I think about it,
are going to be starting with MVP, so many more points.
You get a bag for getting MVP as well, I think.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it. True.
Don't fumble it.
Yeah. Yeah, don't fumble the bag, ladies and gentlemen. You don't want to be that guy. Make sure that you can get in there and give it your all. It's actually... I mean, it's good, but it's also kind of rough on the players at the same time. You know, to have to go full pedal to the metal all the time, it's easier to burn out. But then again, because of that, it shows who's like more of a resilient team, I think.
Yeah, I think
kind of cool.
That's part of like the process of deciding, and I think that's why I think trio mentality seems to be better than solos mentality, because I think there's a lot of solos players. We talked about Spider earlier, where he really gets in his head. Like, he's not blaming anyone else. He's the person he gives the most criticism and the most shit to. Sorry, most bad stuff to is going to be himself. So I feel like in trios, because you've got teammates with you, you've got you kind of got that backbone where you're like, oh, I really messed up. Someone's going to come put a hand on your shoulder and be like, don't sweat it. We all made mistakes that game. We'll just get it next game. But when you're playing alone, you don't have that. So I think that like the mental resilience and the ability not to burn out just because you don't win and don't get MVP, I think that's fine. I think a lot of the players are going to be, they're pretty resilient because of that. And I think that's also why this is such a positive mode, and especially trios. I know solos, they all get on really well as well. But trios, like you saw when they were all leaving stage, everyone was just patting each other on the shoulder, waiting to chat to each other because they all like each other. They're all friends. There's no animosity at all towards each other. Because you killed me, I don't get the payout for MVP. No one thinks like that. And I think that's such a positive mentality to have. I really like that. Anyway, MVP.
Agreed.
Going over to the Zip 330. 26,000 healing done. 10 kills. 19,000 damage getting done as well. That's a big one.
Advanced group heal. Hey, the classic advanced group heal. It's how you get those numbers, chat. If you want to be a top tier support, getting those big numbers, you got to get group heal, advanced heal. It's just the god setup. You just can't die. It's really hard to die with advanced group heal as long as you're not just running in like a dum dum.
I mean,
I wish I could be a bit more harsh than that, but I can't.
No. Zip is the dum dum man's Kurumi, but I myself a dum dum am a fan of it. That's how I want to be playing. I want to be jumping into the mix of it and getting myself caught out. But like insane healing, really good game coming in from GG. That is now their 5th win this season already, and with 2 game days for them in. 3 game days total, but they've only played 2 of them. So that's right now.
That's pretty solid.
They are sitting at about 50% MVP, roughly, just in that area. About 50% MVP score. If they win this next game, they go 6-6, which means they are 50% with MVP in their games, which is just unbelievable.
50% win rate in NBPL. Easy.
When you're competing versus like what 16 other teams, that's insane. I mean, it's 12 per day, but like absolutely insane. Anyway, we're gonna throw ourselves over to a break, and then we're back with that final game. See if GG can do it, or if GL can strike back, or if someone else has got something. I don't know. We'll find out after this. See you in a moment.
With each breath, pain and destruction. My world is broken by your seduction. Your touch, a whisper from the past, a memory that's fading fast. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I hope we meet again someday. The flames of fate, torching love at the galaxy's gate. Our souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. I know we'll meet again someday. The sky is frozen by apathy, desolation, fear and catastrophe. But I won't stop hunting with blade points. This pain, a fire consuming me. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I know we'll meet again someday. The flames of fate, torching love at the galaxy's gate. Our souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. We'll meet in NARAKA someday.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NBPL. We're getting ready to go into our final game of the day here. So, been a pretty interesting one so far. JL absolutely dominated the first half of the day. I would say they've been a little lackluster in the second half of the day, but GG and OUG, who were kind of sleeping at the beginning of the day, have really come alive now for this next section. So it's really all to play for this next game. I did highlight before we went to a break that if GG win this, they have a 50% win rate in the first bi-weekly, which is crazy if they can pull that off.
Yeah, that is mental.
Even if they don't, that puts them at like 45 or 40%, which is already mad high. Because I don't know what the average win percent is, but it's not that. That's really
no, it's not 50%.
No.
In a battle royale game, to have a 50% win rate is pretty good, I'd say, especially in a tournament, to be able to put up those numbers that consistently. But hey, we're going to be going into our final game very shortly. I'd love to say that we're probably going to see different things, but we're not. We're not going to see anything different. We're probably going to see more of the same, aren't we? It's probably going to be more Sand Siphon and more Cannonball and more Blind Date comp. You know, it's kind of, you know, we know what we're getting. At least we know what we're getting. You know, sometimes uncertainty is not desired. But not gonna lie,
I like uncertainty in NARAKA. I like not knowing what they're gonna play.
Yeah, same. I like it. It's more fun that way. A little bit of surprise, you know, a little spicy, you know. But unfortunately, I don't think that that's going to be the case, especially for those teams at the bottom of the leaderboard who are looking to try and get as high up as they can to try and qualify. BWG currently, I think it was in 13th place that it just showed. They're currently sitting at just below the line, just below. They need to get a big game to try and secure themselves their qualification into the bi-weekly finals. Which is not going to be easy. Not going to be easy. EWG, similar boat. 14th place right now on the leaderboard. I think it's all very close at the bottom of the leaderboard, though. It is very, very close, except for the very, very bottom. You know, it is reasonably close. TE in 16th place. It's so sad to see. I really wish I think, you know, it's... JL recovered.
They had a moment. They had a moment where they looked pretty good, but overall, they've been a little bit lackluster on that front. Now, interesting stuff to note. GG and TE are in the bottom end of the selection, although they haven't used that many points, so they may be able to play whatever the hell they like. OUG, though, have first select. So they have first pick of the litter, which means they can play whatever comp they feel most comfortable on. GG may be forced to have to kind of take a second best or third best comp in their opinion, depending on their hero point situation. I think they're about 9 or 5 roughly somewhere. So we will see how many points they're going to have to play with as we are getting ready to go into this hero selection. And this is going to be a big one. OUG getting pick of the litter first of all. Probably quite big. We'll see what kind of comp they prioritize, and that is the Sand Siphon. Sand Siphon across the board, other than EWG, who are going for Blind Date as their pickup here. I'm deciding, but that is a little bit more first this comp. Although both comps are very skirmish heavy comps, so kind of makes sense. They're going to be going for that one. We'll see what the next selection is going to be looking like.
I just thought of a different name for that comp.
Which one?
The Tessa Viper Wuchen.
Go on.
Unseen Riz.
That is quite good. It might be a little bit too much of a mouthful, but that is a banger.
Yeah, it is a little bit of Unseen Riz. I kind of like that. But it is, as you said, a bit of a mouthful.
That's the combo, though. They're the Blind Date comp, and then they hit you with the Unseen
Riz.
Yeah, the Unseen Riz or the Blind Riz.
The Blind Riz.
I totally missed what the second selection was. I'm
sorry.
It's fine.
It was probably more of the same, let's be honest.
You say that Wolves go Monk again?
And so does TE.
Wait, how did Wolves use all their points up? They played Monk twice today, and somehow they've used all their points up.
I don't know, actually.
What are they doing with their points? JL also used all their points up, going for Cannonball at the end there. TE also go Monk. Double Monks.
Yes, indeed.
Funky monkeys.
This is gonna be an interesting one. Hey, the game six Transformers. It's one of those. It's like it used to be the norm. It used to be the norm for a lot of teams to go game 6 Transformers, as it's a very safe pick. Right, it used to be a very safe pick and a very consistent pick that would allow you to get like a decent number of points the majority of the time, and you're nothing too risky, you know. Where some compositions it requires you to snowball and that sort of thing and to meet certain conditions, but now that's somewhat become the norm with the blind Riz comp. I think blind Riz is good. I don't know. Chat, let us know. We're gonna have to have some kind of poll either this next week maybe or maybe during the finals. We'll have to figure it out. We need a community consensus. But yeah, I think it was more of the same. It seems only 2 teams opting to go for the Transformers, and it's the only team that's chosen to go Transformers so far today. TE and Wolves double picking it, and then we have everybody else seemingly on the Sand Siphon. We have one Justina variation of the Cannonball. I feel like that's always the case. It's always one of the teams going Justina Cannonball as opposed to multiple.
I would like to think it's partly points based, but also I do think genuinely the Justina one is slightly slept on. Obviously, you are giving up the Farah, but like you're trading it for something that actually counters the Farah. So I think if too many people ran it, it would feel pointless.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing.
But because it does typically counter those comps, and especially a lot more value in the fact there's 2 Transformer comps in this lobby as well. There's a world.
Yeah.
I do think you give up a bit of power end game though for the Justina. That's Justina's main weakness, I think.
Sure.
She's very good early and mid game, but in final circles, unless you can find that like perfect line, it's very hard to really make it work effectively as well as a Farah could, because a Farah is basically a safer version. Well, not a safer version, it's just a safer option for the comp.
Yeah, agreed.
So I think that's why. Now, J-Team dropping in an old hotspot for J-Team actually here, the Sunwings rest. Wolves are there though, so let's see if Wolves are going to get a bit of a grief on start this one off as WGPG and XCG are going to find each other early off. Sleepwalker coming in, got the dual blue dual swords as well. Instant freeze, Kakaishi. That is not what you want to be dealing with.
No.
Once again caught out. Sleepwalker with the dual swords, just making easy work of everything here. Night HQ next to follow. Sleepwalker's a goddamn menace.
He is indeed. He's been popping off on the Justina today. He's been doing an extremely good job.
Oh, there it is.
There it is. Hey, this is like earlier on today, they were playing the Justina comp and they got a lot of value early on. But unfortunately, they weren't able to survive into late game, and they had like, what was it, 13 kills or something along those lines? But they got caught out in the transition to endgame. So let's see if they've managed to, or if they managed to remedy this in this game, if they can actually make it there with all the kills that they get early on. Oh, the jump LMB is just too much. Unfortunately, the King gets taken down by EWG9. It looks as though XG was able to buy enough time in the 1v2 situation. Oh, it gets on the ballista quickly. The quick ballista shot. It may have turned the fight as well. OUG, but OUGU on that Takeda. He's trying to find the Wu Chen. It looks as though the Wu Chen's going to drop that teleporter. He's going to teleport his team to safety, or at least for the moment. Oh, he gets him again!
Try and pick anyone up. Oh my word, he landed the shot.
He's going for it. Oh, but the F3 coming in, doing a chunk of damage, and they get the res up as well. Into the Tessa ultimate. No, what am I watching? OUG get taken. He killed him again! He's killed him 3 times.
He's got 3 kills off the same guy.
His stats are ruined. Poor guy.
I mean, all in all, that was an equal trade.
Yep. True. But hey, we're heading on over. Ooh, Jesus.
You alright? Giving you up?
I don't know. I need the caffeine. We're heading on over to the wreckage, or I mean, I will always call it wreckage planes. I feel like I'll always call it that. It's got a different name, shipwreck. Or,
yeah, they changed it.
They changed it so long ago, but I will always call it wreckage. But JL here, scrapping it out against Alliance. Alliance Bo managing to get all of his armor up. JL not in the best position. They're trying to make it happen. It looks as if they're managing to do so. Oh, the parry! He doesn't manage to get it, and the Tumulk goes sky high with that Tumulk F, and it's not going to matter. JL managed to pick up 3 eliminations onto Alliance, and they were at a pretty heavy disadvantage as well. They had an armor disadvantage. I'm not sure if they came in as a third party, but they managed to clean this up very effectively. Nicely done.
Yeah, really, really nicely done by them. They need to get some better armor onto their poor Yoto running around with just the grey.
Yeah.
Very, very exposed and easy to pick off. As right now, cutting over to TE, defending world champs, having a nice little run around. Not
nice
really anything to do really for them. Unfortunately,
a little jog.
We'll check in with them later, see what's going on. But right now, just chill. It's really interesting to see the power of the fan. Like the addition of this weapon and like how many people love this weapon.
It's because it's
really
so
starting to
strong.
kind of take over. Because I remember when the dual swords and the halberds came in, they were like go-tos for a long time, and now it's the fan that's kind of taken that spot. As TE thrown down the Bane's breath, Scale Rush doesn't connect here. In comes the pillar just to interrupt Han as he's trying to step forward, but they are still fighting in the Bane's breath, which is going to be a bit of a problem for the side of GG, although the double transforms have broken out immediately. Just playing around that Bane's breath, Han trying to get himself some healing done. LYD, and he interrupt for now. Bane's Breath just doing so much work here for the side of TE, making sure they have a zone they can fight in and play around. Waiting out the transforms. Han gets himself interrupted mid-air by 330. Han just reposition once again. Still plenty of time left on that Bane's Breath. It just looks like TE are going to be happy to make their way away and maybe call this fight done.
Indeed. Unfortunately, TE are not able to find the eliminations with that Moonbane committal. But it's not too bad. They've got all of their ultimates. LYD kind of needs to heal up. I'm not sure if he just doesn't have an armor. But he's not healing up just yet for some strange reason. They do have their ultimates, though. I think they could definitely look to try and take this fight now that the Moonbane has expired. They forced out 2 ultimates from GG, but for some reason they're looking to disengage. I think they're a bit worried. They don't have the confidence here. I think they could definitely take this fight, but they're just opting not to go for it. I don't know. They're going to go shopping, but they don't even have 10k between them. What is going on? I think TE needs a bit of a confidence boost here. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
they could definitely have gone for that fight.
They do look like a little hesitant, a little timid to take these fights. Unfortunately, not going to be going for it. And honestly, considering how bloody the beginnings have been today, this last game is very relaxed. Not a lot is happening.
Very BBE is the only team with a decent number of kills. 6 kills, pretty solid. SEA getting oogly boogly. We all know SEA is a very aggressive region when it comes to trios. We've seen time and time again in the past where SEA tournaments just go absolutely crazy. They play super aggressive compositions as well, and they just love to fight. But they've managed to adjust quite well, because if you try and play like that in a lobby that just won't let you, you end up just getting surrounded and third-partied very effectively. But here we are going over to the desert in the south. OUGU getting knocked off the cliff face, but managing to stay alive. The zipping pop coming in clutch. Alliance getting cooked up. Bo taken down relatively low. The zipping pop again coming in clutch. All the parry coming out onto you. Not capitalized on, unfortunately. Equalizing somewhat. SS is going to be taken down. He whiffs 2 grapples, unfortunately, now in a 1v2 situation. But, oh no, he blue focuses into the F1. And OUG, the King, he was on the ballista. He did kill. Is this a 1v? It's a 1v1. 1v1. Purple dagger against blue fan, unable to get the uppercut combo. Bo does have ultimates, probably going to be more effective than the zipping ultimate here if he's able to find the opening. He's not committed the Furin's Blast just yet. He's trying to get him on the ground onto decent terrain so he can capitalize on it fully. The King going for that crouching horizontal, and there it is. The engage with the Furin's Blast. The King, he's forced to use his ultimate now. It goes for the F, dashes out, uses that little dodge, And he gets cooked on the cross.
Oh, there it is!
Bo. Oh, he's so low. The pop comes out. Bo, he doesn't have any blast left. And the ultimate is just ticking away. The health bars are equalized completely. Oh, this is so dangerous. Alliance has fully lost all of their members. OUG might be in the same spot as well.
He switched.
The
the grey armor.
The king.
That was so greedy. Okay, so what he did there was he switched from the grey armor to like a blue armor or purple armor, but was depleted. So he put it on and then needed to repair it instead of just sticking with the grey armor. So greedy play. Unfortunately pays the price. Now, cutting over to this Realm of Yang, it's going to be BBE versus Wolves going toe-to-toe. Two teams who I consider to be kind of underdogs today. BBE definitely more so. They've had a pretty unfortunate day compared to day number 1. Transformation comes out from the Monk here, looking for a grab, unable to connect that one. Instant Yoto ultimate. Remember, you're invulnerable for that first slash, and you also have that interrupt. Little chunk into the mech. No way! Pulled out of the mech. That is tragic. Double slam comes down.
And grabs again.
Free grab onto Ibin. Slams him down again. They do still have to heal him, but Fat Milk is going to get plucked from the shelves and slammed down because it's spoiled. You don't want to be drinking that. Fat Milk's still able to survive as down he is going. Taken out by Wolves ZK. Wolves now putting the pressure on EG under a bit of danger. Trying to finish up Roy Shishi, and Ibin, the final member standing. Wolves pulling off the Transformers. Beautiful play.
Very nicely done. BBE, it all went so terribly wrong. He used the Yoto ultimate to prevent himself from getting grabbed, and then immediately cancels to go into the Farrier mech, but somehow gets grabbed out of it. He gets it cancelled. I'm actually very surprised that he managed to do that, because it wasn't... So the way that you grab a Farrier or grab someone out of a mech is that you can throw the grab where they're sitting. Is when they're not in the turret form, they're sort of exposed, and you can grab them. If you hit that hitbox with the Monk, you grab them out of the mech and it cancels it. It doesn't grab them directly into your hand, but it cancels the mech. So then you're then vulnerable on the exit, and it's just it can be very, very difficult. Monk, if you play it correctly, is a very good counter to Farrier, but it's not always possible. But I'm genuinely surprised that the hitbox was so forgiving there for the Monk to be able to get him out of the mech. But here we are heading on over towards Eventide Temple. Sleepwalker in that Justina ultimate trying to get some value. CJS 1 HP tries to get away, but unfortunately unable to do so. Sleepwalker capitalizing very well, takes him down. Baige extremely low in that Yueshan ultimate. I'm not sure if he has any armor. Oh no, he does not. He comes out of the Yueshan ult with no health to speak of. Sleepwalker with a beautiful parry. The whole dodge forwards into parry takes him down. BBE here, they're going into the zone. It looks as though they've managed to stash away a Soul Bloom for themselves, but I don't see the rest of the team. I don't see the rest of the team. I think maybe it was just the one, unfortunately. Oh, the Wolves! The slam onto J-Team Lee. Wolves making it work. They're making the Transformers work. And to be honest, it's actually not that bad of a lobby, or not that bad of a game for Transformers, because everyone's playing a lot slower.
Yeah.
Everyone's been playing a lot less aggressive.
Bizarrely a slow game, and it's the perfect timing for the two Monk teams to pull it off. So somehow the stars aligned for them. I feel like in a different timeline they should have been punished for this, but they haven't been, and they're actually going to be running away with it. Wolves 5 kills on the board in 3rd place right now. Have kind of reclaimed their spot at the top. Started today in 6th. We had our concerns, but they are starting to look a lot better. Although, say that, JL, 7 kills in this game, and running around without Vermilion Bird's Might, and also looking to reclaim their spot at the top. These guys have been really, really well performing today, and it's been super fun to watch. So we'll see if they have the ability to kind of come back from what was an amazing start to the day. 3 games, all of Horroroth was them. And as soon as we got to Morris Isle, I don't know.
Yeah.
They crumbled.
Indeed. Oh, but here we are looking over a quick replay of TE versus WBG in the realm of Yang. TE on the Transformers as well, managing to get that grab onto Sleepwalker, getting the slam and the re-grab as well. Very nicely done. The Yueshan slam coming in clutch there, allowing for that re-grab to take place, taking full advantage of this combo. Axiao getting grabbed and getting re-grabbed again. Leo doing a good job of locking down the enemy team so that his teammate can get these grabs. Now in a 3v2 situation, it's just cooked. It's just kind of, I mean, the Yueshan ult was still active technically, so they could have made it work potentially if they managed to. Oh no, the overhaul's not happening at this point. Baige, there's 40 seconds left. There's no way he's gonna be winning this 1v3 situation. As long as they play it well, they're not gonna be going down in that 3 versus 1. And TE as well, the other monk comp managing to make it work. 3 kills to their name. Definitely played it very passively early. It's still kind of, I don't know. I feel like they definitely could have taken that fight early on after they used the Moonbane. They had all ults. The enemy team had used 2 to stay alive. But they went to Realm of Yang. They're not playing too passive. At least they know their objectives. I think they didn't want to take the risk, even though it was a very, very small risk in my opinion. But
yeah, BBE... I do think I don't know. I feel like Roma Yang sometimes I don't think is as aggressive as a play as people think it is, because obviously it guarantees you a 1v1, so you're not going to get third parties. It also guarantees you, even if you lose that fight, you have 3.5 minutes to make up for it. So yeah. I think while obviously it's aggressive and not everyone's going to be in a position to take it, I do think it's safer than staying outside the Roma Yang or taking a fight elsewhere. Like, in their heads, they were like, we lose this fight, we lose our gear, and then the Roma Yang is basically lost. So let's save our gear, save our ults, and jump into the Roma Yang. That's my assumption. Speaking of Roma Yangs, there has been one spawned up. I don't think anybody else is joining in for that one. We should get a pop-up in a little second. I say that. No. We have. This is going to be JL taking on WBG inside this Roma Yang. So, Sleepwalker up on the high ground of this pillar. As per normal, as per tradition, everybody gets into the sky to try and stay up there for as long as possible. TXJ looking to shoot down on for the musket. Sleepwalker still holding that Justina freeze. Going to be very, very effective here. Here comes the Ferrier. Immediately looking to freeze up onto the JL members. But Sleepwalker trying to sidestep these cannon shots for the moment. Sleepwalker, can he find the freeze is the question. That's going to be the big one. Holding fast for the moment before pulling that trigger. But you can see they are holding for too long, actually. Their team is getting completely obliterated here. In comes the mech. In comes the cannon shot. Sleepwalker has one last dash, but are about to time out. They need to throw it down soon. They're holding. Deciding not to go for the last charge of their ultimate, and honestly didn't land a single freeze. In JL gonna be able to take this very convincingly. Sleepwalker goes down, and the last member of WBG, Baige, is quick to follow as well. That is going to be JL. Most likely getting their hands on that Mystic Might. Well, no, Draco Storm. Actually, we do see people take that as well.
I highly doubt it. I reckon it will probably be the Mystic Might.
Oh, we'll see in a second. Just waiting it out.
What do they take? Mystic Might.
Mystic Might. Okay, cool. So day 1, most teams took Draco Storm coming out of... day 2, but the first day I did.
Wait,
most
really?
teams took Draco Storm coming out of the second Roma Yang. Yeah, so it was Phoenix, Vermilion Bird's Might, and then Mystic, and then Draco Storm, and then Mystic Might. It was kind of like, that was the order of priority.
Interesting. It's quite surprising. I think they may have been testing some things out, but they've gone back to the Mystic Might for now. As we talked about earlier, I think having the ability to know where all the teams are and find those solo players who've managed to survive, their teammates having been taken down, it's just so valuable. But, hey, BBE, having just resurrected one of their teammates, are in a very bad spot. WBG, in that desperation mode with the Yang depletion, are going to be looking to commit fully onto BBE, and is looking absolutely cooked. Ibin, he's not able to do anything about it. His teammates try and drop the mech for him. He doesn't have ultimate available. It's just, unfortunately, he does get taken down. But they are they are running. They're running to the hills. They're running as fast as they can. Sleepwalker is not going to let him go. Fat Milk, he's running deep into the zone. I feel like we've seen this before.
Yeah, he did this before. Sleepwalker actually decided to cancel the ultimate early instead of.
I think he did it by accident. Oh, I think it timed out, and then he tried to F again to dash one more time.
Oh, he froze. Yeah.
Yeah.
I genuinely think Sleepwalker is very hesitant with his freeze. I know there's like a delay before you can freeze again, but they are very sparing with their dashes. I feel Justina with all dashes should have caught before the edge of Celestia there, but for some reason, like, wanted to save him for a potential turnaround, and ultimately not going to find that as Roy Shishi getting chased down by EWG. 9 got them in their sights, but they are moving towards ZK and Wolves potentially inside.
Oh, just resurrecting
Wolves
as
actually
well.
appearing out of the resurrection. Yeah, like you said, they're looking to jump into this fight. Can EG jump forwards and get himself that one? I don't think he is going to be able to, unfortunately. Has still got the Soul Bloom, well, the need for a Soul Bloom. Transform breaking out. Instant Viper stun, though. That could be a problem. 14 looking to dodge away on the grab. The stun is connected. Can't find the re-grab. Can't really find much of anything here for Wolves. They are struggling to make a connection as EG losing a lot of HP is being melted. They're jumping in and down he goes. The Transformer is gone. No resurrection available as well. They're not going to be able to pick him up from the carrion due to the fact that he had the Roman Yang depletion on. And now this fight continues on elsewhere. ZK looking to break away from WBG, but they are in danger. Sleepwalker should actually have that freeze charged back up and is going to find it. There's going to be Bagay able to secure that kill. And Wolves, depletion on one person left standing. I think that might just be them donezo, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think so. Unless they happen to find a random Soul Bloom just somewhere. It's very unlikely they're going to be able to cleanse this Yang depletion, unfortunately. Wolves, hey, Transformers, it does suffer. If you don't win those realms of Yang, it can be very difficult to actually get the Yang depletion cleansed. It's very, very difficult. But, hey, let's have a look at this leaderboard real quick. EWG are very, very close to taking over Bowder. Bowder trembling in their boots. You know, they're really hoping that EWG. Yes, exactly. They're really hoping that EWG just immediately goes out, because if they don't, then it might be cooked for Bowder. Bowder might not be able to make it in. JJH, although they're very close, what is that? 5 points? Yeah, 5 points behind Bowder. 5 points is all they need to qualify. But they have 0 kills. So unless they start picking up a couple kills and get decent placement, it might not be doable. But we'll see. Bowder, I think it was the predicted chance of them actually qualifying to the finals was very, very low. And although I'm an optimist, it is reasonably low. I think
it's a 6.4% chance.
Yeah, it's pretty low. It's gonna be rather. It's pretty lucky. Yeah, it's gonna be. You're gonna have to get the luck, the luck glyphs out to stay in, I think. But JJH, 0 kills, all blue armor, and looking to engage here in the mines. Kue jumping down with that V3 Viper, looking to silence them all. His teammates trying to follow up here as well, but it doesn't look as though they're able to capitalize fully. And they're going to get that Uber right out of there. They tried it. They went in, used everything, didn't get anything. Okay, let's go.
I like that our little joke about the blind date has now moved to Wu Shen being named an Uber.
Yeah, Wu Shen the Uber.
I'm here for it, man. I'm here for it. Wu Chen is now an Uber driver. I mean, you got to get that bread. Times are tough at the moment. Get a second job.
Yeah, true.
You can't always be fighting on Morris Island or Ross. Sometimes you just got to be ferrying people to the airport. You know,
flexible hours.
Exactly. Yeah, you work for yourself. So you don't have a boss or anything.
Exactly. But hey, TE is another one of those teams who theoretically are in contention for qualification, but it's a bit rough considering they've only got 3 kills and they're on the Transformer team composition and they're not exactly scaled. They have 1 purple armor, but going into an aggressive endgame is going to be rough. Speaking of rough, Fat Milk has been found by JL. JL were on the hunt and they managed to find the last remaining member of BBE. Thankfully, they are currently qualified. If Fat Milk is able to survive and translate this 6-kill game into a higher point game with better placement, they might be able to stay in, but it's, again, difficult. I think it's just going to come down to...
It's very dependent on how JJH, TE, and EWG do, because as long as all of those 3 start scoring, suddenly it's like everyone's at threat at the bottom end of the table. Like, while Banner is a hard line in the sand, if one of those teams overtakes them, the next harder line in the sand is DRG, which is 93.9. So that's a pretty significant then jump up to get in these last 6 minutes of the game. So a lot to play for still. 5 minutes left on the clock. 22 players left in the game as well. WBG looking to cement themselves in a comfortable spot. As long as they are able to get a good multiplier, they pass that second hard line, and they should be pretty comfortable at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. BBE, Fat Mill, oh my lord. He was in such a bad spot. He got Tessa ulted. He comes out of it and then just gets domed by the musket shot. Unfortunately, he's not able to stay alive and get that multiplier for his team. But hey, there's still a chance. If EWG doesn't manage to get any more kills and gets taken out relatively soon, they might not be in all that much trouble, but we're gonna have to wait and see. JJH, though, they definitely look like they're in a bit of trouble. One of the team members has already been taken down. Not out for the count just yet. There is a... Oh no! The ballista shot right into the building. Moran taking a lot of damage. He does have the teleport ready to go, and he does... Oh!
Oh my word.
Oh
this
no!
Is carnage! JJH able to keep Moran going. He's healing up. He's still in it. He's still within a shot. How the hell did they keep him in the game? Uber out here from XCG to safety, as they're just going to get himself inside this building and go for a full reset. It is starting to get a little bit hairy heading towards the end of this final game of the day. This is the last chance for some of these teams to qualify for the bi-weekly finals. And with Moran going down, soon they follow him as well. They are out. They have no chance now to make it. I was going to say that they've still got a Wu Shen in the game, so maybe...
So that was him, wasn't it? Or did he res his...
Oh, you know, sorry, JJH are eliminated. It was just delayed.
Oh, it was, yeah,
they are
delayed.
down. Our overlay was delayed. I got baited by the overlay. So, EWG, they are almost there. Bowder are shivering in their timbers right now. TE, they need to put a bloody miracle together if they want to qualify, because everyone is starting to score. BB have been knocked out, but I don't know what this means pre-multiplier. Well, this is pre-multiplier, so they could still move up the ladder a little bit more. WBG pretty comfortably sitting in here with 10 points. A lot of the middle of the pack have been knocked out at this point, so they are done in this game. Pretty comfortably qualified, but there is a world where they don't qualify. It is desperation town now for some of these lower members. And TE, this is probably one of the worst case scenarios for a Monk, being in this area. The mines absolutely suck for Monk. There is no good advantage points for them to find their grabs, so they are going to struggle off the back of that to actually put the points necessary, and that could be the world champions not even qualifying for the finals, the first bi-weekly finals of the split. Purely,
indeed, it's going to be rough.
That could be so rough for them. That could be so.
It depends where the zone goes, I think. If the zone goes to that little flat area just to the right there, they could make it work. But as you said, if these buildings are in the way, then it's going to be really hard for the Monk to get grabs.
Their positioning is just rough is the problem. Like, they've got to still find a position ability to reposition, and it is going to be hard. 14's thrown down the Viper ultimate here, looking for a couple of people to make a stun connection onto. I don't think they were able to actually make anything really happen. Working with the nunchucks up on the high ground, and now needs to rebuild that rage. They got 2 minutes to do so before the circle fully closes. There is a massive cluster of action off on the edge of the zone.
He gets the
transformation. Can he make it happen? Looking to get stunned up. If that stun happens, he's in danger. Uber out.
It's a good spot.
Find a grab. He's got 14. He's looking for a second grab. Is he going to be able to get it? Gets the slam down. 14's low HP. TE trying to pressure up at hand. Not going to be able to make that damage stick. He finds another grab coming in. JL has secured a kill onto 14, so they're the ones to get it. 9 HQ from XEG goes down. Hand gets the 4th kill on the board for his team, but he loses the transformation. That is all he's going to be able to do. And OUG take him out. The monk is down, and this is going to be a lobby now relieved by the end of him. Freeze coming in. Sleepwalker goes in for the kill onto EWG.
Do they get the res?
9 as they are taken down in the middle of all of this action. 1 minute, 20 seconds left. Sleepwalker still has a dash, still has a freeze. Is he going to be able to find an opportunity to use it? Trying to see an opportunity. Can't quite make the connection, but he still was able to do the work for his team. Bargay secures the kill. The freeze comes in from Sleepwalker to buy the but down goes AWD's XJ as they are taken down by VVV with the muskets. Now 9 players left in this game. Everybody fighting for a chance in this final circle. Space being bought out on the middle. This open area actually not really being contested as it's the edge of the circle getting zone kept, being gate kept. You, low HP being forced away. TXJ just raining shots down onto the low ground. In mech, switches out into cannon, just getting some damage down onto people. Bargay securing another kill for their team. This could just be WBG's game to tie it all out with. They haven't won a game yet. This could be their moment. This could be their qualifying game. But OUG has something to say about that, because you coming in huge SS as well, taking more. Ping being knocked back, but that doesn't matter. VVV on the side of JL, mopping up the lobby, tidying it up. I don't know who won that.
I think it may have been JL or OWG there. Oh no, OWG? OUG. I don't know though. It was JL. JL take their 4th MVP of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, they had a little bit of a rough one in the middle of the series, but they come back and they get their 4th MVP of the day. What a performance from JL.
Huge.
I think also, I'm pretty sure TE didn't make it. I'm pretty sure EWG didn't make it. I think Bowder might be saved. I think they might actually have been saved. I'm not 100% sure. It's going to be really tight.
Multipliers and all that stuff gets added afterwards. The live feed is purely just the kills with their current scores added. So all the multipliers, the placement points and stuff like that doesn't get accounted for on the live scoreboard. So it was close. Multipliers
very close
are going to be the deciding factor here.
Absolutely. It's gonna be very, very close. I mean, hey, JL's very happy with themselves. I'm not sure if they managed to secure a higher placement. I don't even know how many kills they had at the end. They sort of came out of nowhere. So was OUG. OUG was somehow still alive, all full HP at the end, and then all of a sudden they just, I don't even know. I genuinely have no clue. It was so hard to keep track of the mess of buildings. It was just everywhere. It was just everyone was everywhere, hiding in all the little nooks and crannies, trying to stay alive. All the teams at the bottom of the leaderboard desperately trying to get as many points as they could and to get that placement multiplier. But unfortunately, I don't think that I don't think EWG or TE got anywhere near. Well, they got close.
They got near, close. But if they got enough is the real question. Did they cross that line? Bowder probably right now just shaking, sitting back, watching this game from home and going, oh god, are we playing in 2 days, or are we having to wait till next Thursday? Oh sorry, well, it'll be Friday, wouldn't it? Yeah, I'm sure they are trembling right now at this point. We'll get the score update any moment now, and we'll be able to have a look at it from there. But overall, JL, what a run back from these guys, right? I mean, like, huge day, considering how disappointing the beginning was. Oh, sorry, the beginning of the week was. beginning of this bi-weekly. There we go. That's the words I'm looking for. Absolutely massive recovery coming into day 2. And remember, this is, I think, the harder day. I think both of these groups are the 2 best groups out of the 3 groups we've got. So this is always going to be the harder day, and they still made it happen. Holleroff looks like their map. I'm just saying it. I think JL.
Yeah, I think so.
It's all about Holleroff for those guys. Although they did show that they can play Morris at the end. 2 blips in the middle of the day, though, denied them a potential 6 streak. That could have been.
That would have been insane.
That could have been the hypest day ever, man, for JL, but not enough. Close, but no cigar. But they should have jumped up the standings a little bit off that. They'll have a bigger multiplier.
I think so, yeah. They were down in 5th or something, weren't they?
5th or 6th at one point. It went
something like that.
Pretty bad for them.
Well, we say bad, 5th or 6th.
Considering they were contesting first.
Oh,
17 kills? When did they do that?
When did they do that? Nah, it's a lie.
There ain't no way.
I don't believe it.
I mean, OUG are very comfortably holding on to first off this game. GG,
yeah, for sure. GG
taking the only
0.
donut. Oh.
0 from GG. Oof. That's a big oof.
You're going to have to hope that thing's glazed, because that is the only donut. That is rough.
Yeah, indeed. TE.
14. Go on.
5 kills. They did manage to pick up a couple more.
I don't think it's enough.
I don't think it's enough.
EWG,
but
they were closer. There's a world.
But the thing is, they didn't get more. They didn't get more kills. That's the thing. They had 5 kills going into that end game. They didn't get another one. It's just going to come down to the
multiplier and placement points could be the difference maker.
It could be.
I'm so interested. I'm so interested to see.
Look at that damage from VVV.
Whoa!
40,000. I thought that said 4,000 for a second, but no, it's 40,000.
Here we go.
Here we go.
They didn't
EWG.
do it.
No,
they didn't do it. It was so close. I mean, T is the tragic one here. The world champs not even making it to the first bi-weekly.
True.
They're going to be disappointed. They're going to be very, very disappointed with that one. Interested to see what the next table looks like. Obviously, Bowder, we know, just about made it. There they are at the bottom with their new logo.
How many points is that difference? I think that was like less than a point difference.
That's always the hardest one. That's always the hardest pill to swallow when it's like
really
that close. BBE just about qualifying. The new kids on the block showing up. I'm excited to see. Do you know who I'm really excited to see? I've been a big fan of them for a while. KLA. I think.
True.
I think, you know, they're a team who were last year typically always in the top end of the table. They had that one year where I thought, well, that one first spring split where I thought it was all KLA, and then due to reasons, they weren't able to play, so they weren't able to contest that spot. Then they came with a whole new roster into summer and still looked good. They looked good today, or not today. They looked good this week. Not top tier good, but I did see that glimmer of KLA in there. So.
I mean, they did come third at J-Cup. They came third at J-Cup, and they weren't even all that far off. You know, the top 2 were at 123, and then KLA was at a 111. So definitely up there.
We have to also, me and you have to get excited. It is legally required for Wolves and Alliance. Wolves obviously being a British organization, Alliance being a European organization, both making it into top 6 for this bi-weekly final. That's got me buzzed. That
is huge. Let's go. Woo! No, that is actually very cool. Although technically Wolves is owned, it is not English owned. Although it's like based.
No, it's an English organization, but not this side of it is not owned by. I don't think.
No, I think it is like the whole thing is actually owned by. It's not English owned.
Oh, it's one of those things where like how
I think it was bought.
Ryan Gosling owns like a football team in Wales or something.
Yeah, something like that.
It's not Ryan Gosling. It might be. I can't remember who it is. It's like
TE.
Ryan Gosling and then like a comedian. It's Rod Gilbert, I think. Owner of rugby team.
I have no clue. But
that just went over. I'm talking so niche. Basically, the Wolverhampton Wolves as an organization are not owned, even though they're English organization, are not owned by an English person.
Yeah.
Or an English.
And hey, how many MVPs is that for VVV? Like, not only just
more
JL,
than he's got V's in his name.
3 MVPs.
Oh, as many V's as he's got.
As many V's as he's got in his name. MVVVP.
Oh my. Stop. 23,000 damage with a cannon.
With a cannon? What? And 8,500 with his ult and skills. Only 3,000 with fan.
We might need to look at making Rupture Gale Orb and Burn a legendary. I'm just saying. I think it needs to be a legendary Soul Jade. Make it a little bit rarer.
Maybe. I mean, I've always talked about it as the win condition, Jade. It is just, even in solos, it's been showing up time and time again, doing so unbelievably well. I mean, does it need enough? What do you think, chat? Maybe let us know.
I gotta say it does.
But who knows? I mean, it definitely.
I just thought that damage, 23,000 damage out of a goddamn cannon. I think Rupture Gale Orb might need a little bit of a wee looking at. I genuinely think you just make it legendary and it'll probably be all right. I don't know what maybe you change Meteor to being a purple as like a compensation, because I feel like Meteor's great, but it's not Rupture Gale Orb strong.
That's true. Meteor is that kind of Jade that. Yeah, because Meteor, in and of itself, because it reduces the damage, giving you that like the straight projectile instead of the drop off. I feel like, I don't know. Anyway, we'll have to discuss it more, but for now, we've got a quick interview before we end off the day, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hi everyone, this is Yiger and welcome to the post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with the King and let him say hello to our audience. 路人王先和大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是记者 King。
欢迎路人王，也是好久不见了。Okay, so first of all, I find it very interesting in matches that you guys, the whole team, have the head decoration on your head. So I would like to know why. 那首先我发现一个很有意思的现象，今天啊 ，OUG 基本上都戴着财神爷的头套，为什么呢？
因为这个头套在我们这就象征就是财神爷是象征的好运吧。然后我们戴上这个头套的话，开堆那些什么也会给我们出指导指甲什么的，对。
所以是为了得到这个好运。Okay, so this head decoration in China means the god of wealth, and it make people be richer and be wealth. So we think we had this head decoration, and then we will be good luck in the matches. Okay, and then get back to our matches today, and because we know this new season, we have the BP into our Trolls game also. And I would like to know, so how's your team feeling about BP? 那我首先想问一下啊，就是因为这个赛季其实我们3排也加入了 BP 的规则，那么加入了3排 BP 规则之后呢，路人王自己觉得对队内有没有什么，或者对比赛有没有什么样的改变呢？
我觉得加了 BP 就是常规赛的话可能有点影响，就是然后如果加赛点制的话，其实还挺有意思的，因为就是实力强劲的队伍的话，它就会提前让大家下班。
那其实是不管是常规赛还是对于赛点制的周决都会有影响，对不对？ I think the BP for the Trolls game both affect the regular game and the bi-weekly final, because it will make the speed of the matches faster, and maybe it can like finish the bi-weekly final very soon. Okay, let's move on to next part, answer for treasure. 好的，我们说到刚才说带来好运啊，接下来我们要给观众朋友们带来一下好运，看一下今天的题目是什么。So you guys can see the question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and lucky guy will be whispered. So let's see to this question. How many kills did Team OUG get in Game 6? 这道题呢是刚才第6把当中你们全队拿了多少的击败分？我们先不说答案啊，我们在聊答案之前，先说一下你们队今天的表现。我发现一个很有意思的现象，小玉宝回到了 OUG 之后，特别喜欢这3排单练，是个什么情况啊？
因为年轻人嘛，他对自己非常有自信嘛，然后有时候单练的话可能也打不过，但是大多数都打得过，对。
Okay, so I just asked him about Yu because like Yu always like one-on-one fighting in the trios game, and the king just told me he is too young and too aggressive now in the trios game, and he also good at one-on-one fighting, and most of the time he will won the one-on-one fighting in the trios game. Okay, I think our players prepared and let's start counting. 路人王应该准备就绪了，接下来就让我们发出福利倒计时。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 也请路人王再给我们公布一下正确答案到底是哪个。
答案是 A.
Yeah, the correct answer is A, and congratulations. Okay, we are going to have the bi-weekly final. So for the teams who qualify for the bi-weekly, I would like to know which team for you have the biggest threat. 那么马上就要到了一个周决的这么一个赛，包括是一个赛点制啊，我就特别想问一下路人王，对你们队来说，目前觉得威胁最大的队伍是哪个队呢？
我自我感觉的话是戈维奥吧，因为戈维奥那两个人本身就很厉害，然后今年繁星加入了，繁星其实也是个很厉害的选手，对。
Okay, so for me, I still think JL is a team is have biggest threat for us because we know that TXJ and VVV get the championship last year and they are really strong player, and also FX in their team also a strong player. So that's why I think JL is the biggest threat for us. 好的，谢谢路人王接受我们今天的采访，也再次恭喜你们已经领跑了积分榜，希望接下来第一个双周的周决会有个良好的表现。祝福你们啦 ！Okay, good luck. Okay, thank you for today's interview, and we will get back to our casters.
Thank you very much. Hello and welcome back as we are rounding out the day. That has been... It's flown by. It's flown by, although we are both very hungry. You know what the worst thing about working with you is? Your name's got donuts in it, and it just makes me want donuts. Like, I am craving some donuts right now.
True. You know, I actually haven't had a donut in so long. I feel ashamed considering my name is Dunkin' Donuts. I haven't had a donut in a long time. Yeah.
Have you ever been to Dunkin' Donuts?
I have. Only once, though, when I was 11.
Wow.
So, a long time ago.
To be fair, my hip has never rained. So, I guess, you know, I can't really hold you to your literal...
A hip has never rained. Yeah. Wait, what? Actually, I'm curious now. What is the origin of your name?
I was playing Gears of War with my friends. I was making an Xbox Live account. I was skipping steps because I just wanted to play games, and I got stuck with Hitbrain. Genuine, I hated it. I hated Hitbrain as a name for ages, and everyone used to yell "Hitbrain no" when I got downed. And then when I started playing other games, I was like, I'll keep it because it's kind of funny because of the meme. And now it's my name. Everyone knows me by. And
fair enough.
I actually like it now, but back in the day, I actually really hated it. But you know, that's how life works. Sometimes the things you think you might not like be the things that you like. I guess I don't know. I made money off it.
I bet you can't guess what mine is.
Is it because you had Dunkin' Donuts?
No.
Is your name Duncan? I actually don't know what your real name is. It's really bad.
Henry is my real name. Oh,
you look like a Henry. You look like a Henry.
Do I look like a Henry?
Yeah. You really do look like a Henry. What's the origin of the name?
It's a Darius reference. From League.
Everyone... because I always consider myself to be the League guy on this broadcast. Because I'm a... I currently still work in League of Legends on the side, but I always forget everyone's got links there. NARAKA.
NARAKA, back to NARAKA. We're all NARAKA now.
Casting and have just had an amazing day watching. Good day, honestly.
Very good day.
I find it very hard to really sum it up outside of that. Like JL just popped the hell off. Like there were 2 rough games for them, but outside of that, those guys were monsters today. Absolute monsters.
No, absolutely. I was very excited to see OUG and GG scrap it out, and I'm not gonna lie, GG let me down a little bit. I was hoping that they'd put up more of a fight, but I didn't see JL coming in. I did not see them come in and just like do this much and get 4 MVPs in one day. I don't think I did not expect that. I think
of all the teams I expected to get that many, it wasn't JL. I had like OUG and GG, and we talked about it a lot at the beginning of the day. They were like the 2 teams who we were like, these guys are gonna pop off today. And to be real, GG was the only one who got an MVP out of the two of them. OUG were consistently good enough to retain their spot at the top, or reclaim and then retain their spot at the top. But yeah, this leads the bi-weekly finals to be very exciting because you know, everything dies down and the points get slightly more condensed. There are still leads and benefits to being higher up in the tables, but everything's gonna be a little bit more condensed. It only takes one good game to lose, or one bad game to move things around a lot. And I think the attention on who we're going to be watching is going to shift, and a couple more teams may enter the fray. I am very, very excited to see what the bi-weekly finals are going to be looking like on that front.
Yeah, I think it's also nice to see that OUG is showing the respect to JL. In the interview just now, we had the King saying that JL is probably their biggest threat. You know.
Yeah.
And it definitely showed today. Like if I'm not sure if they would have said the same thing if not for the performance today. If JL hadn't had the same performance, perhaps they wouldn't have said it. Or potentially, if you'd asked them the same question last week, would they have said the same thing? Did JL just come in and just assert dominance on everybody, get that mental edge? Who knows?
Yeah,
you're gonna have to wait and see. But I do think it's going to be an exciting final for sure.
I wonder what target griefing is going to look like, because we did see that a lot, especially with J-Team last season. A lot of teams would kind of like try to deny J-Team once they started rolling. I wonder who's going to be that guy. Who's going to be the one they jump on? Here are our standings, though.
J-Team was just too predictable. They would just go to the same. That was the thing. I think
City of Tang and Sunwing's Rest, and that was it.
Yeah, that was it. Like, they were very predictable in that sense. They let themselves get target griefed, almost, you could say. I think that because JL, OUG, GG, all of these teams, they're not super readable. I think it's definitely less likely that there will be target grief, or that they will actually be able to target grief them all that effectively, you know. Because it's not like you can tell based off of skins. You can't see skins in Immortal War in these tournaments. You just can't. Everybody appears as default. Even though we can see everybody's skins, they can't see each other's skins. So it's pretty difficult to actually tell. As some of you may know, when you're in the game, you can't actually tell who people are unless you either die by their hand or you kill them. Like, it doesn't show up in the kill feed which team is killing who. So it's rather difficult. You have to be pretty five-head, pretty big brain to actually know who's who, unless you know specific teams' tendencies, like J-Team was.
And I mean, every team will have tendencies. The problem with J-Team that they had was they only had two tendencies for each map. Well, one tendency for each map, so they're two different tendencies. Anyway, sorry. Here are our teams that are qualified. OUG, GG, JL, XCG. I've lost them all. You know it. I should have read it out earlier. They're the guys that have qualified and made it through to the bi-weekly final. We'll be starting on, tomorrow, the Saturday. We'll be running our new version of the bi-weekly finals, potentially up to 8 games. We could also end early. It's a lot more hype.
True.
About the match point rule. It's in Chinese there, so I'm not going to be able to translate that. I know the rule, but I don't want to get it wrong. I feel like this is quite a big thing, so I'm going to let tomorrow's casters explain this rule perfectly to you, so they are completely crystal clear on how it works. I'm 90% sure I know exactly how it works, but if I get that 10% and I get it wrong, it's rough.
Essentially, it could be a very short series, or it could be a very long series. It could go all the way up to 8 games, or it could be 3 or 4. Who knows? We won't actually know. Essentially, one team can, once they reach a certain threshold, I think they can take the cake. That's TLDR, basically. That's pretty much. But yeah, specifics, I think we'll leave till tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll let them break it down properly tomorrow. If you're wondering why we've been yapping so much, there was a birthday song happening on the Chinese side of the broadcast, so we were filling air for you guys. Here you go.
Oh, really?
Our groups, lovely.
There we go.
ANC today. These guys just look so scary. I think. These are next week's groups. Oh my god, these are next week's groups.
Next week's groups.
Cool.
They've changed up.
Okay.
Wait, okay.
These
JL Wolves Alliance.
Oh no, they got JL. Oh, this is hard. I don't think there's a free group at all.
No, I think every group has heavy hitters.
I think every group has their free teams to take out. But yeah, that's all. Like the top 3 teams are all divided into different groups now. That's nice though.
Exciting. I like that.
That's exciting.
I like that. That's how it's going to be done. I think that's very nice that it's going to adjust depending on seeding now. It's going to every bi-weekly series is going to be seeded based off of the previous one, which is or actually I'm not sure if so I'm curious as to whether or not it's going to be seeded based off of the previous bi-weekly performances, or if it's going to take into account every bi-weekly leading up to that one, because it could get a little confusing at a certain point which teams are doing well and which teams should be where, so we'll have to see. I'm not too sure, but hey, tomorrow is solos and I am definitely very excited for that. Solos, I'm hyped. I'm hyped to see my boy CDY popping off. You know what he said to me? He said it was kind of sad because I was asking him why he changed his name, and he told me, he said that it was because there were too many labels, etc. And then he also said that Panda Man died on the day of J Cup finals. That's what he said.
Oh my word!
He said those words to me. I mean, it's symbolic though. He wanted a fresh start, and he's certainly done so. On Wolves CDY, he's been popping off. He's been doing extremely well, and it's always great to see. I think he'll probably always be Panda Man in my heart, but still. And hey, we've got Spider, Mike, T225, Wang Liang, all the Ooglers coming in tomorrow. Gonna be very exciting. Same time tomorrow, so don't be sure not to miss that. Be sure not to miss that, because it's gonna be a
banger. It's gonna be an absolute banger. But that is us done for the day. Make sure you tune in same time tomorrow for potentially even more games of NARAKA. We're looking around out the first solos bi-weekly final. Then on Sunday we'll have the trios finals, so make sure you tune in for that. Same rules, same length potentially. Anyway, thank you very much for joining us. Good night, and we'll see you next time.